all offices, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of all people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. And together we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President.
I have received the following communication from Her Excellency the President to the Honorable the Senate. It reads as follows. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that she will be absent from the office during the period 14th August 2023 to 2nd September 2023 on vacation leave. Her Excellency further wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the Office of President for the period of Her Excellency's absence, signed by Her Excellency the President at State House on the 13th of August, 2023.
Announcements by Your Honor the President.
Minutes of our meeting on Wednesday, August 9th, 2023, to be deferred. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the minutes of the meeting held on Wednesday, August 9th, 2023 be deferred.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, August 9th, 2023 be deferred. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things yes have it, those minutes are accordingly deferred. Other announcements. We have indications of late arrival from Senator Kevin Boyce, Senator Christopher Maynard, Senator Lyndall Nurse. I want to welcome a number of guests that are sitting today. We're very pleased to have members of Integrity Group Barbados, specifically Andy Armstrong, Lydia McCollin, and Devon Bruce. Welcome. I'm sure you're looking forward to today's debate. We're happy to have you with us. Want to welcome former Senator Vera Brathwaite, who is gracing us with her presence as well. Very happy to have you. Welcome back to the Honorable the Senate. We have as well a number of law students from the UWIN Law School. So these are budding lawyers who may one day grace us with their presence here. There are Ashley Edwards, Kavandra Webster, Riandra Marshall, Pierre Cook, Mika Blackman, Suthani, Hall, and Regina Seeley. Welcome to all of you, and I hope that this period in our chamber will reinforce the importance of the area of law that you've chosen. We are all guided by law. We are lawmakers, yes, but we can only operate within the limits of the Constitution, the supreme law of our land, and then we are guided by standing orders and other guidelines which are derived from the Constitution and relevant legislation. So hope all of you enjoy our sit-in today, and I welcome all of you.
presentation of petitions, presentation of papers, reports from select committees, questions to ministers, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or sins of the Senate moved by minister, introduction of bills, public business.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 1, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Integrity in Public Life Bill 2023.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, thank you very much for the opportunity today to present this. I want to call it a signal piece of legislation for our country. There has been, without doubt, a lot of conversation and a lot of interest generated in this bill. And I want to begin my presentation today, Mr. President, by expressing my appreciation to the group sitting to my right, behind me, the Integrity Group of Barbados. Let me declare up front that prior to 2020, prior to 2018, I believe it was, prior to 2018, when I was appointed to this honorable chamber as a government senator, I previously had been myself a member, and I hope an active member, of the Integrity Group of Barbados, because philosophically, I subscribe to the principles of integrity in public life. I had obviously to ensure that there had been a separation between myself and IGB, and so once I assumed the role of senator, I no longer was a member of IGB, but I supported the work of the IGB. And why is that, Mr. President? Why would I have joined a group called Integrity Group Barbados? One, Mr. President, let us declare upfront, I, like every other Barbadian, sat through the previous 10 years of 2008 to 2018 in horror. We saw on multiple occasions, not just allegations or accusations or anecdotal commentary about how public funds were being used, but we saw so many instances where we could see clear challenges with not just the way in which public funds were being used, the chatter on the street about what was being done with those public funds, but perhaps more importantly, Mr. President, the fact that no one was held accountable at the time by their own leadership for their challenges at the time. And so, Mr. President, that was one component of it. I also, Mr. President, was a young Foreign Service officer, and I served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the time for 10 years as a Foreign Service officer, and served as the UN desk officer for several years. And it was a point of challenge for us, Mr. President, that a convention that Barbados signed in 2003, namely the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, could not be signed into law because it had not been domesticated into domestic law several years afterwards. It wasn't until this government, Mr. President, that we then changed what would have been the 1930s legislation, I believe it was 1929 legislation, that covered corruption, which was grossly inadequate for the purpose for which it was intended, that those things, Mr. President, imbued in me a sense of responsibility to become more active in not just talking about the things that I wanted to see in my country, but doing something about them. And so I actively wanted to ensure that Barbados, not a political group, not a political party, but that Barbados was represented in the best possible way at all times, both at home and internationally, and that we complied with the international obligations that we committed to. How could we have signed a convention in 2003, participated in its development, and then not domesticated it into international law? Mr. President, I also remember being an officer based at the time in Washington, D.C., at our embassy in Washington. At the time, there was an OAS convention also against corruption, Organization of American States Convention. We also, Mr. President, failed to implement the provisions of that legislation into domestic law. So we then had, Mr. President, a a situation in the country where so much needed to be done in the country, but you did not have a legislative framework despite the political commitment at the international level to be able to implement and to hold persons accountable for their actions. Now, the Integrity Group of Barbados, as a consequence, like so many other groups across Barbados, had an interest in the subject. What attracted me to this group was that a lot of people talk. And I'm happy to have and welcome, along with you, Mr. President, the young students from Hugh Wooding Law School who are here with us. Some familiar faces we're happy to have here with us in the chamber. Those of you who are advocates, Pierre Cook, for example, who is here with us, you are very much a well-known advocate and have spoken on a range of issues on a public platform about things about which you're passionate. But passion is important, yes, but it has to be buttressed by information. It has to be buttressed by information that is accurate. It has to be buttressed by research. It has to be buttressed by fact. That is what caught my attention about the Integrity Group of Barbados. They spent the time doing the research, understanding what was happening, not just locally, but globally. And this is not a plug for any specific group, Mr. President, but it is a best practice example. Because in Barbados, we have a conversation a lot of times about, is my mouth I can say what I like? You can, as long as you have a microphone or a recorder, and these days a cell phone and a computer, and you have the anonymity of saying what you like. If people don't understand the facts, they haven't done the research, they don't understand the information and how to analyze the information, Mr. President, whatever comes out of your mouth, which could be abject nonsense, somebody is going to run with that as truth. But wait, you hear what them people up in the government doing? And all of a sudden, that becomes the next viral voice note or the subject of a conversation in the mainstream media. Facts are important, and who you align yourself for the purpose of procuring or getting access to those facts, and that analysis, it matters. And so I would not have aligned myself with a group that I was not comfortable was taking the time to do the research. Equally so, Mr. President, fast forward now, 2018 and since. I am a member of the Barbados Labour Party. I am a member of the government of Barbados and a member of the cabinet of Barbados. I would not, Mr. President, align myself, having outlined all that I have said, with a group of people in whom I did not have confidence. And where does that confidence come from, Mr. President? I want to begin, Mr. President, by speaking about a little bit about how this bill then aligns with the philosophy of a group of people represented on the government side of this table that I am officially, formally, and publicly aligned, Mr. President. I am, over the course of my presentation, going to speak about what is corruption versus what is integrity, a little bit about that, because the two are not to be conflated. I am going to be talking about both the supply and the demand side factors, and I am going to be speaking a little bit, Mr. President, about what we have done as a government. Now, while we are here, Mr. President, to go through the Integrity in Public Life bill, and I'm going to go through that in some detail today, I want us to be very clear. The government of Barbados, led by Mia Amor-Motley, the Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados since 2018, has undertaken not just to treat to the questions of integrity in public life in this particular piece of legislation, but a group that spends time, or a group of people who would spend time researching the facts, would find these facts available to them. In 2019, Mr. President, we passed the Public Finance Management Act, and I'm going to go back to that legislation today for a very specific reason. In 2021, Mr. President, we passed further regulations to the Public Finance Management Act. In 2021, Mr. President, we had the Public Procurement Act. Public Procurement Act, Mr. President, we always had in the Barbados context, but then when the CARICOM region had a public procurement bill and they had model legislation across the region, we made further changes to that. Public procurement, the awarding of contracts and how that is managed. So even things down to unsolicited bids, How are those things managed? So somebody sees a project, they think that this is a good idea, they come to the government and they say, look, we want to do this, and they submit a project. How do you treat to those things? All of those elements are now captured in the public procurement legislation. We also have, Mr. President, a dedicated piece of legislation as at 2021 to implement the obligations assumed by Barbados in 2003 upon signature of the anti-corruption legislation of the United Nations. That was done by this government in 2021, Mr. President. This bill is not a magic pill. It is not a standalone set of legislation. It is for the Barbados Labour Party government that I am a part of, and I'm proud to be the leader of government business on this particular bill in this honorable chamber, Mr. President. This is a suite of legislative reforms that this government has undertaken since coming to office in 2018. It is not a stand-alone piece of legislation. If there is any doubt, Mr. President, that this government is committed to preventing corruption and ensuring integrity in public life, it can be found in the pieces of legislation and more that I have raised. And why do I say more, Mr. President? If we were to go back to the bill, I had the opportunity in 2019, when this bill first came to this chamber, or to this parliament, I should say, to be a member of the Senate who sat on the Select Committee, the Joint Select Committee. That Joint Select Committee report, Mr. President, is available on the Parliament website. I commend it to all of you, especially the law students who are with us today, to read it. It is a lengthy and voluminous document, but it gives great insights about the various perspectives on a single piece of legislation. Each time you have a problem, Mr. President, and I want through you, Mr. President, to perhaps make a point to our young law students who are with us today, there is never a single solution. And whenever you hear anyone saying, all the government got to do is this, but the government doing all of that, and now all it has to do is that, is this. It is a simplistic way of thinking, and therefore it is a simplistic approach to policymaking, because there's never a single thing that anything is about. So if you were to read that report, you would see groups including the Barbados Bar Association, Integrity Group of Barbados, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Barbados, political parties, including the Democratic Labour Party. At the time, there was a plethora of independent parties in the post-2018 period. Many of them, I believe 3 of them, made presentations to the Joint Select Committee. We had a number of individuals who, in their own right, felt passionate enough about the issue. They too came and made presentations. There were people who submitted written presentations. There were people who took the time to go clause by clause by clause by clause, section by section by section through the entire bill, create a matrix, and to make submissions to the Joint Select Committee. What was the Joint Select Committee's responsibility, Mr. Chairman? It was to go through those divergent, not singular, points of view on a substantive piece of legislation and come to a coherent policy position on the basis not only of what was in front of it, but on the basis, Mr. President, of what existed in our existing constitution, looking at what existed in other jurisdictions that had gone in this direction before, looking at what obtained in the international community by way of the international instruments that we were domesticating into law in Barbados, looking at case law, Mr. President, to see who had challenged which pieces of legislation and what was contained therein, and making sure that we avoided those pitfalls. It was a comprehensive review process in a Joint Select Committee, which was constituted by members of the Senate and members of the House of the other place, Mr. President. We also had the benefit of legal expertise, and I want to take the opportunity here to commend the former Chief Justice of Barbados, Sir David Simmons, who was not stingy with his time. He came not only and made a formal presentation on the basis of the legislation on integrity that existed in Turks and Caicos Islands, which this legislation draws heavily from, but he also took the time to respond to points of specific concern, issues relating to the inclusion of judges, in the legislation, looking at what happened in other jurisdictions, issues relating to trust structure, issues relating to queries that have been raised by some of the submissions by interested parties that presented to the stakeholder, to the Joint Select Committee, Mr. President. It was a comprehensive process. When that process was done, Mr. President, we then began the hard work of crafting what could be incorporated, what couldn't be incorporated, what was best practice, what needed to be incorporated but framed slightly differently. And the result of that, Mr. President, is the bill you have before you now, today, 2023, but also we made a determination based on submissions in the Joint Select Committee, based on the process that I have just outlined to you that took place in and after the Joint Select Committee, that there were some elements that were originally included in the TCI legislation that Barbados had drawn heavily on, and in the original draft, there were significant enough issues raised by stakeholders and by legal advisors that they deserved standalone legislation. So this government that had already by that time, Mr. President, passed the Public Finance Management Act that I spoke about, passed the regulations to the Public Financial Management Act that I also spoke about, had already passed the public procurement legislation, Mr. President, had already made all of these changes, had then also made the following amendments. We then, as I talked about before, passed in 2021 the anti-corruption legislation because that stood on its own. Whistleblower protection, which was included in TCI, which was included in the original bill that was considered by the Select Committee, deserved standalone consideration. And therefore, Mr. President, in 2021, this government drafted and passed standalone whistleblower legislation as opposed to containing it within the integrity bill that you now have before. So it wasn't here before, it was taken out, standalone legislation. We have that. We also have, Mr. President, the Proceeds and Instrumentalities of Crime Act. That was passed in 2019. Those are things which were included. But, Mr. President, I could go further. I also happen to be the Minister with responsibility for international business, and so cross-border finance is a concern for my ministry and for my officials. And so issues relating to anti-terrorism, which fall under the Office of the Attorney General, legislation has come. Anti-money laundering, anti-terrorism, the proceeds of crime legislation, all passed by this government, Mr. President. And I want, if there's nothing else that you hear me say this: there is never a single perspective on anything. That is a simplistic way of thinking that must never characterize who you are. There are always either a duplicity or a multiplicity of factors before you. And you must consider all of them based on research, sober analysis, and a clear and measured determination of the facts before you, not whatever knee-jerk reaction you feel in the moment. That's foolishness. That's not for your thought process, Mr. President. And so the suite of legislation that I have just outlined is not a magic bullet on its own, but they all must be taken together alongside this piece of legislation that today we are now debating. This is going to add, Mr. President, to the existing bodies of legislation that we already have before us. Now, I wanted, Mr. President, to begin frontally to raise some of the issues that were raised in the last presentation of this bill. There are a few of us who were in the last Senate and who therefore would remember what were some of the concerns. Mr. President, one of those concerns was the issue specific to the inclusion of public officials. I want to deal with that early. There is a conversation, Mr. President, raging in this country that is deeply problematic. It is understandable, but it is problematic. And it speaks not to anything other than the fact that last week when we were here, Mr. President, we had a number of primary school children who came to visit. They were here for a civics class exercise. The teaching of civics and governance in this country is at an all-time critical requirement level. We have to teach people, citizens, especially with the advent of everyone having a view on everything, how a country is actually governed in terms of the structure of government, Mr. President. And so there's a conversation around whether or not elected officials should be the focus of legislation like this, or if it should include public officials. That was one of the issues that was raised in the last Senate when this was presented, and I want to speak to that up front. But in order to speak to that, Mr. President, I want to go back to a piece of legislation. Not integrity, Mr. President, not at all, not even integrity. I want, Mr. President, to go to the 2019 Public Finance Management Act. And I want to draw attention, Mr. President, to sections 12 and there onward. Everywhere in that legislation from section 12, it outlines the role of the Director of Finance. It outlines the role, Mr. President, of Chief Executive Officers, the role of the Comptroller General, and the role of a permanent secretary. Public officials, all of them, Mr. President, not elected, all public officials. And I want to draw your attention to the following specifically, the role of the permanent secretary as defined in the Public Finance Management Act. A permanent secretary, where designated as an accounting officer under Section 18, shall be responsible for administering the expenditure head or part of an expenditure head in the annual budget that is under the control of the public entity, administering each item or part of an item of statutory expenditure in the annual budget or under an act that is under the control of the given entity, administering each item of revenue or part of an item of revenue in the annual budget that is under the control of the public entity, providing policy advice to the minister, assisting the minister to oversee the entities that he's responsible for, other functions as defined in rules made under this act for accounting officers, and other responsibilities set out in Section 16. This is a permanent secretary. But if I were to replicate that, Mr. President, the Accountant General maintaining the accounts of the government as to show the current state of the consolidated funds and other funds and the financial position of the government, receiving and banking or overseeing the receipt and banking of public money and overseeing in disbursement, including overseeing the opening and closing of bank accounts. And I could go on, Mr. President. It goes on to say maintaining arrangements for the management of government's cash, preparing the financial statements and any other financial statements or reports required by the minister responsible for finance or director of finance, verifying that payments are processed in, you get the point, right? These are accounting officers, Mr. President. These are the persons who hold the public purse. By law, no minister of government or no elected official can be an accounting officer. That is a matter of governance that I believe we need to make clear for the country. No elected official can sign a check, receive a check, sign even contracts. Oftentimes, those things are done by the accounting officer. In our overseas missions, Mr. President, and you would know well, having served in one of our missions abroad in Canada, in our overseas missions, you can have an ambassador, you can have a high commissioner, and they could be persons who are in the public eye at all times. They're the ones giving speeches, they're the ones meeting the foreign government officials, they're the ones engaging with the government on the other side and representing the interests of people. They cannot sign anything of an accounting nature. There is a designated accounting officer, even in our overseas missions, and that person is the most senior public official. The most senior public, not elected, public official in the embassy. The notion, therefore, Mr. President, that if by law, the power of the purse and the power of accounting is held by public officials and not elected officials, that you can have legislation that excludes said accounting officer is a misnomer. And it suggests that those who feel that way have not understood the structure of governance in a parliamentary democracy. That's what it suggests, Mr. President. I don't sign a check. I cannot. I do not. There are things, Mr. President, sometimes that I hear are happening in my own ministry that I wouldn't know. I would have no idea because there are contracts and relationships that are exercised outside of ministerial authority. So Barbados has to make a decision. You want ministers to be responsible, but you don't want us to be accountable. So I have no financial accountability except to the Prime Minister who appointed me. And at the end of the day, whether I know or not, whether I have signed a check or not, when I sit before the Prime Minister as the chairman of cabinet and as a minister with responsibility for finance in the estimates debate, I am accountable for whatever happened among those who are public officers, who are the accounting officers. So I have to take responsibility, even if I don't know. I have to make sure I know. So now what do? On a quarterly basis, I make sure, on a weekly basis, I usually have management meetings, sometimes every 2 weeks, but on a quarterly basis, I go through the heads of expenditure assigned to my ministry. I go through to see what the absorptive capacity is, what projects we are spending on, what we are doing as given by the budget and the estimates of expenditure that come to this place. And I follow through on those things. But you see things like government procurement, you see things like goods and services in the line items, I would never see those. I will never be able to tell you how much paper we buy. I will never be able to tell you who we buy it from. That's not the stuff that comes to a minister's attention. It is not the stuff that comes to an elected official's attention. So we have to understand how governance works, and therefore, I want to first debunk the notion that public officials who are accounting officers are to be excluded from legislation like this. When I first moved back home to Barbados, Mr. President, I moved back to Barbados, not the last time, the time before. And I heard so many people tell me stories. When you bring home your things, Ms. Madam Deputy President, I don't know if you've had this experience, but I doubt. You are a formidable character and they probably may not try that with you. But you get people who would offer, if you pay the duties and taxes, this is the price. If you don't want a receipt, this is the price. That's corruption, Mr. President, and they've been elected. You understand? If you want to get a driver's license, but you don't want to go through the process of learning how to drive, but you know somebody who knows somebody who's your aunt, sister, friend. All right? You pay to get what you want. That's corruption. They make elected. Right? When you want to get a job and you decide that you know somebody who knows somebody and you're going to ask them to do something for you, they do it for you, but then there is a relationship that says, but this is what I want you to do for me. I hire you, but I want to use this contract. I want to do this contract, and I want to make sure that I get a kickback from this contract. And you say, all right, but I want the job, so I can help you. I can do it. And you have the authority to sign or to approve or to do banking. That's corruption, though. Right? That's not integrity. So let us not have this false notion going out there that corruption takes place or integrity in public life is an elected official's thing. Not when elected officials can't sign or disburse checks. There has to be, or there must always be, Prime Minister has a way of saying it. There must be two hands to clap. And the hands that are clapping in symphony, because they're not only two hands, the hands that are clapping in symphony must all be accountable under the law. This law does that. It draws public officials and it defines how those public officials are, who those public officials are in the schedule appended to the bill. Mr. President, it is an extensive list of persons. The second schedule of the bill, which is where I'm starting now, it outlines in part 1, members of the House of Assembly and the Senate. That brings me, Mr. President, deliberately, I wanted to start there with those persons as to why the Senate is included, Mr. President. Mr. President, since I joined this honorable chamber, 3 constitutional motions have come to this honorable chamber. For matters which require a simple majority, the government senators, who constitute the appointed representatives of the elected party in the other place, the people, you ain't just coming here because any individual voted. The people voted, and they chose a political party to lead them. And the people then have representatives in the other place. And the people who they voted for appointed persons to represent their interests in the upper house. The people did that. And your authority must come principally from the other place, because that's where the people power, we say, comes from, right? So the people made determinations on 3 constitutional motions. Simple majorities can be carried on anything with 12 government votes. But the Senate has the ability, even if you have 30 persons in the other place, to say, we don't support this and we are voting against this. You have the opportunity, by sitting in the Senate, to change government policy or to affect government policy, even as an unelected non-representative of anybody except you have declared yourself to be so. So the notion that you would then be excluded from influence because you don't wield the influence, you're independent, or you're an opposition senator, you're not in government, is not a true statement, even as it relates to the Senate. Because you have the ability to either support or oppose government policy, and in so doing, affect the will of an elected government. So you do have the opportunity. Many members of the Honorable Senate sit on various boards, committees, tribunals, and so on. You have the ability to affect government policy. You have the ability to affect outcomes of the entities to which you are a part. So you have to be included. That was the second issue that came in the last Senate. Members of Cabinet, myself and Senator Dr. Chantel Monroe-Knight, we are members of Cabinet, and we are bound by this legislation. But before we were bound by this legislation, Mr. President, our Prime Minister, the leader of Cabinet, chairman of Cabinet, decided, but we're not wait. We ain't got the integrity legislation, but you got to get some declarations, though. And so both Dr. Chantel Monroe-Knight and myself and Dr. Jerome Walker, who will be with us shortly, all of us had to sign our declarations of assets, whatever little bit we own. Certainly I can only speak for myself, I can't speak to anybody else. Whatever little bit you own, whatever little bit, and we had to put those into a sealed envelope and hand them over, not to the Prime Minister, but to the Cabinet Secretary for her safekeeping. Those declarations then, I had to do it in 2020, and after the election of 2022, I had to do it again, because anything that I amassed between 2020 and 2022 had to be listed, because by the time anything, if this legislation passes today and the commission comes into effect, those declarations have to be handed over to the commissioner for the first time to be opened, unsealed and opened. And that then becomes my baseline. I have to declare what I have, even if it's a little bit. And why, Mr. President? It brings me to the third issue that was raised in the last Senate. The inclusion in this legislation, Mr. President, of both your assets and your liabilities, Mr. President. If I came to office, and I came to office having $10 that I owed courts, $100 that I owed Ain't the cost of man is no more. Massey, I owed Massey, I show my age, right? I owed Massey, and I had a mortgage on my house for $1,000, and all of a sudden, with a reduced income, because let us be clear, let us be very, very clear. For those of us who were professionals outside of government, before joining cabinet, we took salary cuts to come into government because we came committed to serve. For some people, it's a 55% salary cut. For some people, it's a 100% salary cut. For some people, it's in the fancy thing. Let me be clear. So you give up a lucrative paying job because you came to serve. Now, I want to put the Deputy President here in focus for a minute. Mr. President, this week, I sent the Deputy President a message on WhatsApp. It was a screenshot of a conversation that was unfolding on Instagram, I think it was. Now, I ain't on no real social media. I don't post much. I'm only on Instagram, but just a little bit. But ridiculous me made the mistake of not following my own rules, and I looked at the comments. Who tell me to look at the comments? You never read the comments, right? That should be the basic rule. So I looked at the comments on something that was happening on Saturday. And I screenshot the comment and sent it to the Honorable Deputy President, Mr. President. And it was a comment about somebody saying that she passed some event, that public event that was happening in her $200,000 late model car. Deputy President put me in my place and told me it costs more than that, first of all, and so they should be corrected. It was not what they said it was. It was not $200,000. It was more than that, right? But I chuckled, Mr. President, because from this honorable chamber, we have had members of the independent senators speaking about the remuneration levels for the Senate. How does it make sense, Mr. President, for a government senator, Madam Deputy President, when the remuneration levels for the Senate are less than what most custodians make in the public sector? Let's be clear, that's the comparison I want to make. Not an admin officer, not a permanent secretary, less than what most custodians make in the public sector. How does she afford to buy a car that's worth so much? Clearly, she had a job before. She was the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations for years. She's here telling me that she was making $20,000 a month. She was the Assistant Secretary General for the UN, though. And for many of us who were professionals in our own right, anything that we own now, we owned because we were able to qualify on our salaries before we came into government. And we struggle now we are in government to make sure we are able to make our payments on a government salary because we're committed to serving. Because if you're looking to make money, this is the place to come. If you're looking to get rich, this is the place to come. If you're looking to serve, you can come. But this is the place to make money. So all the people who are now posturing and want to come into public life and want to be elected and want to be appointed to ministers from the Senate, and so they're representatives of the people de facto already because they're not so yet, let them come with a clear understanding it ain't the place for self-aggrandizement or self-enrichment. It's not that. And anything that you have most times in that initial declaration, Mr. President, you earned because you earned more before you came into government. So if now, Mr. President, all of a sudden on a reduced salary and all the things that you were able to be qualified for on your own, that you were able to acquire before you came into public life, all of a sudden, in a few years in public life, you don't got no more liabilities. All of a sudden, you don't own a body nothing more. All of a sudden, Mr. President, your liabilities have disappeared. We think, Mr. President, that we still do corruption in the same way that it used to be done maybe 30 years ago. Mr. President, it is again a simplistic view. Mr. President, we talked about elections and what happens in elections from time to time. Back in your grandparents' day, your great-grandparents' day, it used to be corned beef and biscuits. We practice corned beef and biscuits politics today? No. I'm sure that prior to 2018, we were talking about people getting flat-screen TVs. Corned beef and biscuits politics we're dealing with no more. So clearly, you are no longer just dealing with assets, but you must deal with liabilities, Mr. President. Is the only practical? Because if all of a sudden someone comes and pays off all of your debts, they haven't given you a check, it isn't called a handout or a kickback. You ain't driving a car from a company that you have given them contracts that then find themselves before the Public Accounts Committee, as happened in the last Senate. You ain't dealing with those kinds of overt things. You're dealing with the things that are invisible. So yes, Mr. President, liabilities must be included in integrity legislation. It talks, Mr. President, about chairpersons of state-owned enterprises, heads of departments in the public service, and holders in the same grade as that. And I have already listed, Mr. President, for the benefit of the Honorable the Senate, the reasons why in law, under the Public Finance Management Act and the associated regulations, why a public officer so designated in the Public Finance Management Act as the accounting officer, not elected officials, the public officer is accounting officer, why they must therefore be included. It goes on, Mr. President, to identify the persons who are captured in Section 3 under a range of state-owned enterprises, statutory corporations, and in some instances as well, commercial state-owned enterprises. Excuse me. That is the rationale, Mr. President, for one, the inclusion of, I have gone through the inclusion of public officials. I have spoken, Mr. President, of the rationale for balancing public officials with elected officials. I have also gone through, Mr. President, the importance of understanding how the standalone legislation has now complemented what we have before us, and the additional pieces of legislation have also come to support the overall integrity push. And then, Mr. President, I have spoken specifically about the importance of persons who may not necessarily think themselves to be exposed, but who, by virtue of the office that they hold, have the ability to influence outcomes, whether at the level of the Senate or in the various tribunals or organizations that they serve on. Now, Mr. President, I want to come then to something that I won't spend a whole lot of time on, because I'm going to spend the second part of my presentation in its entirety on the legislation itself. But what gives rise to the need for all the legislation I have just outlined? What gives rise for the kinds of protection mechanisms that are contained within the legislation I have spoken about, which we have already passed, Mr. President? What gives rise for us to ensure that we do not use our positions of authority to abuse that position or to give undue influence to another? I was reading a study, Mr. President. The study was actually done by the International Monetary Fund, and it looked at the economics of corruption. When I was going through it last night late, Mr. President, it captured something that I wanted to pull for your benefit. It said this, Mr. President: the causes or factors that promote corruption are those that affect the demand, by the public for corrupt acts, and those that affect the supply by public officials for acts of corruption. Two hands to clap, Mr. President. The demand and the supply, basic laws of economics. Someone has to be asking for it, someone has to be supplying it. It went on to say that some of the factors affecting the demand, the most important of which were, and they listed them, Mr. President. Actually, I'm going to use it from the original text. So they went on to list, Mr. President, which is what captured my attention, because sometimes we take some of these things for granted. It said the causes or factors that promote corruption are those that affect the demand by the public for corrupt acts and those that affect the supply by public officials of corruption. Among the factors, Mr. President, affecting the demand, the most important are one, regulations and authorizations. Who has the ability to authorize transactions? It says certain characteristics of the tax systems, certain spending decisions, the provision of goods and services, often at below market prices. Among the factors affecting the supply of acts of corruption are: 1, the bureaucratic tradition; 2, the level of public sector wages; 3, the penalty systems; 4, institutional controls; 5, the transparency of laws, rules, and processes; and 6, the examples set by the leadership. Now, people would have us to believe that only one of those factors is to be considered: the example set by leadership. So elected officials constitute leadership, and they have to be held accountable. I think that much is clear, certainly from this government and what we have done and are doing now. But there are more elements that have been outlined here, Mr. President, and we don't get to ignore either the duplicity or the multiplicity of factors to focus on the simplicity or the singularity that we want to have as an explanation. I have already established, Mr. President, that there is no singularity in the analysis of anything on the planet. There are always multiple factors, at least, in the consideration. And so, let us speak for a moment about the bureaucratic tradition. If I want things hurried through the system, if I want to be able to get things on an expedited basis, let's consider the Immigration Department, Mr. President. Everybody remembers when it used to be a nightmare to deal with the Immigration Department. You had to know somebody in order to get your passport back in a certain time. Now, you don't have to know a fella. You can go online. If I need my passport back in 24 hours, I can do that. If I need my passport back in 48 hours, I pay the difference, I do that. If I want to wait the regular 2 to 3 weeks, same thing. Get it done. Submit all of your information online, you do what you have to do, and you're good to go. You don't have to be held hostage to the bureaucratic tradition where everything takes longer than it should, and people feel the need to use their positions, to abuse their authority to incentivize you to get it sped up, so you don't have to deal with the bureaucracy. Those are among the reasons why public officials must be included in this legislation. No government minister takes payment from anybody directly. There are more creative ways, and I will come to that in a little bit. The level of public sector wages, let's talk about that, Mr. President. You think, Mr. President, that a prime minister, on the heels of the 2018 restructuring, debt restructuring, with the country facing massive fiscal crises, the possibility and the prospect, once the Credit Suisse loan was repaid with that next payment that was due in June, to have the possibility of a devaluation of the dollar looming in front of you. Which prime minister dealing with those things would simultaneously make a decision to give a salary increase for public sector workers? Right after, Mr. President, you come out of COVID, you had increased expenditure, decreased revenue. Right after, Mr. President, the government has to spend on putting over 1,600 people back in houses, Mr. President, because you had Hurricane Elsa. Right after, Mr. President, the government had to spend again on cleaning up a whole country. It isn't what we are telling you. You saw it and you lived it with your own eyes after a volcano. Which government, tell me, Mr. President, after all of that, still turns around and gives a second salaries and wages increase to public officials? Right after that, 5%. Which government, Mr. President? If you were to look at the Corruption Convention, the Anti-Corruption Convention speaks about wages and salaries and creating disincentives for people having to, or feeling as though there is a need for them to accept bribes and underhanded activities in order to survive. A government who understands sometimes the challenges that people are facing at a personal level in their own personal finances, understands that as the cost of living soars and people have less disposable income, people are paying more for the basic basket of goods that they're procuring on a monthly basis. People then needed to have a little bit more. So the breakfast that we got in 2018 translated into lunch in 2023, And so we are going down the road with public sector wages. Is it optimally what we would want, Mr. President? No, we know that already. But it's a 3-year process that has been outlined where there are incremental increases that will then take place. And for the first time in probably, I believe it's 20 years, allowances were touched. You gave people an increase in allowances. Because if people are earning what they feel to be inadequate amounts, there is a greater inclination to do things that they ought not to. I have to confess, Mr. President, I had an experience when I was living in Uganda in the period 2008 to 2013. I remember at the time, Mr. President, I was earning in USD, working as a member of the Commonwealth Secretariat. I was earning in USD, and my housing was provided, my schooling for my daughter was provided, everything was provided. I am certain that anyone who has worked for an international organization, this is the standard. And sometimes your children's tuition fees in an international school overseas can be more than what your entire law school would cost the government of Barbados for 2 years. One term, one semester may cost more. Sometimes it could be $30,000. Sometimes it could be more. It is incredibly expensive. And so, Mr. President, I remember working at the time in support of the Ministry of Trade of Uganda. And there were senior officials, the equivalent of whom sit in the leadership of ministries in Barbados. And their remuneration level on a monthly basis was the equivalent of $800 US. $800 US. Most of us can't imagine that, Mr. President. Not for the level of responsibility, because we have been taught in Barbados that education and exposure, and higher education in particular, must come with income increases. But you have people who are educated at the highest level, some of them up to PhD level, earning $800 US a month. These were the things, Mr. President, that persons like the World Bank, entities like the World Bank, wrote about to say the salaries and wages of public sector officials are an incentive to corruption. If people are not properly remunerated on a monthly basis so they can meet their daily living, their monthly living expenses, and their family living expenses. And we know, I don't want to be stereotypical, but my experience was that many of these people had large families. And when I say large families, I don't mean many children or anything like that. I mean large extended families. So they lived in the city in Kampala, but their mother and their father and whomever else may have lived up country in the village. And they had to send money back because they were the ones that got out. They were the ones that were earning. So they had significant monthly expenditure to maintain their families. $800 US is what they earned. Public sector wages have to be considered and have been considered by this government as a part of our disincentivization of corruption. Institutional controls, the same Public Finance Management Act that I put up on the table at the very beginning, those are some of the measures of institutional control that we have also put there, Mr. President. Mr. President, the transparency of rules, laws, and processes, all of these are things which are important. Prime Minister has actually asked us to, on a monthly or at a minimum on a quarterly basis, for the leadership in our respective ministries to have what she describes as leadership development training sessions in a range of areas, so that people are not made aware only of the laws, regulations, and processes in their respective ministry, but they are allowed to be exposed to much broader processes. So these things are critical as part of your leadership development. And those are the things that we have been working on, Mr. President. So it is critical for us to ensure that the entire public sector is a part of the process, and that it we now indemnify people from having an incentive to participate in corrupt acts which threaten their integrity. Now, that brings me to the second part of what I want to share, which is the specifics of the legislation itself, as I prepare to close out the introduction of this important bill. Mr. President, we have 58 clauses in this legislation. One of the important clauses which will cover in Part 2, Mr. President, the establishment of the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission through Sections 3 all the way through clauses 10, that commission speaks to the prosecutorial and the investigative role of the members who will constitute the commission, who will take responsibility for those sealed envelopes that we have spoken about, which will allow for the declarations to be laid. Now, Mr. President, the declarations that are to be laid, let us be clear, cover not only us as individuals, but they cover your families, including your spouses and your children. Let us also be practical. We may not like it. We may not like it. But it is equally easy for a person to make a decision, and we have had a public case where somebody got paid a not insignificant sum of money, not in this government, not post-2018, before 2018, got paid a not so insignificant sum of money. I think the number that I've heard bandied about was about $5 million, decided that they don't want to put the money in their own account, they can hide the money in their mother's account. And they put the money in their mother's account, and then, oh, lo and behold, unfortunately, the mother passes on. And all of a sudden, the lawyers have an estate to adjudicate because the mother got more than one child. And so this mother now has assets to divide among all of her children. And the person who put the money in there is hopping mad. Blue vets, that's my money. They have sunk to new low, yes. So they made these kinds of transactions in ways that then came back to haunt them and took them to low points in their lives. So, Mr. President, the reality here is that we have to make sure that we are not able to hide money or assets in your child's name, in your husband's name, or in your mother's account. Declarations, we've spoken in great detail about what those declarations are. Registrable and prohibited interests. Gifts, Mr. President. Many of us in meetings oftentimes take photos where we are either giving gifts or receiving gifts. But those are such benign little things. I give out Medford mahogany gifts. I give out rum, plantation, Mount Gay. I give out sometimes Barbados Sea Island cotton pieces with scarves and those kinds of stuff. Then what are we talking about? We're talking about gifts of a substantial nature. And if you saw, or if you've been watching the cases in the United States with members of the US Supreme Court, for example, you will see the kinds of gifts about which we are speaking. But the gifts here are talking about, at a minimum, $2,500 to report to the commission. So anything in excess of $2,500, you have to report to the commission. That would include some of the nice handbags that the ladies like. And you see all the proper effects, the side strap bags and so on, the fancy Chanel bags, all of them cost more than $2,500. So let's make sure, Mr. President, that we're clear. Conduct in public life and contraventions of the Act. Now, there are two things that I want to raise here, Mr. President. One of the things that we sought to do was to make sure we were clear on what constituted a criminal act and what was an act of omission through negligence or sometimes administrative errors. I am certain, I am not a lawyer, I had never done this before, and some of the questions that were on that declaration that I had to fill out, I did not know how to make head nor tail of them. So I had to ask a question. I had to be guided. So sometimes if someone is unsure about who they can go to for guidance, there can be an error that they did not intend. And so there has to be a way to treat to those things as opposed to an intentional omission where you deliberately leave things out of your declaration. Then, Mr. President, I want to specifically go through the schedules to the bill because they are important. And if you were to go through the report of the Select Committee, you will see that the original bill had just 2 schedules. This bill has a number of schedules which gives us greater specificity. 1, at Schedule 3, you have the declaration itself. It outlines what is to be contained in the declaration. And the report of the committee will tell you that this was drafted as an amalgam of best practice examples drawn from a number of places. Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, TCI in particular, the commission looked at that and drafted up the template that is captured in schedule number 3. In the certificate of compliance, the certificate of registrable interest, and the year ending December 31st, well, in this case, it is specifically what is listed there. These are very detailed items. Report of a gift, it tells you exactly what has to be reported in the gift. And then you have the 4th schedule, which establishes a code of conduct for persons in public life. And there's one section in there that I want to draw to your attention. There are only 3 sections, so it's not a long read. 1, how to use your office. You can't speak about abuse of office if you have not defined what is required of you and how you use your office. This is outlined in the 4th schedule, the use of office, in section 1. But I specifically want to be drawing your attention to section 3, private interests and conflicts of interest. There are instances, Mr. President, and I think we have to be very clear sometimes, and I've heard the Honorable Attorney General say this. We look at what is being done in fancy places, in large jurisdictions, in large economies, where if I move from one state to the next, no one knows my name, no one knows what I've done, no one knows what I own. In Barbados, you can't walk 2 steps. There are, at best, at times, there is at best, at times, 1 degree of separation between many of us. It is a small society, and we have to always put that into context when we're having these conversations about, but in the US, they did this. But in Canada, they did that. Everybody knows somebody else, Mr. President, or somebody's connected. So when we talk about private interests and conflicts of interest, you may have worked for a given company. I have come in here and I have declared I was a member of the Integrity Group of Barbados. There was a conflict of interest for me being a Government of Barbados member, sitting member of the government, and continuing as a member of the Integrity Group of Barbados. And so I had to step down. But if I was a chairman of a board, Mr. President, and I was then using my position as chairman of that board under the meaning of section 1 of the 4th schedule to then have a conflict of interest by affording a contract to a company that used to be mine, then that would constitute a conflict of interest. Mr. President, I used to be chairman of the board of directors of an entity. And while chairman of that entity, Mr. President, I came across a scenario where there were 6 contracts awarded for the provision of a certain type of service under that company. 6 contracts. 4 contracts were held by 2 companies, and the remaining 2 contracts were split by another 2 companies. So 4 companies, but 6 contracts. One of those contracts, Mr. President, was held by the former chairman of the same entity. So you are chairman of the board, but awarding a contract simultaneously to your company. That is what we call private interest and conflict of interest. You cannot, in the exercise of your responsibilities as a chairman or a director on a board, award contracts to your business that is your private interest. You cannot do it. You have to declare it. You have to recuse yourself. You have to do all kinds of things. That is what is captured, Mr. President, in the 4th schedule. The 5th schedule outlines the oaths required of the members of the commission. This is a serious role that they will be undertaking, and so the oaths are prescribed here. All of us were sworn when we became members of the Senate, and those oaths we have to take seriously. They were administered by the president, initially by the governor general, then when she became the president, we all reswore. These are the same basic things, and we take them seriously, and so we expect that persons who are therefore employed or appointed in these roles, that they equally will treat to their oaths in the same way. These are the schedules to the bill, Mr. President. The commission has the authority to summon and examine witnesses, to engage in inquiries, to take witness statements, and to have marshals functioning as well, and they have a direct correlated relationship with the Director of Public Prosecutions. These are among the things that we have captured in the legislation that I would want to bring to your attention, Mr. President. This is a serious piece of legislation today. It is a constitutional piece of legislation. It requires a 2/3 vote of the Senate, and I want to take the opportunity to say that it has already successfully passed the other place, not once, but twice, where elected officials, representatives of the people, sit. It has already, Mr. President, been the subject of extensive debate and discussion in the public space, where the people of Barbados, who have spoken at great length about the importance of integrity legislation. They may not know all the legislation that I have listed, Mr. President. They may not know the Public Finance Management Act, the Public Procurement Act. They may not know any of those things. They only know that this government, which they went to the polls not once, but twice, which included in a manifesto not once, but twice, as the people's mandate to pass integrity legislation, that we have delivered not once, but twice, to bring the legislation to government, which we have. We promised it in 2018 in our manifesto, we did so. We promised it in 2022 in our manifesto, we did so. I had, under the leadership of the Honorable Deputy President, the opportunity to participate in both manifesto exercises. And I am not in any doubt that the party and the government that the people elected called for this legislation not once, but twice. I am confident that as I read the newspapers, as I listen to what people are saying in the streets, the people of this country want to have integrity in public life. I want to close by saying this, Mr. President. There was a notion that senators, members who sit in this honorable chamber should not be included. If we have the ability to pass or not pass legislation, Mr. President, that the people have voted for by supporting a manifesto, then we have to be included. Pick a side and stay on it. If you have the ability to influence public policy, you have to also accept the responsibilities that go along with it. Pick a side, Mr. President. You're either in or you're not. I want to be clear, Mr. President. We have a tremendous responsibility that sits on our shoulders every single time we come into this honorable chamber. I have not heard, save a few familiar voices, anyone in the public space in Barbados say they don't want integrity legislation in this country. And it is my hope, and I speak on behalf of the government of Barbados in my role as leader of government business in this Senate, I know without doubt that every single member on this government side will be true to the mandate given to the Barbados Labour Party in 2018 and in 2022 as part of the suite of measures that we promised to the people of Barbados to pass integrity legislation. We will vote in favor of this legislation today, every single member. And I can only hope that every other member of this honorable chamber will do the same. And with these many words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings. Other speakers? Senator Malibu.
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me. I didn't realize I was going to speak so early, but it seems not to be many speakers. So I try to use my time with you as best as I can. Mr. President, in reviewing this bill, I realize that this is a new piece of legislation. Quite often, we get things coming to us which are changes, amendments, improvements to fixes This particular one is a brand new piece of legislation. So I started at this point, which was, and these are my notes, Mr. President. I started at, what problem are we seeking to fix? What is the problem that this legislation seeks to fix? I believe the leader of government business, Senator Cummings, has done an excellent job of articulating the problem in one area. And a little bit later on, I will expand on where I think the problem lies, because I think the problem does not only lie in one hand that claps. As Senator Cummings said, it takes two hands to clap. But this legislation addresses integrity in public life. We do have another piece of legislation in Barbados that I think is referred to the Prevention of Corruption Act. And that more speaks, Cap 144, sir. That more speaks to private sector in general, or everyone, let's call it. And I'm informed, as I'm not a lawyer, that in common law, bribery is found there in common law. You can, that's an offense in common law. There's no statute for bribery, but it lands there. But I will listen to my learned legal friends on the matter. Thank you. Happy to be corrected. So I go back and say, what is the problem that we're seeking to fix? And I think sometimes that this problem is seen by different people in different ways. There is an international perception of the problem. There's a local perception of the problem. And then perhaps there is the actual problem. The international perception of the problem is often described, Mr. President, as a lack of transparency. There's this whole idea of when things get done, are they done above board or are they done below board? And that's the idea of transparency. In the local scene, and again, the speaker before me spoke quite well of many different examples of what happens and what our perception is locally. It is paying to get something done, paying to get something that should be done anyhow, but it's not being done quick enough. There's also paying to get something done that should not be done. That's a whole different other problem. So that is the perception. People enriching themselves who have a position that they can make a decision, and they enrich themselves by making a decision that otherwise they would not have made. But is that actually the problem? Because we have laws, as I said. The Corruption of Act, the Prevention of Corruption of Act is already there. What is, in fact, the problem? So before I go to what I think perhaps the real problem is, I want to go back to my understanding of the act that is proposed. And I want to focus on the code of conduct, Mr. President. Because, as you know, Mr. President, we're both members of the ICAB. And I understand we have another former president of ICAB joining us in our gallery today. And as such, we have a code of conduct. We're familiar, as an accountant, as a chartered accountant, I'm familiar with a code of conduct. I'm familiar with the code of conduct as a valuer, as a professional valuer. I'm familiar with the code of conduct within the Estate Agents Association. We all have code of conduct, what is the right way to behave. This is not unusual. I think it's excellent. And I think that code of conduct that's in the 4th schedule of this act makes a lot of sense. Let's have it. In fact, Senator Rogers here sitting next to me may tell me that the first code of conduct that all of us as Christians adhere to is what the Bible tells us. That's a code of conduct too. And to be quite honest, that guides many, many people in Barbados and throughout the world. So there are all kinds of code of conducts. So in my review, it was interesting that I came across, and I do apologize to the chamber now if I pronounce this incorrectly, but I came across the writings of a Greek philosopher, Tacitus. And I want to quote from him. He said, in his Annals of the Empire, I think it was called, he says, the more corrupt the state, the more numerous the laws. That made me think a lot about this new law and what was the need for the law. Did we really need this? And unfortunately, sir, I came to the conclusion that we do need this code of conduct. We need guidance. We need this law. But what is the real problem? Let me come back to my central discussion with you here. The actual bill before us, and I spent a lot of time reading this, maybe once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, just really trying to understand it. And I do understand the code of conduct. I do understand that really this declaration that all of these public service people will make is to help us to identify the possibility of something inappropriate happening. And we've created the Integrity Commission, and we have the president who has to look after some of it, the Integrity Commission, and we have a tribunal that I understand the law, I think. But to me, the problem is not that. The problem lies here, sir. In reality, in Barbados, in the public domain, we have seen within the last few years a person accused, tried, found guilty of, served time, released, and returned to, some might say, a hero's welcome. I'm confused, sir. How come, in the face of that information, of that particular story, if you believe where it was being written and so on, I believe it to be true, it says that this person was incarcerated, found guilty of laundering money. Laundering money was taking the proceeds of a crime. This crime actually occurred in Barbados, Mr. President, according to what you would read. But in Barbados, we have not done anything about it. So what do I think the real problem is? Our problem is, Mr. President, that we are not willing to prosecute. So when you, thank you. When I read what the objects of this act, it says to promote integrity in public life through prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution. That's what it says in there. And I would hope that, in fact, that we would focus significantly on the prosecution, because we did not need this new act to actually do anything about the case I referred to before, or other ones we've heard about. But we haven't done anything, sir. And there's nothing in this act that tells me that we are going to act. So I am hopeful that, having now done and cast this net much wider, that we will actually do something. So let me just comment on some few other things, since I'm probably now in a lot of trouble, sir. Let me continue on to comment on a couple other things to do with this act. As I said, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Cap 144, it already exists. And as the leader of government business said, it takes 2 hands to clap. I would have hoped that in bringing forward this legislation, it might be closely followed, or simultaneously, we would have done something to capture those who are paying the bribe. Because, you know, sir, I have never heard of one government department one public service officer trying to bribe another private public service officer. That's not what is out in the public thing. I don't hear anything about that. It's not to say that the Ministry of Agriculture wants to put in a new pond or something in a lake, and they have to go and talk to the town planning department and get something done in a different way. That's not where the problem. There's the 2 sides of this equation is the private sector and the public sector. We need to focus on the private sector as well. Because It's the old chicken and egg analogy. When I was researching a bit about bribery, Mr. President, in some jurisdictions, and maybe again my learned friends in here who are lawyers would tell me, the vast majority of the time, you're not guilty of bribery when you pay the bribe. You are guilty of bribery when you offer to pay the bribe. The mere offering is a crime. Receiving it, paying it, that's further down the road. So, to me, I was hopeful that perhaps Cap 144, perhaps it will come otherwise, perhaps the Leader of Government Business will come back and tell me what is on the legislative agenda, and I will be very, very happy to hear that there will be robust new mechanisms beefed up within the whatever service to equally look at the private sector who is perhaps offering these bribes. I was very, very informed, I must say. I much appreciate some of the quotes that Senator Cummings made on the demand and supply for corruption. Very interesting, and I took note of that, and I'll read a bit more about it. And I agree wholeheartedly that on the supply side, the bureaucratic traditions, which I've spoken about in here before, Mr. President, which is simply do that which you are asked to do. When you don't do that within the public service, that is what creates the opportunity for, or the demand coming from the other side. Public sector wages, agree with you completely. I apply that to teachers as well. The controls that need to be in place, the transparency, all of those things, I totally agree with you. So I don't want to lose my material point on that subject, which was that there takes two hands to clap. And we should not just say integrity in public life. This needs to be integrity in Barbados. I believe I'm coming to the end of my prepared notes, sir. Just bear with me. Speaking to the actual, and perhaps I will follow the Senator Cummings' way of looking at this. Let me speak to some individual things within the bill that I think are perhaps weaknesses, and perhaps we could come back at another time if this bill passes today and fix. As I've said before, my number one issue is with enforcement. And that applies to the existing laws that we have, the existing known situations that we have. We need to focus very, very carefully on that and how that is done. And I don't understand that today. I am concerned that in its first instance, in the first iteration of this bill, the net that is being cast is extremely wide. In general in life, there's an 80-20 rule. Many of us see it in many things that we do. In this case, I would tell you, 80% of the problems of corruption is probably coming from 20% of the positions within the public service. This net throws it around 100%. My recommendation would have been to start in a more narrow way. And I don't mean to exclude the Senate. Let me be absolutely clear. I'll be first to sign up. First to sign up. And to make that point, sir, I want to be absolutely clear. When I read the legislation, and I had understood it, one of the first things I did is I said to my accountant, please take a look at this draft legislation and tell me how you could file it for me. Is it possible? Is it practical? Now, there may be some people in here who look at it and say, well, I have nothing to report. So, all good. There may be other ones more wealthy than me who have a very complicated disclosure to make. So I could only look at mine, Mr. President. And I asked my accountant, how could we do this? And he went through it and came back to me last week and said, Andrew, we can do this. It's not a problem. We can get it done. Except in a couple of areas, I have a little problem. I said, what are those problems? He So, well, it says you have to declare everything. There's no materiality. So, he didn't say this, but I'll make it up. One example might be, how many spare tires do I have for my rally car? They're expensive things, you know, those rally car tires. What if I get that declaration wrong? I'm concerned about materiality at that level. And they said all the jewelry. Well, fair enough, I only have a wedding ring, I don't wear anything else, but my wife likes the little earrings and so on, and I like to make her happy. I've been married for 30 years. I honestly can't remember, sir, every piece of jewelry that I gave her, and I am sure it's not on my declaration for insurance. You don't quite get everything right, none of us do. Shh. Thanks. I'm advised not to go down that line anymore. I'm so advised. But the reality is, I think there should have been, in this legislation, from a practical point of view, there needs to be some level of materiality in your declaration of assets, because I really do not think that, on a practical point of view, I appreciate that the legislation does speak to omissions or errors and omissions which you did intentionally, but the truth is that for someone who wants to do it correctly, and that's what I set out to do, to see how to do it, and I think I was correctly advised, hold on. You know, when you talk about what your personal assets is, do you remember you bought that small piano there for your son? Do you get your piano on there? What about that chair that you bought, you know? What's the materiality? We need to understand that. The second, in section 23, this one I think is really a bigger problem, which I'm worried about. Section 23 refers to gifts. What's interesting is, I just came from, I'm very proud to say that I was jumping in Kadooman. I seem to have gotten lots and lots of friends because I had lots of pictures taken. Man, I know a lot of people. I had abs. Apparently abs attract friends. But I have a lot of friends. And this act tells me, under section 23 for gifts, that great news. Any friend who gives me a gift is exempted. Mr. President, you're my friend. Many years, sir. I can accept a gift without you from you, and it is completely exempted. I think we have to be very careful with this, how this law, because in Barbados, as someone said earlier, it's a very small island, and we all got friends. Our relatives. And to prove that something is not a gift just to a friend, was in fact an inducement to do something, is at a threshold there that worries me in terms of the weakness of the legislation. And I go back to say, Mr. President, that I do appreciate that this is the first attempt to do it. And in my business, I often say to people, in order to improve a system, you must first have a system. So in order to improve this legislation, we must first have legislation. I accept that. But I would hopeful, it would be remiss of me not to point out where I see weaknesses. I would say, I guess, finally, Mr. President, that I am concerned about confidentiality. I am concerned for everyone who will need to file these forms as to how that should be dealt with in a more robust way. I would have liked to have seen a much more time spent on how confidentiality of this information was going to be maintained. It was interesting in reading in other jurisdictions that confidentiality is not part of the declaration at all. In fact, when you make your declaration of assets, it is published. So in our case, now admittedly, the assets that you have to declare in those other jurisdictions was a much limited scope, whereas the scope in this legislation, as I said before, has no materiality to it, and it is everything. So that becomes a little bit more problematic. But I am concerned about confidentiality. And with those weaknesses, if I might call it that, I was hopeful perhaps that we would cast a smaller net in the initial phase develop over time the confidence in this new commission, demonstrate a willingness to pursue and aggressively enforce the legislation before we cast the net wider and wider. Because one of the potential problems right now is with the net cast as wide as it is are we going to get people who are willing to serve in these positions if they know, well, they will know, the declaration they have to make, and they have concerns around confidentiality, and their family has concerns and so on, are we going to end up shooting ourselves in the foot and finding that many of these SOEs and otherwise, we don't find great people who want to serve on it before because this is an impediment to serve? That concerns me. It also concerns me that with the net so wide, with 100% of the people involved in this, that do we have enough resources to really do a good job in the areas that we should do? Or maybe would it have been better to focus? And I could suggest to you, Mr. President, the focus on members of the other place, members here, members of cabinet, members in some other senior positions within influential departments of government, and full stop in day one, with a clear understanding that day 2 and day 3 are coming after we have. Would I have gone down that road, sir, if it was me? I suspect I would have. So, I'm not sure how much of my time I use, but as usual, I try to be as quickly and as efficiently as I can be in making my comments. I just want to focus in finally saying this. I remain curious. I am the second speaker today, Mr. President. I remain curious on this legislation to hear from my learned friends around this, in this chamber, about what their thoughts are, before I reach my own conclusion as to what might be the right thing to do with this piece of legislation at this point in time. Because it is absolutely clear to me that it is not perfect. It is absolutely clear to me that it is not even a great piece of legislation. But it might be good, or it might be good enough, or it might be good enough to start. But I remain curious. I am going to be listening with 2 ears, because that's what God gave me, and to hear what others have to say. And I will, at that point, when it comes to it, if it comes to it, try to make the best decision that I can in an independent fashion on behalf of the people. With those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Malado. Senator Robert Solo.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will be honest with you. After reading this legislation and taking the time to listen to some of the past sessions, both in this place and the other place, I was at a loss. I felt like there was so much consensus about the need for this kind of legislation that I should be able to walk in the room and wait my turn, and then when there is time to vote, voice my agreement. I thought this should be the easiest piece of legislation to pass. After all, I've heard many things about the need for a government with such a mandate to act with accordancy to provide transparency for the good of the people. And I agree. I've also heard about the need to counter the levels of mistrust which exist among Barbadians for the government in all aspects. And I agree. And yet, I felt myself compelled to speak based on 2 facts. The first, as previous speakers would have pointed out, this is indeed the second time this administration has brought such a bill to this chamber. And the second fact is that in generalities, everyone wants accountability, but no one wants to be held accountable. And hence, sir, I was compelled to examine the idea of integrity in public life in Barbados, as we are considered one of the few who do not have such kinds of legislation. Sir, when I was first appointed to this place, it came with a bit of mixed reactions from friends and family, those who would have seen me grow. On one hand, there were those who felt joy and pride. You know, you had the opportunity to start to live out the potential that they've seen in you, to give good service to the people of this country, to bring some form of representation, even though I am not elected. But within that came the stream of concerned shoulder pats. Those who said, you sure? Those who said the quiet murmurs of, you're a good girl, don't get mixed up in those kinds of things. And I could not understand for a while why. In all my excitement and jubilation, I could not understand why this strange reaction. Until I checked the flower bed of my mind. You see, sir, I am a child of both the rum shops and the churches in this country. I have spent many a weekend in both places. And two places in this country where you will hear both the minds and the hearts of Barbadians are indeed the rum shops and the churches. And so I examined the things that I had learned from those places, because it was there that I first came upon the notion that those in high office in this country are in some way, shape, or form corrupt. You know, you hear the general smatterings of them in the good. The only good one is a dead one. All the people in government do is spend taxpayer dollars. And on it goes, without pause, without concern for facts, with no evidence, and sometimes with anecdotal stories. Now, you know the stories of which I speak, sir. Shirley, Saka cousin Bob, next door neighbor Myrtle, grandmother Ernesta once told her a story. And that's a cultural conversation, sir. There is not just a thought. It has become a cultural inheritance in this country, passed down from mother to child, uncle to nephew, until it is hard to find someone who does not carry that position, even, as I said, with no evidence, with no conviction, with no personal context. So I found it an interesting dichotomy that I see that Senator Manulu also found. That we as a nation decry the concept of corruption. And yet, we as a nation also had some gathered like faithful disciples in the dead of night with placards and cheers to welcome home someone who, as far as I know, was the only person convicted and served time for corrupt actions related to his time in government. So it is an interesting conversation, sir. With reference to my colleague, Senator Manulu, I took a lot of your points. I understood your perspective. But as to your point as it relates to corruption in private life, I just want to direct you to the Prevention of Corruption Act, Clause 11, which does speak towards some of the points that you would have made. But I also take the point that more could be done. But I digress, sir. Even in the youth, and my colleagues may be able, and those who have joined us today may be able to attest to that, giving you future points. Many are convinced that every person holding high office in this country is pilfering the government purse. That everyone, politicians, senators on both sides, permanent secretaries to CEOs, anyone in a position of power, some of their perspective is that there's no such thing as someone who comes to serve. Everyone in day getting something, at least those who have spoken to. It has come so far that they will tell you, I fully expect you to be corrupt. And I'm just looking to figure out how I can get something for myself out of your corruption. And it begs the uncomfortable question, sir. Are some of us as Barbadians against corruption? Or are we against corruption that does not personally benefit ourselves? And so perhaps it is time for some self-reflection, to look at that mirror image so often lovingly talked about, and to perhaps tinker with the lens through which we see ourselves and those in high office who do not come from anywhere else but from amongst us. And so our youth can be considered by some to be negatively brainwashed, as I said, that there can be no positive in those who come to serve. And that is amplified by the careless megaphone of those who spread rumors and outright lies for their own purposes. Where we as a society for generations have perpetuated this idea, can we really wonder why it has come to the point where some of our youth, some with skill sets and knowledge and understanding and a willingness to serve, often choose not to be associated with the scarlet letter that is politics? But then, even in that analysis, is that really fair? Are we really fair in that statement? The adage is, where there is smoke, there must be fire. And as leader of government business pointed out, we have all lived through periods in this country where we could sit from a distance and see red flags waving as though it is Kadooment or a Barbados Labour Party event. And so, sir, can we really sit here and say that there is no person ever in the history of this country who has held high office, but in fact had low standards? We can't. If we are being honest with ourselves, we can only say there have been little to no convictions, and honestly, some may argue, little to no hope of convictions with the system as it stands. And the truth is, the system doesn't inspire faith. Where do you go to report a bribe? Most of us will answer the police. I would argue that most of my Y generation would argue I don't really have much faith in that particular branch of things. Others may argue the police are already overtaxed with crimes of a mortal nature. So, where do you make a complaint for a representative if you have evidence of their corruption? Where can you go to be assured that your political representative is being kept at least financially honest? I believe that you and I, through this conversation, have established that with or without evidence, we sometimes can be termed to have a culture of forget the facts, sprinkled in with the distrust of authority, oftentimes planted by grandparents who willingly tell you that a particular politician is corrupt, but give you no guidelines as how to see a good from a bad one, sir. And then, armed into that, are the harbingers of misinformation. After all, as leader of Senate government business would have pointed out, 2-3 weeks ago, we all knew we were going to have a short session. Up front, we knew we were going to take an NIS briefing. We knew why we were here. And yet, there were those who declared proudly with their whole chest to the public that there were other reasons why we weren't going to be here. And it shows you how little it takes to stab at the integrity of an institution, at your integrity. So the truth is, the idea of walking in faith in public life in this country no longer holds. And I'm sure the youth would tell you I am mystified by the idea that the truth is we have always had to take at face value that our leaders come with clean hands. We have always had to take at face value that what they have come into public life with, barring investments and so forth, they will leave public life having taken nothing that was not due to them legally and lawfully. And while that would have been the way of the world, the reality is we no longer have the benefit of the doubt. And as we are always reminded in this chamber, we are indeed a new republic. And henceforth, we must push ourselves along the road to maturity. And this legislation, at least in part, because no singular piece of legislation could possibly cover any and everything. At least in part, this legislation will answer a call long bellowed in quiet whisper in every rum shop and outside in the courtyard of every church, that there must be integrity in public life. It demands that those entering high office declare their assets for themselves, their spouses, and dependent children, as was previously voiced. Some have called it a high bar. Okay. Some advise that spouses and children have no intention of ever coming in here, so why should their documentation be in here? Figuratively. But as Senator Tate in a previous session pointed out, political families often bear the burden of the decisions that the political individual takes. The truth is, families always bear the burden of that which parents, decisions they take. And so, even though I understand the burden, I cannot say that Barbadians do not deserve to know that the bar is set high and that it is all-encompassing. But, as previously stated, the power doesn't just rest in political members' hands in the other place, or those in here. We have the power of what I like to call the yay or the nay. We have the power to say yes or no. In certain circumstances, we have the power to frustrate a government's agenda, a duly elected government's agenda. We hold the responsibility to the public by virtue of that power, the power to say yay or nay, to also be held account, to account, right? Those listed in the second schedule of the bill, part 1 and 2, those who have the power to direct the spending of the government purse and to make decisions on behalf of the government, that power too comes with responsibility. Whether elected or not, it comes with a responsibility to the Barbadian people. And we must accept that. So quickly, there are some questions that in my conversations I heard. And I wanted to try to go through the legislation and address them in as much specificity as I could. Real short questions. How can the public have some assurance that those that come to public office or high office in this country come with clean hands? As everyone has previously stated, the bill creates the watcher in the body of the Integrity Commission. It is in this case the eyes, ears, and nose of the Barbadian people to keep record, to examine and investigate the declarations. Because we must make a full accounting of our income, assets, and liabilities. It is not just a cliche. If you want to understand the true interest of any individual, you have to follow the money. The money coming in and the money coming out. And I've heard the falsettos of those hell-bent on declaring this merely a show. But anyone who reads the actual bill, anyone who understands that there must be process, procedure, and repercussions, understands that it provides real repercussions. Clause 17(1), for any person who fails to file a declaration or to comply with the direction is subject to the repercussion of $50,000 upon conviction. Now, I don't know about the rest of the members, but that would severely hinder my quality of life. And I would avoid it. I did declare for me. And hence, you are assured that any individual coming into public life must declare their hand, to use a parlance, must tell you exactly what their situation is, so that the public can be assured of what I come in with and what I leave with. The next question is, how can the public be assured that this legislation allows for proper investigation of those in high office? How can they feel assured that if they make a real complaint with evidence, it will now be investigated? Reasonable question. The Commission in 4(1)(b) is given leave to request any information and to conduct investigations and inquiries necessary to verify or determine the accuracy of the declaration. As it relates to investigation, Clause 10 creates investigative officers. Clause 31 speaks to the powers of the Commission to investigate and inquire. 32, the powers to conduct inquiries. 33, Commission's power to summon and examine witnesses. 41, the powers to arrest. 42, disclosure orders. 43, search and seizures. I think you get my point. These sections go wide in allowing the investigator the power to act as is necessary. In fact, the investigator and commission have the power of a judge of the Supreme Court to compel any person to provide information or summon any person to appear before the inquiry and provide documents or testimony regarding an investigation or inquiry. Further, they are given leave to request and other agencies compelled by the legislation to offer assistance in the pursuit of their inquiries or investigations. Further, I want to also come upon a point that was made. Because this bill also places a duty on those who know to speak. By virtue of their employment, such as a public officer, a managing director, an employee, it calls on those who know to report. If you know and have evidence, you are required to put your skin in the game for your country and report. And those who do not are indeed guilty of an offense, and there are consequences for such. For too long, we've settled into the idea that getting involved in all of that. I'm going to do what I'm going to do. But we've gone so far as a government to put forward whistleblower legislation. We continue to add layer upon layer of allowances for you if you are in the dark and you do not want to come forward, or you're unsure. There is legislation that lays out for you. We continue to put legislation on the deck to bring about the transparency we are so often accused of not having, sir. So I want to compel anyone with real evidence, and I say real evidence because we all know that there are sometimes spiteful people who will say, well, who will use the power of PowerPoint and Adobe and Word to bring about beautiful pieces of documents that have no basis in facts. And so for those who make false accusations, Section 30 is ever there, with a fine between $50,000 and $100,000 in those circumstances. And finally, how will the public know? This legislation allows for those in high office to submit my information. In fact, before that, I want to address some of what Senator Manalu says because I understand some of the feeling as it relates to my information being out in the streets, so to speak. Sir, there won't be much information on the form for me. That is the reality. However, it requires that all employees of the commission hold all information confidential and holds penalties of up to $100,000 and 2 years imprisonment for breaking that, as well as it requires employees within the 5th schedule to sign explicitly to their understanding. The 5th schedule holds an oath of office and an oath of secrecy. However, we cannot have situations that many of us see in Barbados. You know, when you hear a juicy story that comes before the law courts, you are so engrossed in it when it comes across your newspaper, and then it disappears into the midst of the legal framework. Well, the lawyers might have better information than I, but never to be seen again sometimes, or only to be seen again as a reference years later. The actual legislation at 16.1 says in cases where officials have failed to comply with the bill, the commission must publish any failure to file a declaration or to comply in the official gazette. Some may argue, few read the official gazette. It also requires it to be published in the daily newspaper and to report the matter to the necessary commission and the Director of Public Prosecutions. And while investigations will be confidential because we cannot mire a name until we have gone through the appropriate process and procedure, and it is provided, sir, there is a procedure for quite a lot within the legislation, if you take the time to read it. It does require that after an investigation or an inquiry, the document is laid with the relevant commission, depending on the particular status of the individual, whether that be the president, whether that be the commission, whether that be the Director of Public Prosecution. And so, at least in that way, Barbadians are assured that they can have at least another red flag as to whether or not they're dealing with a bad actor in high office. And so to bring this to a close, sir, I want to ask for the support of this legislation. I want to ask on behalf of those within the youth, and I cast the net wildly again, those who may want to step into service. Because while this legislation absolutely will not remove years and years of cultural inheritance about the integrity of public officers, it is a step towards where we need to be. And if we do not start stepping, we will go nowhere. And so for those who want to eventually be a part of service and hold high office in this land, I urge support. I want to offer it as a sacrifice on the altar of making the steps to rebuild the faith with Barbadians. Sir, finally, it is my fervent hope that today, by passing this bill, members of this chamber add our voices and put to rest the idea, because it can no longer be a matter of everyone wants accountability, but no one wants to be held accountable. Sir, there's a song that calls to my heart a little. As I said, I am indeed a child of the church. It goes, "Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me." And so, sir, I ask that we let there be accountability in high office in this land, and let it begin with us, those of us with the power of the yea and the nay. Let it begin with us. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts-Holder. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all. That was certainly a riveting presentation that was quite enjoyable. Mr. President, this is a piece of legislation that really has caused me some difficulty. Let me start by saying I'm a political scientist, as people may know, although they like to say, call him moderator. That's not really what I am doing most days, is political science. And I have long said that we need integrity legislation. We need integrity legislation. We need to deal with issues such as corruption in the country, undeniable. And I will not backtrack from that. We do need such legislation. We also need to change the culture in our country, which is very accepting of a lot of things that in other places would be classified as corruption, but we just see that as the way things are done. So I want to put that out there front and center before I go some other places. And this is why I have been struggling with this, because I asked myself, is it better to have integrity legislation that you don't agree with, or you would like to see changes in, or no legislation? And I have to ask this question because as yet I am to be convinced that proposals for amendments will be taken seriously by those of us who have the ability to influence policy and have picked a side and want to stay on it in the Senate. So what that means is we may want this legislation, but we may want to see some things in the legislation. And when we get to a particular place in the proceedings of today, and persons may ask questions and may seek, and some have already sought, as Senator Malalou has, to provide suggestions about how to make this legislation better before it goes to a vote and is either passed or failed, and then if it is failed, you hear that certain people fail it and all sorts of things. Is there a seriousness about amending so that we can have the legislation? Or is it, we gotta finish this today? And I ask this question because this is important to people, as the leader of government business, Senator Cummins, made abundantly clear, and as I think is undeniable. I hope that because of this, we are willing, and when I say we, I mean those of us in this honorable chamber and in other places, to consider proposals for amendments so that we can have the legislation, rather than stating no, we're not going to have that amendment, take it as it is, vote, pass, fail. I would hope that that would not be the situation. But anyway, Mr. President, I don't want to go on to that too long, but I have to voice it as, this is why I had difficulty sleeping. Because I want integrity legislation, but how am I going to vote on integrity legislation that I am uncomfortable with certain elements of? Do I just have to say, let's choose the least worst option, the least bad option, so that we can have integrity legislation, and we would no longer have the reputation of being a country that does not have such legislation, even while we are a country that scores well on many measures, including Transparency International's perceptions of corruption, that index that they have. We are the top country in the Caribbean and have been since 2010, despite a lost decade. Every single year, Barbados has been the top ranking country from 2010 to 2022, the #1 in the region, even in the absence of this legislation, which is not to say that we don't need the legislation, but it is to say that warts and all of the failings, etc., of administrations past, the perceptions of corruption in this country have been better than all the rest of the countries in the region, all, including the ones with the integrity legislation. We can get back to that in a little while, because I have been moved by some of what I've heard today, and I'm not following what I have written here in precise order, so I really have to tame myself a little bit. I wanted to start by noting Professor Cynthia Barra-Giles in her book, I have it with me, on National Integrity System, the National Integrity System and Governance in the Commonwealth Caribbean, in which she focuses heavily on Barbados. She notes that integrity in public life legislation is but one means of achieving accountability. She notes that it is an important one, but it is one among others. And we've heard from Senator Cummins that there are other pieces of legislation that we are happy to have that contribute to dealing with corruption, integrity, transparency, and the like in Barbados. I don't necessarily need to repeat all of them, as she did so she laid them out quite well. But I do want to add something though, because it is important for us to make sure that we are accurate in presenting certain things. So for instance, the UN Convention Against Corruption, it was signed by Barbados, the government of Barbados, the administration signed it in 2003, but it has never been ratified. So this idea, it ain't ratified even now. So Barbados is not really under any particular obligation, having not ratified it. It has signed and ratified, however, the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption. This was ratified in April 2018, not May, April. So all of this to say that if it is that we want to say to have correct information in the public domain, let us ensure that we are having correct information in the public domain about certain things, right? So Barbados wanted to have integrity legislation, moving towards having it is all laudable. It does live up to international expectations, but in the case of the UN Convention, Barbados is not under any requirement, as far as I'm aware, but the rest in here could tell me because there are attorneys here, to that one. But the other one, the Inter-American Convention, yes, ratified in 2018. But let me get back to the main point that I was trying to make. So we are expected to, and we are moving in the direction of dealing with corruption. And Barbados is a place of dualities, I say. I read a lot, and there's a book I've been reading. It's this one. If I had to bring everything I'm reading in here, I have to bring a whole library. This is by Hilborn Watson. He's a Bajan. It's called Errol Walton Barrow and the Post-War Transformation of Barbados, the Late Colonial Period. It is very interesting because one of the things that Hilborn Watson points out for Barbados is something that I have read about the entire region, these dualities, the duality between maintaining capitalism but putting socialist measures in place, being revolutionary while being conservative, being anti-colonial while supporting colonial mindsets, institutions, and all sorts of things. Being beacons of democracy, this Caribbean is seen as relatively stable, particularly if we're speaking about the Commonwealth Caribbean. Beacons of democracies with significant authoritarian tendencies. This is Hilborn Watson, and there are others that support these framings of governance in the region, myself included, but I won't talk about myself. I can name some others. David Hines, 2008, Dr. Wendy Grenade, I mentioned Professor Barra Giles, and we can go before this. This is not something, these are people that have been writing in the 21st century, in the 60s, 70s, 80s. We can look at Patrick Emanuel, Carl Stone. This is a consistent line throughout our analyses of governance in the region. And I mention these dualities because these dualities can be connected to how we are grappling with corruption. Because we operate in a place where we are stable democracies, we look good in a way to the world. But when you look inside, there are a lot of these funny tensions. Dirk Harrison, he has written for the Commonwealth, another book, Combating Corruption in the Commonwealth Caribbean. He has written about Barbados. Barbados is a case study in combating corruption. And he notes as well, Barbados has over a decade, this is a 2022 publication, of ranking #1, that is the least corrupt country in the Caribbean, by Transparency International's Perception of Corruption Index. Some people clap for that. I have some issues with TI's approach to measuring this because it is a perception index. Perceptions are useful for some things. It deals with a lot of experts. As someone who has even been one of the persons called on to participate as an expert, I've had some problems with the questions. And the framings, the assumptions embedded in these are certainly Northern or Western centric and invariably are going to lead us to a certain type of ranking. Invariably. That said, since this is the measure that people like to use and that Harrison has used, he notes this. And one of the interesting things that he notes is exactly what we mentioned. Barbados doesn't have this legislation, integrity legislation. Other places do. It ranks above. Why is this? This is the question he asks. And he comes up with the view that it is because of the culture in Barbados. That culture and tradition mean that, and we've heard this about Barbadians, they're relatively orderly people, they believe in moral conduct. He also noted the fact that there's a level of nationalism and a reluctance he experienced of people to speak to him as this outsider asking about corruption. And he raised the question in there, is it that we rank so well on these perceptions of corruption because there is less corruption? Well, he doesn't phrase it in this way. But what he gets at is it that there is a level of nationalism among Bajans, a level of national pride, where we could cuss one another home. But when people come, we are not going to walk around and say, they got bare corruption over here. So he speaks about this level of silence on page 57 that he says is not about ignorance, but it's about a lack of willingness to speak due to this same culture. So this kind of duality again. And this is not to speak, because we could talk about speaking, people talk. But when it comes to these kinds of things, where somebody is saying, oh, I am from the Commonwealth and I'm writing something on corruption in Barbados and it's going to be published and wherever, this is also like how when you hear people say, well, how y'all could say that if the tourists find out, the people that want to come to Barbados find out they're not going to want to come here, if they find out that they have too much crime and thing. Yeah, that kind of, I don't want to say mentality, but I can't think of another word, approach, that kind of approach. As I mentioned, there are issues with Transparency International's measures, and I don't agree with those ones, the perceptions of corruption, but they have another measure which I think is a lot better, and that they use to cross-reference with this index. And this is the Global Corruption Barometer. And what the Global Corruption Barometer measures is people's actual experiences with corruption. How often have you paid a bribe? Received one? Do you know someone who has experienced something or the other? I think this is a better way to measure, and what I think is, to their credit, whatever criticisms they have, is laudable, is that they can cross-check one against the other to say, how is it that countries are doing from the expert perspective and from other people that we have surveyed? And they surveyed over 800 people in Barbados in 2019. And Barbados still does quite well. So that you can clap for. Only 9% of the persons surveyed said that they have had to pay a bribe. That's quite low. Had to pay a bribe. But again, this comes to me with, there are some views about what is corruption in other places that I don't think they do not align with what is actually corruption in Barbados. That can be viewed as corruption in Barbados and the Caribbean. Let's put it this way. I have not paid a bribe, but my child just did common entrance. I'm not happy with the school that they were allocated, because we don't say pass for anymore. It might be that foolish me fill out the form bad, right? And my child got some mark that I believe merits them a place at another school. But I did not understand the whole zoning thing, and I filled out the form badly. I can find out who I know that is on the board of school X and confuse the person. I'm not paying any money. I'm not paying any money. I can try and sort you out, they say. I can try and sort you out. You may have to wait a little bit, but I can try to sort you out. That's not going to be captured in here with the questions that are being asked. They don't want anything from me. They don't want anything from me. And as far as I'm concerned, that's not corruption. That's just a little, as far as many people are concerned, not I, Christina, who are involved in these kinds of interactions. This is not corruption. This is like getting put up in the line. It's exactly a little favor. That's not paying a bribe, but it is a kind of transactional behavior that perhaps should be captured there. Anyhow, I digress once again. But what stood out to me in this report, there's something that they call sexploitation. I don't know if people have heard of that. And again, it's not going to be addressed in integrity legislation. You could declare all of your assets, your children, your husband, your stepchildren, everybody, and sexploitation is not going to be addressed in there. What is that? It is when people are trying to get access to particular services, they may have to do certain types of favors to get through. And what the report indicates is that this is the one area that is a kind of red flag for Barbados, with 30% of the persons who were surveyed indicating that they have either experienced or they know someone who has experienced this in attempts to access public services. This is something that I think, if we are being serious about corruption, that we have to look at. I know it is not directly related to this legislation, but what I'm saying is that we can legislate a lot of things, but unless we know the nature of the problem, some of the important parts of the problem that we're dealing with, we're not going to be able to address these problems adequately. And this problem, predominantly as you would expect, affects women who are in vulnerable positions and require certain things, and are therefore willing to do what they need to do to get access to whatever. No bribe was paid in cash that we can trace. And furthermore, if questioned, we would hear that this is some like relationship between man and woman and all kind of thing. Difficult to pin down, but people have reported this. Next, I want to go to another area. We're talking about integrity in public life. And we know that this legislation is also addressing persons who work in the public sector, permanent secretaries, as mentioned, also heads of department, of which there are many. Some may not necessarily have financial responsibilities, but they're included in there all the same. But if we're talking about those who the public is really focused when talking about integrity legislation, about the people elected. We know that it is important to go beyond this if we are seriously talking about integrity in public life. But a lot of people are thinking about the people that they elect. And maybe a little bit about people in the Senate, but primarily about those who they elect. And what about how people get to be elected if we're talking about integrity in public life? When does integrity start? When you get the seat. Because it's then that you have to do the declaration. So before then, you could be accumulating, amassing, doing all kind of business. Perhaps, to help you get said seat. But if there's no regulation of some of the activities involved in elections, related to political parties, related to campaign financing, we may be catching the problem or seeking to catch a problem after it has already gone through the editors or finished or whatever. I don't know how to appropriately speak about it. We may be capturing a problem after the fact. So we can't deal with it because the kind of behavior that we wanted to capture has already been completed. Back to the same book by Professor Baragels. She speaks about this, about our lack of legislation on campaign financing. And indeed, if we read those who write about governance in the region, they will say that this is a large elephant in the room in every Caribbean state. We do not want to deal with election financing, and I'm not talking about the fact that we know that candidates are supposed to declare that they can spend X amount per constituent. I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about political parties. Who are the people who are funding political parties outside of election periods, first of all? And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, when we are in the heat of the election, who are the persons that are funding? Because if you want to know, do some kind of comparison between what people have before and after, this may need to be connected now, if we're following the breadcrumbs or a trail or something, to what happened during the election. What happened during an election. And until we are bold enough, as we are so bold to have this legislation, until we are bold enough to show the full hand, not just the individual, I can disclose everything that I have, including rally tires. If we are bold enough to show what is happening inside the political parties, the same people who are saying that we need this integrity and it is important, and even voluntarily I will declare my hand. Declare it for the political parties then. Let us know where the money is coming from. Let us know if it is that when people ask questions, this suspicion, this lack of trust that people ask about, how come this body can keep getting these contracts all the time, and they look back and they see some funding things inside of a political party that they're not being called mischievous. Let us go that route if we want to deal with corruption in general, if we want to deal with integrity. Because are we operating with integrity if we only start after you win that seat? Are we operating with integrity? I don't know. I hope that this legislation is not legislation that is being put out there to signal virtue. We have this legislation, so now we are not just number one on this index, but we have the things that you're supposed to tick the box and say that you have. I hope that it is not there to signal virtue, because when I look at other integrity commissions, this legislation establishes an integrity commission. When I look at other integrity commissions in this region, I feel for these people. I really do. I have been reading the newspapers, Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister is not pleased with how information about what he may have omitted to file is being used politically, he is saying, to bring him into disrepute. And by extension, so not just dealing with the opposition, now PM, in this case, is also kind of sideways attacking the Integrity Commission. In Jamaica, the Integrity Commission is, I had to take this one, I had to open this one because it had me a little like chuckling the truth. I hope I still have it here. if I may, Mr. President. And this is from the Gleaner, the 8th of June, 2023. And what I read in this report was that Justice Minister Delroy Chuck, he declared that there is no integrity in the Integrity Commission. And furthermore, that elected members have no confidence in the Integrity Commission. So I hope that we're not creating things to say that we have them, and then in the political back and forth and bacchanal and all the rest of it, we are not then bringing the same institutions that are supposed to be so useful into disrepute for whatever reason, because we might not have filed something properly or whatever. I don't want to speculate as to what the reasons may or may not be. This is a problem though. Back again to Trinidad. This year, 2023, Trinidad's Integrity Commission cleared a backlog of not 30, 3,000. I wrote it down. 3,000, I believe it is. Disclosures. So are we going to staff the Integrity Commission adequately so that they can deal with the disclosures and the disclosures are serving the purpose that they're meant to serve? I have read Auditor General's reports in Barbados, complaints about staffing, about resources, about the skills, etc. needed to conduct the role of this institution appropriately. Again, this is important for dealing with corruption. But what is happening to assist that office with all of the challenges that they face? And we are creating another institution. We are creating another one. I heard Senator Roberts Odell ask a question about where it is that persons can go if they need to report some kind of corruption. There are places that you can go already. The Whistleblowers Act has a whole list of disclosure authorities, a long list of them. In addition to which, the Prevention of Corruption Act. Is that the one? Exactly, we have this, and we have the creation of an anti-corruption and anti-terrorism agency. The director is Darwin Dottin. So it exists. So there are already places that you can go to report, a lot of places that you can go. And whistleblowers in Barbados, by the legislation, this 2021 legislation, are supposed to be protected. So people can already go. So I see the Integrity Commission and these disclosures as adding an additional layer, but I want to also know about the connections between these, because we already have an agency that is supposed to deal with corruption, as I just said, headed by Darwin Dottin. So what's the relationship? And this, I don't know if this necessarily needs to be in the legislation, but it needs to be explained. The relationship between the Integrity Commission and the investigations that can go on, and these significant powers that the investigators will have by this legislation. What's the relationship between this and this existing body? I want to go now to other elements of the legislation. I hope I'm not out of time. The bill specifically. Senator Malalu spoke about gifts. I have a concern about the treatment of gifts as well. I went to the model Commonwealth legislation. Where is it? This one here. Commonwealth, the Model Act on Integrity in Public Life by the Commonwealth, in which 18 Caribbean countries were involved in helping to draft. And I much prefer their treatment of gifts. First of all, I don't think that gifts is even defined, so I don't know what's a gift. If you tell me that to come with you on your yacht, and we're just going for a little trip, that's just a little trip, that's a gift. I'm not certain. But we have other things that should guide persons as well in terms of the code of conduct, so maybe that is okay. If you know how you're supposed to behave, then perhaps some kinds of relationships, the receipt of certain things becomes clearer. So that may be fine, but I think it might be beneficial to define gifts in this legislation, because there are people that are going to say, I don't know that that's a gift. What we have in this model legislation is actually the refusal of gifts. I much prefer this, because in saying that people can't accept gifts and then they have to report them, you can accept a gift up to $2,499.59, or 99 cents, right? That is not or let me say 49 cents, because if you get over 50 cents, you might round up like Senator Drake did last time. So let me say I'm 49 cents. And you don't have to say anything about that. It could be one of the handbags. I didn't even know that handbags cost so much money, but it could be one of the handbags. It could be car tires. Who knows what it is? You can accept this gift. I much prefer saving people from themselves by telling them to refuse gifts. That's what this says. A senior public official must refuse to accept a personal gift or hospitality, which might place him or her under an improper obligation or might reasonably appear to do so. And it goes on. I know that we have looked at, I'm told that we've looked at other legislation in the region that is supposed to be good, but I think that this sort of approach is preferable. What is an official gift as well? I think some of these things may need to be defined so that we don't put people in positions where they are unclear, there is a gray area, then they have to go and hand over this gift to the Minister of Finance, and when it is handed over to the Ministry of Finance, what happens to the gift? It's handed over, what happens to the gift? So if my gift is one of these gold chains that's breaking off my neck, when I hand that over to the minister, what happens? I don't know, I'm not clear on that. But I think this is a cleaner way to handle gifts, and it is one of the proposals from the Commonwealth of which Barbados is a member and in which Barbados was involved in helping to come up with this model act on integrity in public life. To the legislation again. And this takes me back to the Whistleblower Act. I want to know about the connection between the Integrity Commission and the Whistleblower Act, which talks about disclosure receiving authorities. So I am going to have to assume that this Integrity Commission becomes a disclosure receiving authority. And in this case, what the disclosure is not the disclosure by us, the public officials, etc. It is disclosures of whistleblowers, people coming forward to say such and such happened. The Integrity Commission is able to receive such. And that means that, if my understanding is correct, that by order, there needs to be some additional, some amendment to the list of disclosure agencies to include this Integrity Commission, which I think should be relatively straightforward, but I just want to be clear that such is going to occur so that the two things are complementary. The next that I have is Clause 8. And this is about annual reports of the Integrity Commission. These are supposed to be provided to the Prime Minister, and thereafter they go to Parliament, and I want to know why they have to go to the Prime Minister. In particular, as an example that I had given previously, where we see that individual in another place calling into question said commission. Perhaps there's a better place for the reports to go before going forward to Parliament. And then there's a duty to report in Clause 26 that Senator Roberts-Odell quite likes. And I'm not sure if I like it as much. Although I think that people do have a duty, should have a duty to report, I think that this is a difficult decision to make. My colleague, Professor Fillmore Allen, has written a lot about whistleblowing and has written about how difficult it is for people to be whistleblowers. Not just difficult in terms of staying up and deciding, am I going to do this? Should I do this? What are the consequences going to be? But also, after they have done this, some of the things that they face, despite countries having legislation that are supposed to protect, pieces of legislation that are supposed to protect whistleblowers, it is extremely difficult for the whistleblowers to, after they have blown said whistle. So then to compel persons who are perhaps in this public sector to report and to then place penalties on them, I don't necessarily think this is the best approach. I think there may be a better approach, which would be to encourage. These codes of conduct, etc., are meant to encourage and not to punish people who may be nervous about this, who may not understand that they're going to be protected, who may not have faith in the view that they're going to be protected despite the legislation. They may not have faith that they're going to be protected, and they tell themselves, I gotta go back into work tomorrow. People get nervous and afraid about this. And even if it is for the greater good, it can come at high personal cost. So I understand the rationale behind this, but I don't like that notion. Okay, I have to wrap up. I've already made the point that I wanted to make in general about resources for the Integrity Commission, so I don't have to go over that again. But I want to ask in closing, Mr. President, how do we guard against just sending signals about our virtue to the rest of the world, and perhaps even to those in Barbados, and truly address practices that show the thinness of integrity in public life, the thinness of our approach to dealing with corruption? How do we do this? We have, I mentioned the whistleblower legislation, and there is supposed to be a disclosure monitoring authority. I want to know about the status of this disclosure monitoring authority and what it is doing to give us this feeling that the things that we are putting in place are actually being implemented and they're working. What are we going to do? Besides putting legislation on the books, what are we going to do to truly, squarely address the issues of corruption that exist in Barbados? And I want to say, although corruption is a serious issue in Barbados, I don't think it is the issue in Barbados. Because a lot of what people suspect to be corruption, a lot of the times I think it is poor management, poor record keeping, carelessness, and then we think there's something in there. But especially looking at the Auditor General's reports, we know that a lot of this is just, it's not necessarily that somebody was stealing something, it's just that they didn't write it down. They didn't keep a record, so when you go back and ask them, they can't tell you. Mr. President, how are we gonna deal with these things? I hope that we find ways to go beyond the forms, to go beyond the regulations, to go even beyond law, to truly address what is the heart of, as Senator Malalu said, the problem. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Hayes. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move the suspension of the Honorable Chamber for lunch to reconvene at 5 minutes before 3 p.m. 2:50 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 2:55 p.m. today. All the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The next ayes have it. This sitting is suspended until 2:55 p.m. today. The sitting is resumed. Senator Dr. Brathwaite.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me, and good afternoon to my fellow senators. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important piece of legislation that has been brought to this honorable chamber. And I rise in support of the legislation in principle, because I am convinced that the efficient and transparent management of public funds is an essential ingredient for the economic growth and social progress of our nation. I also believe and hope that this legislation is the first and the beginning of a suite of legislation that will come to us to help to support the commitment to transparency and accountability that has been defined by this government as one of the pillars of its work. I hope that following this legislation, we will see the arrival of campaign finance reform and the freedom of access to information, which are significant pillars of democracy and significant pillars of accountability. Mr. President, one of the most admired small, successful states in the world today is a country called Singapore, which, like Barbados, was a poor, small, developing country in the 1950s, but which today has become one of the most successful countries in the world, in spite of its small size. We here, Barbados we have often been told that we should emulate Singapore. The Singapore model has been proposed as a model of development, as a basis for economic and social progress. Mr. President, many have sought to examine the model in order to identify the success factors that has contributed to the tremendous progress that this country has made. And I would like to refer to work done recently by Dr. Kishore Mahbubani, one of Asia's most respected development practitioners, a scholar, and a former dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy and International Affairs in Singapore. And he summarized the success of Singapore in 3 letters: M, P, and H. M for meritocracy, or the choice of the best people for the job based on their experience and track record. P for pragmatism, which implies choosing the best policies regardless of political persuasion. And H for honesty. Honesty, even when your own people do wrong, you must hold them accountable. Honesty implies a lack of corruption in public affairs. Mr. President, these values are important for development as there are many studies which indicate that corruption in the use of public funds limits development of a nation. The evidence is clear from all over the world. This is nothing new. And sir, we should not live in a country where it has been expressed by a famous Caribbean politician, where politics has its own morality. We do not wish for politics in Barbados to have its own morality. Mr. President, morality and honesty are absolute values. Either you're honest or you're dishonest. Either you're morally sound or you are immoral. It is my view that this legislation will help us to pursue a model of development similar to that in Singapore and set us on a path to achieve the goals that have been set out by the Barbados Labour Party in its manifesto. That is, to bring to the Parliament integrity legislation to require that politicians and key public officials declare their assets, to provide stiff penalties for those who try to bribe politicians, and to stamp out corruption. These are noble goals and things that we should fight for. Mr. President, I have said before in this honorable chamber that the passage of legislation is but the first step in the path to achieve our goals. What is critically important is the implementation of the legislation. And we seem, Mr. President, with all due respect, to have an implementation deficit when it comes to dealing with the law. Not so long ago, I raised in this chamber the lack of implementation of the recommendations of the report of the Auditor General. And I was reminded that my remarks were not relevant. I made the point that the report presented clear evidence of misuse of public funds, but action to bring justice to those involved in such misuse was lacking. We continue to live in a system where audited financial statements and timely annual reports are not provided by public entities such as the National Insurance System, as required by the Public Finance and Management Act of 2019. This is legislation, Mr. President, but it is not followed. It is not implemented. We have an implementation deficit. Good legislation, good laws, proposals, documents, 65 pages long, with all the elements that are necessary for good governance, but no implementation. Nobody being held accountable. I remember, Mr. President, that I raised the question at that time of $3.9 million being paid to 34 dead people. And if that money was paid by check, there are no banks in heaven or in hell, and therefore the checks were cashed here in Barbados. Mr. President, the fundamental question for this honorable chamber is therefore, if we do not have the moral, the intestinal, and the institutional capacity to follow up on the report of the Auditor General, are we going to follow up on the reports of the Integrity Commission? This is a question that, as I read the bill, haunted me. Is it that I will go today, as I have said earlier in this document, and agree to this bill, as I think is fundamental, and then nothing will happen? Do we put the bill on the table and maybe have it approved just for public consumption? Or are we serious about making our country a more transparent and accountable place where those who misuse public funds are brought to justice? Are we going to implement that? Is the Auditor General report relevant? Do we take it every year, push it under the carpet and forget about it? And then we bring new legislation about integrity in public life? Failure to act, in my opinion, on such important aspects of our development will eventually undermine the image of Barbados as a place of competence, as a place of good leadership, as a place of transparency, and as a place of accountability. In 2014, Mr. President, I had the honor and the privilege to represent my country in the People's Republic of China. And I was there from 2014 to 2017 for 4 years. And during that 4-year period, one of the things that I sought to do was to bring to the attention of the Chinese people and the Chinese Republic that Barbados is a place of competence. Barbados is a place of performance. Barbados is a successful small island developing state. And Barbados is a place that you should incorporate into your considerations for development. In seeking to do so, I was playing my part to put on the table my country as the best country in the world. Competent, professional, high human development index, commitment to the environment. That image can only be sustained if there's accountability in the management of public funds. And we can't have a situation where we do not have audited financial reports for our national insurance system for 10 years and tell ourselves that we're doing well. It doesn't add up. So if I'm an ambassador and I said, this is my country, competent, efficient, high human development index, we are making a difference in the 21st century. We are going places. And then on the flip side, the Auditor General say we are incompetent. Then we have a problem. And unless and until, Mr. President, we are prepared to take appropriate action to root out corruption and the misuse of public funds, you cannot sustain that image. Mr. President, legislation of this type must not be symbolic. Its implementation must result in real actions with repercussions for those who misuse public funds, knowing that the misuse of public funds is a crime. I can identify with this, Mr. Chairman, because in 2001, when I was elected Director General of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, I had to declare my assets. ICA was an institution managing $200 million per year of public funds from 34 member states. 1,000 employees, $200 million a year. And as CEO of the company, I had to declare my assets. I had to declare to all 34 member states, represented by the ministers, what my assets were. And that declaration was a declaration that was made on the understanding that should I be found to be in conflict with any of the rules of the Institute, especially in the area of procurement, appropriate action would have been taken. And the appropriate action would be that you would lose your job. Fortunately for me, I ran the Institute for 8 years. And at no time did the governments have to go back to pull out the declaration that I made to find out whether I had a conflict of interest. So I stand before you today, Mr. President, with a history of commitment to transparency and accountability. And I believe in the concept because you cannot have people milking the government and then the government looking for money to help the poor. It's not fair. It's not just. It is not sustainable. I believe, Mr. President, I lived in a country some years ago where the nationals of that country can contribute in cash or in kind to any political party without restrictions, and the political parties must publish the list of contributions to their political campaigns, and audited financial statements of the parties are published. In fact, there is a high official in that same country today that is under investigation for not disclosing receipt of monies into a political campaign. He's currently being investigated. Lack of disclosure is considered a criminal act. I hope that one day our country can follow the example of Costa Rica and have political parties declare their assets and their contributions. I believe that honesty in public affairs is an essential requirement for social and economic progress. These values are also important for the education of our children. Because, Mr. President, if these values are not important, what legacy do we leave for our children? We cannot leave for our children a legacy of governance of a country where corruption and injustice are the norm. We must leave for them a legacy of hope, a legacy of honesty, a legacy of transparency, and respect for the rule of law. It is our solemn responsibility, in my view, to support this legislation, but not only to support the passage of the legislation, but to support the implementation of the legislation. Mr. President, in conclusion, when we go to heaven, we expect to have our politicians there with us. We do not expect that we will be in heaven and the politicians will be in another place. Mr. President, let me conclude by quoting an old hymn written by James Black way back in 1893, which says, "When the trumpet of the Lord shall sound, and time shall be no more, and the roll is called up yonder, let us all be there." I hope that all Barbadians of all races, persuasions, beliefs, whatever, will be there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Braffett. Senator Dr. Monroe-Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the range of contributions that we've had on this debate, suggests to me a couple of things. We've always had in this chamber very thoughtful and considered contributions on the work that is before us. But I sense within the context of the contributions today that there is a search, there is a deeper concern that moves beyond just a consideration of the I's and the T's and dotting the full stops, and dotting the I's, Mr. President, in relation to the legislation. But there is a fundamental call to address what some have called the real issue that is behind the legislation. So that for me, the discussion should not necessarily be framed within the context of corruption, so to speak, but perhaps the broader frame of governance, of which transparency and accountability becomes key indicators and corruption a measurement. So that when we talk about governance and how governance plays out within small economies and small states, there are particular concerns, there are particular challenges and contexts that must go along with those considerations. We talked a lot about campaign financing and the current beef and biscuit politics and perhaps the more sophisticated nature of that transactional relationship. But if we look back at that notion of governance and how it has developed, again, within small states, it cannot be divorced from the political economy of Barbados and the region. The corned beef and biscuit politics came about in an era where you had a population that was disenfranchised and therefore leveraged their power through their vote in order to be able to get what they perceived they needed from a political system. That we hold and we say is transactional, it is corruption. But perhaps in the context of our deeper search for what it is that we are trying to address, that we look at the issue of empowerment and enfranchisement. Because an enfranchised polity, an enfranchised society, is one in which people then are able to use their own agency and voice without necessarily having to rely on largesse and a political system. And that is important because it means then that we ought to be careful when we talk about this legislation that is before us, that we do not believe or give the impression that the legislation is imperfect because it does not contain consideration of every single fundamental underlying issue that is at play when we talk about governance and corruption, because it cannot. It cannot. It simply cannot. And even as a leader of government business, identified as well all of the other pieces of legislation that the government has put forward, I would suggest, Mr. President, that again, as was indicated, I think by Senator Dr. Hines, when she quoted Dr. Barjal's and her book, and when she noted that integrity legislation is but one plank, legislation as a whole, when we're talking about governance and corruption, is but one plank. It's but one plank. So that the legislation before us must be taken as a part of an ecosystem. It's part of an ecosystem, Mr. President, that then has to be built, that then has then, Mr. President, to be given legs by other policies, as we've also agreed. And therefore, the imperfections within this particular legislation as some would suggest, is perhaps somewhat misplaced if we think that this legislation will allow us to be able to address every circumstance. I'll make four points, Mr. President. One, we talk about the notion of what fundamentally this legislation is attempting, as I said before, to address, and how that legislation needs to be framed. And I say, Mr. President, that one, perfection, some say, or the pursuit of perfection, sometimes stymies progress. Because we would want to suggest that unless everything is lined up, unless we see everything as we perceive it should be, then therefore it is flawed, it is imperfect, and perhaps not worthy. And I would suggest, Mr. President, that if we start from there, then we start from a premise that will always be impossible to meet. Because I am not sure that any of us have met a perfect piece of legislation that addresses everything within the first instance that it needs to. I would suggest that one of the greatest criticisms that we faced on this side is that time and time again we bring a number of amendments. And I always say that that is a good thing because it shows that this government is not afraid when contextually things have changed within the environment and we need to be able to bring back to the table amendments and legislation in order to be able to update. And we are constantly told that that is a flaw. And I constantly say, and will reiterate, that is a good thing. And I say that is that we have legislation that is a foundation that allows us to be able to start, Mr. President, that allows us to be able to see the process come to fruition. And then, as we move on, to be able to address and amend as necessary. Even in looking at this legislation, and has been said, this is the second time. And the legislation that has come to us has benefited, Mr. President, from a number of inputs through the Joint Select Committee. And again, in the other place, the Attorney General saying, I hold my hands up. There was an error. There was something that was included that should not have been included. It is incorrect. We're holding our hands up, and we have made the correction. What that should say and imbue confidence is, again, that we are not a government that is afraid when necessary to be able to come back to the table after we've been able to look and to see how the implementation rolls out, to say we need to come back to the table. But again, I reiterate that point to say, let us not engage in a pursuit of perfection in the context of this legislation and stymie it because we feel that it doesn't take into consideration every single issue in a frame that is multifaceted and complex. I also want to suggest, Mr. President, that we look at this issue, at the issue of corruption, at the perception of corruption in society and what it does and the benefits, the losses, and the gains, again, within the frame of, as I said before, governance and all of the other policy frameworks that this government in particular is rolling out. So it means that when we look at the legislation and we say, for instance, that it doesn't address issues of sexploitation, I would suggest that perhaps we look not to this legislation, but look to the work of the Bureau of Gender Affairs and what it is doing there to roll up programs to enfranchise women, because if we enfranchise women, we take away the impetus for women to have then, Mr. President, to be suspect.
I stand on a point of order.
Yes, Senator Dr. Hines.
I would not like to be misconstrued by the honorable member, as I in no way said that this legislation is to address sexploitation. I was speaking of corruption in broader context, not of the integrity in public life bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Dr. Moroni, please continue.
Thank you very much. So that, Mr. President, when we are talking about the wider issue of corruption and the many facets that corruption can take, including sexploitation, there are some issues that can never be addressed in the context of legislation in any form, whether it is integrity or any of the other pieces of legislation. That what we may need to do is to examine other government policies. We may need to examine, Mr. President, what the government is doing with the commitment for results. We heard, again, from Senator Dr. Hines, and I hope that I'm quoting her correctly in this respect, when she indicated that a lot of what we may see as corruption is really, and I'll put it in my own words, inefficiencies within the government system. She said people not writing down things or, forms that are not filled out. All of that is about an inefficient system. So, again, when you look at corruption in the broadest form, Mr. President, and are seeking for answers in terms of how we address that and how we address those issues, again, many of those things cannot necessarily or will not necessarily be addressed in a single piece of legislation. The government currently is working on a commitment for results frame, which is intended to enhance the efficiency of government operations. In the government's last manifesto, there's a particular section on government delivering for all, and particularly through an enhanced governance framework. Through the commitment for results and enhancing accountability and transparency by ensuring that government's plans, including its estimates, are actually made public as well. So enhancing the ability for citizens to see how government is doing with the allocation of its resources directly. That perhaps some of those answers, Mr. President, is found in government's attempts at the people assemblies, Mr. President, to ensure that at the very local level, that Barbadians then are involved, one, through deciding the priorities within their communities and also then managing funds within those communities, Mr. President. So I make that point to say is that even as we engage the legislation, even as we engage this particular legislation, and we highlight some of the deficiencies that we see within the legislation and how generally we are looking at the issue of corruption, that again, we ought to be careful in our search for understanding, in our search to understand what it is that we are facing and how we manage it, that we still don't end up in the same level of duality by, again, thinking that everything has to be fixed. Everything has to be fixed within the context of this legislation in relation to addressing some of the issues of corruption. I also want to address, Mr. President, what has been spoken to as the lack of attention to campaign financing and the extent to which that becomes a flaw in terms of addressing, again, the full gamut of corruption. Mr. President, I want to identify, and we've spoken to it here, the legislation on prevention of corruption. And this is important, because I think, again, it was said, do we just want to have legislation because we can have legislation? Do we just want to say we want the campaign financing legislation because that's what everybody needs to have? Do we just want to have the freedom of information legislation so, again, we can tick off a box and say, okay, we have freedom of information, okay, we have campaign financing? When we take a look at the Prevention of Corruption Act, and we take a look at all of the elements that the Prevention of Corruption Act contains, Mr. President, we will see that very much that this act covers a number of the areas having to do with, again, what happens behind the scenes in the context of people and their interface with the political system. If you look at the act, and it talks and a definition about advantage, and that is exactly what the Prevention of Corruption Act speaks to, 2021. It talks about money, gift, loan, fee. It talks about any entry into an academic institution or course or any grant or scholarship. It talks about any forbearance to demand any money or money's worth or other valuable things, Mr. President. It talks about any aid, vote, consent, influence, or abstention from voting, whether actually or purportedly given or undertaken. The Prevention of Corruption Act provides a framework, Mr. President, for us to be able to, and again, through the Anti-Corruption and Terrorism Bill, establish a mechanism that allows for investigation of these very same matters that you will find in the discussion around how we do campaign financing. I'm not suggesting, Mr. President, that there is not a need for separate legislation that has to do with how political parties function. But I am suggesting that, again, we look for the ideal, and we look for the ideal now, as opposed to recognizing that there are frames that are already existing that can allow us to be able to begin to address some of these issues, and that we are not then stymied, or we are not then saying that, oh, we have an X next to performance because, again, we don't see it exactly how we believe it should look. It's the same thing with freedom of information legislation, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was, in 2008, appointed by the then David Thompson administration to be on the Governance Advisory Board, where we looked at a number of issues, including integrity, but also defamation, freedom of information, and also, as well, recommendations for how to address the broader political frame. And I was one of the persons, or assigned rather, to look specifically at the freedom of information. But again, when you look at literature, the literature suggests that the traditional frame of freedom of information is now no longer relevant. Research that has been undertaken suggests that that is what is called a passive approach, rather a reactionary approach. It says freedom of information is reactionary in a procedural sense, in that disclosure responds to ad hoc demands for information, and partly because of this very feature, freedom of information can only be seen as reactionary in a more substantive political sense. And what now is recommended is a paradigm shift where passive disclosure of government information is replaced by more emphasis on legislation promoting affirmative or proactive disclosure at the initiative of governments themselves on an open government data process. So I say all of that to say that we also have to be very careful in the discourse, that we are contextual in terms of what it is that we are calling for as we look, one, at the broader governance framework and also at the wider issue of corruption and how we deal with it, and the other pieces of legislation that we believe need to go along. I want to say as well that as being called for, this government just recently has embarked on a full digitization of its records in order to ensure that people can access them, they can be better used by government, and we've already digitized over 2 million records. There are a number of government departments that, again, using digital platforms, now provide for easy access to information for the public. So that the call for freedom of information legislation to accompany this integrity in public life legislation as a necessary plank, while important, must then also be contextualized by where we are as well. And again, I say this to make sure that the conversation then reflects what the situation actually is and not necessarily the ideal of what we feel it should be and look like and what we want it to reflect. Mr. President, I want to also speak to the functioning of the Integrity Commission as indicated in the first schedule. And I also wanted to say, Mr. President, that I've also reflected very, very deeply on this legislation, perhaps as I do on all things, but you know, what has struck me is particularly this discussion in the public debate, and I think I reflected it on previously, is that it always feels like the public is reflecting on things in a way in which they believe that we are all not impacted. Mr. President, I have a family. We all do have families. All of our families are going to be part of this legislative framework. We are all going to have to declare our assets for our families, our children, our dependents, etc. It impacts all of us. But we do this because we understand, as I said before, that there is a greater objective. And that has to do with ensuring the public trust and the multifold benefits that you can get from ensuring that public trust. I remember, again, as a student of political science and also as a tutor of political science as well, that one of the connections that was made with disaffection of people within the political system and the fact that we were seeing instances where people were not participating was because they didn't trust the system. They didn't trust that it will deliver. They didn't trust the politicians. And so if you have a political system in which you have a majority of people are disaffected, and there's a large perception, then, Mr. President, you will have a system that will eventually implode. And we know that because there's evidence of that as well in other societies, Mr. President. So the greater good in the context of us being able to pass this legislation, being able to contend with the issue in a real way over time, Mr. President, I believe is critical. And it is critical as well, because I think the leader of government business would have attested to it. This is something that is being demanded by the public themselves. It's being demanded by the public themselves, who want greater accountability and who want greater transparency, and see this as a particular plank in order for them to be able to get that measure of comfort. But as well, we must also be able to very maturely say, as I've reiterated, that the legislative framework is but one plank. Mr. President, if you look at the first schedule of the Integrity Commission, where it identifies the membership of that commission and notes that the chairperson of that commission will be appointed by the president after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. And it indicates that the chairman shall be a person who has held office as a judge of a court, have unlimited jurisdiction. It then goes on to say that the membership should also include an attorney at law with at least 10 years standing. It identifies a chartered or certified accountant, a member of the clergy, a person appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister, and a person appointed by the President on the advice of the Leader of the Opposition. And I highlight that, Mr. President, that membership of the Commission to indicate that the intent is to have a commission that is representative, that is not appointed just on the whim of government, that is not just held up to political maneuvering, but that we have a commission, one that has the level of competency to be able to operate, but also as well has the level of representativeness that is also going to be critical. That section in the first schedule also as well, in terms of disqualification from membership, Mr. President, says a person who is a member of the House of Assembly or the Senate will be disqualified. It also says a person who has at any time during the period of 5 years preceding the proposed date of his appointment held office in a political party has at any time during the period of 3 years preceding the proposed date of his appointment been a public officer. So again, the disqualification measures points to the attempt to ensure that we have a commission that will be as independent as possible in their deliberations, which does not tell me that there may be conflict, but certainly in the composition of the commission, the intent is to ensure that we have a commission that remains independent and that then therefore it is able to adjudicate over those that it must monitor. And that is critical, Mr. President. It is also critical, Mr. President, in the context of looking at the membership of the commission and how it is made up, to note that we have, and perhaps quite interestingly, as I said before, a member of the clergy that is there. And what that suggests as well, Mr. President, because very often when we are talking about these committees and the membership, and we just look at the membership, is again to note the breadth and who actually makes up the membership. And I would suggest that the inclusion of somebody from the clergy is particularly strategic in here, because it then should provide the moral compass as well for the functioning of the commission, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I close, I want to make two other responses perhaps to some other matters that were raised from the floor. And this had to do with the notion of implementation and the extent to which, or the extent whether we can trust that we will have an effective implementation of this bill, given what is perceived as the poor implementation pointed out in us not being able to have audited financial reports, not being able to respond to some of the things that have come out again of the Auditor General's report. Again, Mr. President, the pursuit of perfection. And I say that, but I'm also saying that and respond very practically. The last Auditor General report, this government, I believe it was 2 weeks after, laid a report in Parliament which responded to the issues that were raised in the Auditor General report. I would know, Mr. President, because I worked and had to work 2 nights in a row straight, or 2 days in a row straight without sleep, in order to be able to contribute every single government department in which the Auditor General gave an adverse report, had to submit a response in terms of how they would address that. And that report was then laid in Parliament as well. I also note that the National Insurance has also sought to deal and address the submission of the audited financial reports that have been lagging. And while these are deficits, Mr. President, that have been identified, and have been identified as part of the implementation deficit of the government, and therefore perhaps suggesting that as long as we have those gaps and continue to see those gaps, that it will be difficult for us then to have forward progress. I respond to say that certainly, one, the commitment of the government in order to be able to address it very practically and deal with it, and we look again at the suite of legislation, including the Public Finance Management Act that has been identified before. But again, that we cannot then look at those things and hold them up as exemplars of what we perceive to be bad management, and then say within that context, then, we cannot necessarily trust that we will be able then to have strong implementation of this legislation. I think that, Mr. President, would be unfortunate. And again, this notion of the pursuit of progress and not necessarily being able to appreciate, I'm wrapping up, Mr. President, that we must, one, note that we will be working overtime, but also as well, Mr. President, that addressing the fundamental issues, and I'll end at this point, is not about a checklist of things, but rather it must be framed within the wider context of a program of initiatives that should empower and enfranchise the society. And if we do that, if we create that check on the extent to which the policies of the government are attempting to do that, that perhaps, Mr. President, is the best barometer and not necessarily this integrity legislation. Thank you. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Mulroney. Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise to spend a few minutes on this particular bill, which, as you've heard several times before, sir, has been here before. I wish to commend the government for bringing this legislation again, as it is critical to national development and good governance in an age when nothing and no one is regarded as beyond reproach. And perhaps rightly so, because I believe history has taught us that nothing and no one is except the Almighty. However, what are we speaking of when we speak of integrity? I like the C.S. Lewis definition of integrity. It was C.S. Lewis who said, "Integrity is doing what is right, even when no one is watching." Integrity is doing what is right, even when no one is watching. I don't know if you are aware, sir, but I certainly am, that it is almost innate to humanity, the temptation to transgress, should the opportunity arise and the repercussions appear nil or minimal. It's humanity. Hence, laws must be constructed for the proper ordering of society to deter persons from acting on what Emile Durkheim saw as our primal instincts. If we did not have certain constructs within our society, we'll be nothing more than the animals. Whether morality can be legislated or not, and to what extent legislation ought to be created, can lead to a long and exhaustive debate on social theory and the balancing of the rationalist versus the functionalist theories. But what we've seen, even in our Judeo-Christian understanding of humanity's interaction with God and the other, is that laws are necessary. In fact, the Old Testament community had the Decalogue, which is divided into two parts for those who remember their early Sunday school. The first 4 commandments are your duty to God, and the latter 6 are your duty to your neighbor. So there's that balance in keeping society together. It is against this backdrop that I wish to approach this debate on the bill before us, sir. As I said, this bill represents the second iteration of the integrity legislation in my time in this chamber. I was one of the great soldiers on that fateful day on August 5th, 2020, the day before the Feast of the Transfiguration of our Lord, sir. A time when there were great revelations. And as I mentioned previously, I will say now, we will never get perfect legislation when it comes to this matter, because everything relies on trust, and the upright person today can be the villain tomorrow, should conditions change. We just had Buju Banton here during our national festival, and he was the one who said, "Circumstances made me what I am." If the circumstances change, people are likely to act on the prevailing circumstances. But that being said, sir, that being said, it does not mean that we ought not attempt to create the legislation for the public good. So what has brought us here? Dr. Hines has pled with us, and she's hoped that this is not to signal virtue. Well, I hope it is not either. But again, coming out of the crop over season, I hope it is not some pressure that was placed on us by the Water Street Boys. In this winning Calypso, IWeb said, we can get legislation to deal with kites, but nothing for those serving in public life. That decision is taking out the nation. But I don't think the government would have acted on so trivial a thing to bring this legislation here. In gleaning through the legislation, I was really looking to see why the government would have failed the legislation in the first iteration if there was something they wanted to change to bring it back here. But I'll leave that there as well, sir. In going through the legislation, there are just a few minor changes in terms of the construction of the clauses, etc. But I'm wondering, there's one stark change that I noticed, that under Schedule 2, there's a separation between the members and the senior officers in this legislation, which was not there in the 2020 legislation. I was just wondering if there was a reason why the members of the commission were separated from the senior officers in terms of how they're treated. Because if you look at Clause 11 in the current legislation, Part 1 of Schedule 2, which would include your senior officers, will file their affairs with the commission, but Part 2, which will be the members, will file their affairs with the Governor General. In the previous legislation, both of them filed with the Governor General. And so I was just wondering if there was some reason for making that particular change, and what could the ramifications possibly be in terms of going forward. I do notice in the memorandum that was sent out to members of Parliament under Clause 11, it still reflected what was there in the original. And so perhaps this may be an amendment we need to make to the current legislation if the idea or the intent was to have the members and the senior officers report their affairs to the Governor General. So that is one area that I see we need to do some work on. In terms of the legislation, it is for integrity in public life, but is it also to ensure that any funds or anything that were misappropriated can be recouped? Because I would then question subsection 7 of clause 11, where a person who dies is not required, or the estate is not required to file. And I've heard some things mentioned in here earlier, which would suggest that this may be a clause we may want to look at. It was Seneca the Younger, a Roman philosopher, who said, you know, death is sometimes a punishment, often a gift, and to many it is a favor. And so perhaps this legislation may provide a favor to some if we leave that clause as it is. The issue I spoke about earlier, sir, in terms of the senior officers and the members, it runs throughout the legislation. And so when it comes to blind trusts, etc., the same thing is true there. And given some of what we've heard here today, especially in Dr. Hines' presentation, where she spoke to how politicians then criticize the commission and actually label commissions as corrupt and so on, whether we wouldn't want our entire, not only the members, but the senior officers reporting to the president rather than having the mixed version that we have here in the 2023 version of this legislation. Now, clause 16, I recognize that Senator Roberts-Odell, in her passionate presentation, was very, very sweet on clause 16 and the publication of failure to file declarations or furnish information, particularly 16.1, where if person refuses to declare or furnish information, it should be published in the official gazette and in the daily newspaper, and I guess that goes to social media and other things, but not officially. And then in subsection 1, part B, the matter should be reported to the appropriate service commission, board, or other authority, and to the DPP. But what bothers me about this particular clause, sir, is subsection 2. Because subsection 2 says, 1A does not apply to a specified person in public life who holds an office settled in Part 2 of the second schedule. And the persons who hold offices settled in Part 2 of the second schedule are judges of the court, the DPP, the Auditor General, and members of the commission. So here is a person being publicly shamed and reported to a DPP who may not have filed either. But nobody knows about him or her. You see, there seems, sir, to be laws for the Medes and the Persians, and if we're going to put this out in the public domain, it must appear to be equal for all. So if certain persons are going to be shamed publicly, either we're all shamed publicly or everything is concealed. We can't have it both ways. So I'm just putting that out there because these are persons, public servants and so on, who are going to be scrutinized and will have their information published and be publicly shamed for not filing, while some of the persons they're reported to, whether they file or not, no one will know. Clause 17 goes on to speak to penalties, and again, that has been dealt with. In clause 23, we spoke about gifts, and I noticed several members spent a lot of time on the idea of gifts. And I said, you cannot legislate everything. And there are some gifts that will not be tangible. I was reading some work from the Roman Senate in the time of Julius Caesar. And Julius Caesar was a very colorful character, it seems, sir. And there are reports that he had a very close friendship with the king of Bithynia, Nicomedes. So much so gaining him, Julius Caesar, the epithet as the Queen of Bithynia. And you can work out what that relationship would have been like. And at one point in time, Julius Caesar was speaking in the Senate about the benefits that he got from Bithynia, from the king of Bithynia. And it was Cicero who got up and said, "We all know what you gave him and what he gave you." So I'm just pointing that out, sir, to say that sometimes friends and friendships, the gifts can go beyond the tangible, but they can have influence on public outcomes. I'll just leave that there, sir. I too, sir, have a little, I would like section, clause 27 to be expanded a little more. I know that we have whistleblower legislation, but I believe that there should be something in this legislation specifically covering the persons who are asked to furnish information, and that has already been pointed out that, it seems as though persons are being pushed to make a declaration that can put them and their families, through this legislation, it seems, in jeopardy. Failure to report is liable to conviction, indictment, or a fine of $50,000 or 1 year in prison. I see penalties, but where are the protections? Where's the clause of non-disclosure of identity of the complainant, etc.? I know there's whistleblower legislation, but I still believe that there should be something specific in this one. And again, the idea of contravention, and that the senior officers of the commission are reporting to the commission and not to the president. The challenge here for me is who is really guarding the guards? What's really happening here? So those are my concerns with the legislation, sir, just to highlight that anomaly where the 2020 version seemed to say one thing, and I just want to know why the change was made in the 2023 version to separate the commission, where one set is reporting to itself, well, to the commission, and the other set are reporting to the president. It comes across as a case of the mighty spoiler, where the magistrate tried his own case, and himself told himself that he was guilty, he was speeding, and himself told himself the police was lying, and himself told himself that he isn't making sport, and then himself charged himself with contempt of court. So that's just, I just want to. Now, one of the things that have come out of this entire debate and everything we've mentioned today, and I pick up again from where Senator Roberts Odell would have left off, is that we must be cognizant of the environment in which we're seeking to present this legislation. And it is one where one has to be careful with what information you follow or take in. And so she has chided those who have been harbingers of misinformation. And it does not inspire faith. And I agree with her. And for me, though it is not in this legislation, I want to encourage members of the society, especially the Fourth Estate, to understand the role that they play in national development as well. That for integrity legislation and all these things, we can make the best legislation in here, but we are all accountable to each other. And I would like to encourage the Fourth Estate in this country to recognize, well, the established media houses to recognize that their job is not to compete with TikTok, but as we recognize them as serious practitioners of their craft, we expect that type of analysis, as was said by Senator Nichols in his contribution to the appropriations bill. And I hope I'm quoting him correctly here, sir. At that time, he was, well, he's always on the call-in programs, but at that time, I mean, on their case. At that time, he said, words to the effect, we do not have journalists in the country anymore. We have reporters. They just turn up to an event, and then they write what somebody said. No analysis, nothing. End quote. And I believe that that is a serious indictment, and I hope that the Fourth Estate are listening to what Senator Nichols said. But recognize that they have an important role to play in national development, as we all do. And so, as I did on the last occasion, sir, I said, in my capacity as a minister of religion, in my representation of the people here, anything that comes before me that speaks to integrity in public life, I do not think I have a choice but to be supportive of it. We will not get perfection here, but I hope, as Senator Dr. Hines would have pointed out, that where there are amendments to be made, that the government will also be sympathetic to the cause and recognize that we're just trying to get the best possible legislation for our people. We are in a country where most of our ancestors were people who were considered chattel. And so now we've developed the nation that we have. Any cent misappropriated from the people of this nation is a betrayal of the struggle of the ancestors. And I wish to challenge those of us in public life to recognize the obligation that has been placed upon us in the little time we have to serve this great nation, that we do so with the greatest distinction possible. With those few words, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers. Senator John King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to start off by simply saying that I thoroughly have enjoyed a lot of the discourse here today. Give me a lot of food for thought. But one of the things, Mr. President, that I want to do is start off with is that for many years, the fraternity from which I would have come out of, we thought the Calypsonians, have for many years sung, written songs, talked about this whole concept or idea of corruption. I take you back, 1984, Red Plastic bag, Me Hands Tied. 1994, Serenade Still in There. 2000, gentleman by the name of John King, If Money Could Talk. Stop and think about it. The conversations or the songs, I should say, don't come out of thin air. They come out of what is being said on the ground. And for many years, let me push back this chair, political parties have gone on platforms and accused each other of corruption, thereby, in an effort to have, as they always say, one up on somebody else, you erode the public trust. The unfortunate thing about it, Mr. President, is that with all the allegations over all the years, the best of my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, there has never been a single case brought before or a person paying for it, which means that the general public must either have some rather vivid imaginations or something is wrong with the system. You decide which one it is. But at the end of the day, the only reason that we are here having this debate is because of the allegations that were made in the past. As one former prime minister said, how did we get here? Well, this is how we get here. By talk. And I'm not sure which one of my colleagues made the point earlier, that when you make allegations like this, there are also, in some instances, because there's no proof, nobody get locked up, so I could only go with this as being conjecture. The families of these people have to suffer the shame, the allegations, the disgrace, all of the other things, without any sort of, you know what? This ain't really true, because that will never happen. But that thing goes out there, and it is on that family's, is a stain on that family forever. I want all of us to stop and think, especially young people who are going into law. Because it may happen to you. I can tell you from my own experience, I have been in the public eye from the age of 18, 41 years. And I'm very passionate about this. Because I've had, I don't even know which word I should use. I would say it was a privilege, because it taught me a lot. I had the privilege of being able to sit down in a restaurant and listen to a man describe me. And all the things he was saying, I started to doubt myself. I started to wonder, who are we talking about? A man that thief this, beat his mother, all kind of things. He might say he live up by me. I never seen a man in my life. So you're talking about integrity. It can't be just at the political end. It has to encompass the entire society. And as the point was made in here already, how do you legislate that? You can't. That is something that has to be taught and learned, like all other behaviors. Mr. President, I want to put to this chamber today that for corruption to take place, there are two important elements. You got to have a corruptor, and you got to got somebody who is corruptible. And all two things speak to human behavior. Humans involved. Doesn't happen just so. And so it is important
That way you listen to these calling programs and you hear people talking about, oh, this person corrupt, the next person corrupt, and we need this and we need the next. Remember that you went to the polls and voted for the people. So how are you going to measure now who is worthy to serve or not? You've used the measurement of qualification. Tell me about qualification. Qualification only in terms of what? Certification, but not in terms of character. Because this is where we go all the time. Who is qualified to serve and who is not? Yeah. That's what he said. Who qualified and who isn't? So how do we go about measuring in these instances how we choose who's going to serve in these things? Because I listened very carefully to persons saying that because of some of the aspects of the legislation that we may turn off people from coming in. Well, Mr. President, the truth has no friends or enemies. And the truth is this: if you cannot face the fire, you always have the opportunity to say no. You always have the opportunity to say no. And you can stay away from it. But at some point in time, we have an obligation to ourselves to put these types of measures in place to deal with this, and I use my words very carefully, perceived problem. And I can only use perceived, as I said earlier. I've not seen anyone charged or locked up or anything for it, so I can only use the word perceived problem. And we have to seriously begin to think about how do we contribute to these things. Classic example. I like to use myself as an example. I have a short stint in being a member of cabinet. If I were to tell you the amount of people who will come to me on Saturdays from all across the island with all sorts of ideas as to how, well, you know, people call me John all the time. Yeah, Minister or Mr. K, John. John, you know you're going to be a minister all the time, man. You got to do this and you got to do the next. These same people that be on radio calling in and telling people about corruption, you know. And I spend hour after hour after hour having to convince people that I'm very comfortable how I am, with or without. But these are the things that people face. But as I said to you, the truth oftentimes has no friends or enemies. It is just the truth. So when I listen to people lambasting persons, as you find in here or in the other place, it's how bad they are, how corrupt they are, and they're all of this. You see some of the things going around on social media with people talking. Some of them should stop and ask themselves, how do you contribute to this? You know, we've heard a lot of people talk about salaries that people are paid and what they're expected to do with that same salary. It's fine for people on one end who are not in the seats to talk whatever they like on the road. But the reality is, like I always say, there's nothing better than being in something to actually see it and experience it for yourself. You know, as was mentioned here, all the other things that are in place. Ain't no minister or a senator or nobody who could just sign on anything for anybody. So if these things are happening, it means, as I said earlier, there are other people who are corruptible. If all the blame is to go on to the person who directing it. And as was said earlier too, I believe it was, I think it was Senator Maladu who spoke about, was it Cicero? Who talked about the standings of a society when it has to create more and more legislation. It's also a part and parcel of my own religious beliefs. It was interesting to hear you talk about that. But it is true. The more you have to create legislation, the more your society is out of ethics. And if we take ethics to understand that these are self-imposed codes of conduct, then it tells us that the entire country is in trouble. And I'm hoping that I would at least live long enough to see a time when we don't have to be constantly making changes all the time. Or we don't have to be constantly worrying about people coming into public life, having to scrutinize everything that they do. Because you will be voting for people who have shown a certain level of ethics to start off with. But if you start off on a premise, which is probably in some instances fueled by the movies and things that people watch coming out of Hollywood, that members of Senate and members of Parliament and other things get these humongous salaries, and that they're all tied up in bed with other persons from the private sector and things, and they're just trying their best to see how far they can get rich and to do all of these things. It leads me to another question that was asked by another person in another place in another time. Malcolm X asked the question of people. He said, who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to hate yourself? That no person that puts themselves in a position to serve this country can walk around with the integrity of that. It can't work. At some point in time, somebody has to be bold enough. Just you can't do it all the time. You just take people and drag them through the mud. And the call-in programs, as was mentioned earlier, is the easy place where people can go and say anything. Social media, the same thing. You go on social media, put in anything. And in some instances, it becomes the gospel truth. People say who it comes from. Now we got what we call influencers, but influencers can go and say anything. That's why he's an influencer. Because he got enough people that he could influence he or she. But the matter of the fact is this. We need this legislation now, more than ever. It might not be perfect, but then I will ask the question, who is? None of us. But this has to be done now. So that young people like those sitting with us today, when they come and occupy these same seats, all the other ones, that they're not dealing with this in this sense. They might have other challenges, but it should not be that integrity in public life is a challenge for them. A challenge in everybody in here. Regardless of how you feel about it, regardless of, it might not be perfect, but you have a duty to your country. You have a duty to your neighbors, your friends, your family, your children, if you have. And that duty demands of you to use your own integrity and do the right thing. As been mentioned on a number of occasions in here, this is the second time that this has come before us. If it were by any chance to have to come a third time, you could do this. And put it one side. See what people say, it's all over. You would have completely lost the trust of the public, the people of Barbados. And not only that, you probably would also become the laughing stock of the rest of the Caribbean. This is as serious as it gets. It is not an issue to be trifled with. It is not an issue to be political with either. It goes way beyond all of those considerations. So as we continue the discussions on this and we look to make it, as was mentioned by Senator John, Senator Rogers. We can do what we need to do today. And as you said, as we go forward, there will be things that will crop up. Because as time changes, there are some things that we might not think about or even actually experience now. But things change. I'll give you a classic example. During the 2018 lead up to the election period, I had a thing come from the post office to my house to pick up a parcel. I'm not a conspiracy man or nothing so. But I found it very strange that at that particular point in time, nobody, barring nobody that I know, told me that they were sending me a parcel. And I can say it again, because I want whole Barbados to hear. Nobody, barring nobody that I know, said to me, John, I am sending you a parcel. But every 5 minutes, something coming from the post office. If you don't come for the parcel, we're going to send it back. Every 5 minutes. If you don't come for the parcel, we're going to send it back. But my position was always send it back. And he said that to say this. That even within this year, even within all of this that we are doing now, with the advent of AI and all these other things, you still got to begin to start to take some of these things into consideration. Because as a person who's been involved in music and these kind of things for many, many years, the way how the technology has changed, all I need is a recording of your voice or a recording or a picture of your face. And there are people who can build anything to make it look like you said or you were in this place and all of these things. And let us not fool ourselves into thinking that they don't have people who are capable of doing it. Yes, ma'am. Right here in Barbados. So this whole idea of integrity goes wide than just the people who are in the seats of government or the three organs that got of it or whatever. It goes a lot wider. And we're going to have to be extremely vigilant with a lot of the things that this legislation is going to be talking about. Because if a person is out for you, it could be personal, it might not be political, it could be personal. If a person is out for you, they can do whatever they think they need to do to get you. And because the public, as I said, is always ready to run off with these things, innocent people can get damaged. And I just want to put that on the table, Mr. President, because that also speaks to integrity in its widest form. I won't say a lot more because I think a lot of the speakers have really covered a lot of the things that I would have liked to talk about. And I don't intend to go on and on about the same thing over and over. But I wanted to give you the caution as to how we treat to these things. I want to make the point that oftentimes, with persons in public life have to deal with public scrutiny, and in the court of public opinion, there's no need for facts, there's no need for any of those things. It is what it is, and you have to live with it until the day you die. And Mr. President, I support this bill. I look forward to it being supported by every single member here this afternoon. And with those very few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if a week is a long time in politics, 3 years is a millennium. So, given the length of time that has passed and the variety of comments which have been made, you may find that there's some repetition to what I stated 3 years ago in this speech. But I think it's important to remember what a time that was and the fear that literally gripped the nation. I think it was so bad, sir, that Senator Dr. Reverend Rogers had to wear a cassock today to give himself the fortitude for what he might face, having been so scarred when last we debated this issue. But, sir, I think when I hear the debate, and I am particularly grateful for the contribution, I think Senator Hines today, sir, struck a chord, sir. I think it's important, though, that we understand what we are debating here today while esoterically it might be labeled to stop corruption, that's not the purpose of the legislation. Let's go back to what is the purpose of the legislation. The purpose of the legislation is to establish a regime, including an integrity commission. So we're dealing with the integrity commission to promote the integrity of persons in public life and strengthen measures for the prevention, detection, investigation, and prosecution of acts of corruption. That's all tied, sir, to the establishment of a regime which includes the Integrity Commission. So perhaps the middle ground or the beyond politics position to the differing perspectives that we're hearing is that we recognize this bill seeks to start the Integrity Commission process and ties in with the government's stated plans and the stated suite of legislation. Now, as said in 2020, this is a laudable purpose for any piece of legislation. And it creates almost an expectation for persons who wish to serve in public life, and some will say add an extra burden for those who are given senior responsibility within the public service. This is a legislation, sir, that was promised by the powers that be, and has been a topic of, I believe, 2 campaigns, sir. I wish to join those senators who have commended the government for accepting that there were issues in the 2020 bill, and the fact that the government has the maturity to seek to address those issues. And in seeking to address those issues, I believe that we're coming close to an almost happy medium, Mr. President. We see that new judges have been brought into the fold of those who are subject to this regulatory framework. And of course, the location of the registered interest information, which I personally viewed as a security risk, has been dealt with. And in listening to the debates from the other place, it is stated by the Prime Minister that there is an intention to review the legislation every 3 years. Now, while we have these positives which we must hold on to, and while we must be cognizant of the stated purpose of the bill, let us not fool ourselves that this does not create burdens. It creates burdens on us all and on our members of our family and even on our friends with whom we do business. It also now creates a burden on public servants, senior, who will now have a serious implication which may then tie into their job performance and create issues for those senators who delve in the work of employment and interaction of public law policy and employment contractual rights. Sir, the penalties that this bill carries are quite severe. I believe Senator Roberts Odell spoke to the $50,000 fine. In some cases, it's $100,000, sir, and 1 year imprisonment. So the question is the juice literally worth the squeeze? And we'll come to that. Another aspect of the bill which we need to perhaps raise in the debate is that the failure to do certain acts carries not only the penalty of fiscal payment and or imprisonment, but then provides disqualification under Section 21 from holding certain offices. This, sir, can be utilized, sir, in a very negative way unless these powers are jealously guarded and regulated with regard to their implementation. Sir, the requirement under Section 19.2 is that within 6 weeks you notify the Integrity Commission of change in your finances or change in your registrable interests. 6 weeks, sir. 6 weeks. And you would be aware, sir, as an accountant by training, how these things change. The issue of gifts have been dealt with, I believe, ad nauseum. But if we want to see a practical example, we have to look no further than our neighbors to the south in Trinidad. The Prime Minister, Mr. President, the Prime Minister is currently dealing with a situation where he declared the purchase of a townhouse, but the issue that was raised was that he did not declare that there was a discount for the purchase. So therefore, the discount was considered as a gift. But the Integrity Commission said, well, it's a bit vague and we don't have the ability to do anything about this type of thing. So now the opposition is now suing the Integrity Commission and calling for judicial review of the decision with regard to the determination as if it was a gift. So when Senator Hines speaks to the lack of definition of gift in our legislation, it's essentially a call to say these issues have arisen, maybe we should pay attention to what comes out of them. Sir, another situation with regard to the legislation as is posed, is that we see, and I came up with this one, sir. I'm very proud of this one, you know. We have to remember that we are debating integrity, not idealism, sir. So we have to be practical in how we go about it. But in doing so, we recognize that, as Senator Rogers, and I'm going to keep on making this statement that he said way back when, sir, is that you cannot legislate morality. And the intention, I think, of the legislation is not to create a moral police, as some jurisdictions have, but we go back to the purpose of establishing the Integrity Commission to start the process as set out and by which I commenced this speech. Now, again, as hinted or as set out by Senator Hines, and she was very brief with it, but I will go into details because, you know, I like my examples. She said, and I believe I quote, she feels sorry for the member of the commission because they are subject to political attacks. Let me give you some examples, sir. And what do we do for these persons? I mean, we have provided in section, I believe that they do have protection from suit for anything they do in good faith. But God bless you otherwise, sir. So look at what we have. 2013, Trinidadian PM Besessa stated the Integrity Commission gave an appearance of bias. 2017, Belize Chamber of Commerce claimed the decision of the Integrity Commission to forego required filing by public officials for a temporary period was robbing people in Belize of their right to know what is going on publicly. In Australia, Integrity Commission was called a kangaroo court in up to 2022, sir. In Jamaica, as stated by Senator Hines, the Prime Minister had to request that his MPs refrain. This is a statement given in June this year. The Prime Minister had to beg his MPs to refrain from feuding, these are the words, feuding with the Integrity Commission. So these commissions find themselves being political footballs. However, philosophy aside, let's get back to the practical. The fact is, sir, these are the practical concerns. The Integrity Commission needs to have the resources to do its job. If it doesn't have the resources, as I said in 2020, and as the Prime Minister said, the art of politics is repetition. The art of politics is repetition. That is why there are certain phrases and terminology with each government senator, Mr. President, they'll be at pains to repeat. The Prime Minister said the art of politics is repetition, sir. So I again repeat what I said in 2020. We must ensure the Integrity Commission has the resources to do its job. Without the resources, we're going to have a commission in name alone. Sir, the Integrity Commission is going to have the need to have independence finances. If these finances are subject to the whims of government or withdrawal of those said resources, you will have a commission in name alone. The tools by which the commission is to do its job, and I'm going to get to these tools, sir, are very essential, because without these tools, you're going to have a commission in name alone. And where do I draw this data from, sir? Recently, the chairman of the Integrity Commission in Trinidad had to give a report as to how things were being done. And these were the recommendations, sir, that were set out. Again, the question of resources. If Trinidad Commission is hollering for resources, I think that should be a warning for us as to what we need to put in place. Apparently, coming out of COVID, there was a backlog of persons filing declarations because they could not have been done during the COVID period. They didn't have the manpower to marshal all the information that's come in. When we pass this legislation and we have, I believe, a wide swath who would be required to fill this information provided to the commission is going to need the resources allocated to manage that filing, storing, retrieval, monitoring, archiving processor. We have to be careful that the commission is not overwhelmed. And I'm taking these statements, sir, from the statement of the chairman of the Integrity Commission in Trinidad. This is not someone postulating. This is clear evidence coming out of a territory near to us, sir. The other issue that was raised, sir, was the need for independent prosecutorial powers. As we see, sir, the current legislation requires under Section 38 that the information be sent to the DPP. Senator Rogers has raised some queries with regard to the said DPP in relation to the filing and who is reviewing the said filing, but I won't get into that area, sir. But the point is there is no independent prosecutorial powers. We have been in here debating about the need for more resources for the DPP to do its job. It currently is dealing with the backlog of criminal cases, which we spoke about, sir, which the Attorney General himself has indicated was, I believe, about 2 to 1,000. It's being worked on, and I'm sure I'll be corrected as to the figure, and why we need more judges. And if you need more judges, you need more officers with regard to prosecuting those cases, which means you need the resources from the DPP. And now we're saying, oh, by the way, DPP, deal with the prosecutions on behalf of the Integrity Commission. So that is something which we should also wish to consider, sir. Sir, another issue coming out of the commission, as was stated, and I'm sure 1 or 2 of my friends in here, I think I have them, will like this statement, is that when the commission starts its investigation process, they are met by a plethora of senior counsel. And they don't have the battle resources to go into these trenches with the senior practitioners who are then chosen to represent the persons being investigated. So what resources for the investigative process, I'm not even talking about the prosecutorial aspect now, what resources will be provided to ensure this commission could do its job? So Lord, let's not just say we are about it, let's do it. The review of the document, sir, the gentleman from, and I can't remember his name, actually broke it down, sir. The main complaint The main complaint is a practical one, and it's simply this. The chairman complained of insufficient human resources to execute the core duties, which is simply reviewing the documents filed to see if they were done properly. And what was happening, Mr. President, is that because, let's say there were 1,000 documents which came in 2023, this bill is passed, and you don't have the resources to review these items when they are filed, and you don't get around to reviewing them subsequent years, someone may have filed the same thing in 2024 and 2025 and find themselves in breach of the legislation because they were not aware, because they did not have the resources to do the review. So funding is going to be critical to allow this commission to do its stated goals. Simply put, sir, without the necessary team, without the necessary processes, and without the necessary resources, any new commission will be overwhelmed. That's a simple fact. In Jamaica, sir, besides the issue of the public spat between the government and the Integrity Commission, another issue has raised its head. Right now, there is a debate as to whether investigations should be made public or whether they should remain private. And the position that's being proffered is that this investigation should be made public because when regular persons are subject to investigation, they're bandied before the news. Now, I heard one of the senators in here almost chastising the fourth estate. I don't think that's what he was doing. I think he was referring to what Senator Nichols did when he was chastising them. But I spoke to a member of the journalistic fraternity, and he told me this. He said, Kevin, we don't want investigative journalists until you're getting investigated. You want investigations until you're being investigated. And all I'm saying, sir, quite soberly, is to be forewarned and be forearmed with regard to the issues the commission will have. It's not simply about lip service. I believe Senator Hines used the term virtue signaling. I don't think it's that, but we will have issues. More practical considerations, sir. Section 36 contemplates the chief marshal providing marshals for the commission. Mr. President, Senator Nichols will tell you that the chief marshal's office is literally understrained in dealing with the issues of the court registry, in dealing with the issues of the magistrate court, sir. Will there be resources provided for the chief marshal and the marshal officers to deal with the needs of the Integrity Commission, sir? These are the practical concerns that we have to deal with when we're having these debates. But, sir, it comes down to a question of funding, and we know everybody wants their piece of the pie from the government in terms of getting resources to work. But if this is the vaulted aim, then the resources have to be provided. And as usual, I'm not just standing up here saying this ought to be done, but I'm coming with the actual suggestions to be considered. Firstly, sir, besides resources, there needs to be a significant education period for the persons who will be impacted. If you take a look at these forms, if you take a look at the schedule with the forms, sir, there are 70, a lot of forms. Detailed forms requiring, sir, beneficial interest and statement as to what that means. There are persons even in here, I dare say, who do not understand it. There needs to be an active educational campaign, especially with the public servants, with the implications for their job performance as to what the requirements are. We had the issue, sir, previously with the data protection. There were the warnings sounded, and I believe some aspect of the education was done as well. Jamaica took 3-4 years. They are now rolling out formally their data protection commissioner full act with the penalties. If you're imposing these sanctions, I believe it was Senator Rogers who says, well, if you're imposing these sanctions, what are the benefits? Perhaps the benefit or the middle ground is that we look at a period for persons to get their house in order, for the commission to be adequately funded, staffed, resourced to do the job and anticipate the flood of filings that would occur to allow it to be done properly, sir. At the end of the day, Mr. President, I think we ought not to fool ourselves, and I think this was said already. You can't legislate away someone's nature. You are who you are, we are who we are. And of course, corruption being what it is, the persons caught by this legislation are obviously not the only ones doing it. You know, somebody says there, one of my favorite series is a series called The Wire, in which a lawyer was cross-examining a chap who used to rob drug dealers. And the lawyer was telling the chap, Omar was his name, how terrible he was because he used to rob people. And the drug dealer looked at the lawyer and said, well, I have my ski mask and my gun, but you have your tie and your briefcase. Mr. President, say what we want about this legislation. At the end of the day, we hope it would achieve its stated goals, and it is, after all the long talk, a good start. Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam Deputy President will take the chair for a few minutes.
Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President, for observing me and giving me the opportunity to present in this debate. Madam Deputy President, I would have gone through the process in 2020 when this legislation was brought before the Senate for the first time. And of course, my observations and comments would therefore be a matter of public record. Haven't changed a lot, and therefore I don't propose to go through every detail of that presentation. And one of the things that I would say, though, that, and this is water under the bridge, but I just want to mention it because the senators on this side of the table, the independent senators, suffered a lot of criticism, were the ones blamed for the failure of the bill not to pass back in 2020. It is unfortunate and it was totally unfair. But as I say, that is water under the bridge now. And I'm not going to pick back up on that again. But as unfortunate as that whole situation was, I think when you think about it, some good has come out of it because there were various comments, observations, and so on that were discussed in the Senate, and which it seems in some cases government has taken to heart. So that, for example, in the case of the inclusion of judges in the legislation, some first attempt has been made in that direction. Not entirely covering off on the present crop of judges, because we are advised, and I have to take the advice of the Attorney General, that to have interfered with the contracts of the existing judges would have created certain constitutional issues. So while they have not been affected by the new legislation, the fact is that going forward, we expect that situation to be regularized. And of course, as some of those presently on the bench retire, it will become less and less of an issue. The only thing I would add is that, and perhaps somebody can explain it to me, the senior civil servants, the permanent secretaries and so on, who are covered under this legislation, I wonder if it doesn't also effectively represent a change in their conditions of service. And I don't know if so I don't know if they have a valid argument that the existing permanent secretaries and other government officials should also have been excluded, but that is for them to decide. I haven't heard any unions or the civil servants or past civil servants raise the issue, so perhaps they are quite satisfied with that aspect. A lot has been said, and I am trying not to obviously rehash what has come up today. And I should also say that I am happy to see that since 2020, when that legislation first came to the Senate, that a lot has happened to bring on board the other bits of enabling legislation to make this a realistic bit act. Because the fact is that it is the other bits of legislation, it is the corruption, the legislation with corruption, it is the improvement in our financial management in the public service. It is all of these bits of enabling legislation that will strengthen this piece. So I see overall the whole question of this legislation being here, that it will require all of those other bits and pieces of legislation, some of which have since 2020 come before Parliament, and therefore will help to mitigate or, to keep politicians and civil servants honest, or at least to reduce the risk of falling short of the objectives which this bill has been set out. I would have liked to see, for example, and I've raised this issue on probably more than one occasion, but for example, how do you deal with the whole issue of campaign financing? And that is a big part of the issue of the situation that can create problems for this enforcing or seeing that integrity in public life is brought up to the highest level. Now, mind you, I am not accusing any political party of any particular issues in this area. But the question is, it is something that I think that needs to be looked at. And one of the things I would have thrown out is, I believe Senator Cummings made the point, and some other senators have alluded to it, this question of one hand can't clap. We need to make sure that not only in the public sector, but those who would have an opportunity to influence those people working in the public sector would also be held to account when, if or when they should attempt to offer a bribe to someone in public service. So, for example, is it possible that we could maybe look at requiring public companies or all companies to have some sort of level of disclosure of financial contributions? Every year, for example, all companies, from the smallest little company to the largest public companies in Barbados, have to file with an annual return with the Corporate Affairs Department. Maybe it's possible that that return could be expanded for disclosure of political contributions. Maybe some other means. I don't want it to be some big or create problems for some, but some means of regularizing this situation. And so it is something that could be looked at as we go forward. We've heard that in time, some amendments will be made. We have heard that the legislation will be refined as we go forward. And so these are some of the issues that certainly, as we go forward, we can think about how we can include them, not necessarily in this legislation, but in other bits of legislation to make the whole issue of integrity much stronger in the public sector. I don't know, I know there are some significant penalties, and I think Senator Kevin Boyce mentions the penalties a little while ago, in terms of actually monetary payment, monetary penalties, but is it possible also that if certainly in the commission doing its investigations can definitely identify that there's some corrupt practice or deal that has gone on in some particular transaction, maybe is it possible that that asset could be recovered from the person who would have received it and put to the funds of government, for example. And so I'm saying that there are other things that we can look at to strengthen the area of penalties and to make sure that overall our public sector people or politicians and so on are dissuaded from any corrupt practices. I don't know how the commission will organize its work, but I certainly would like to see, perhaps on an annual basis, some report, not in detail of any individual investigations necessarily that they may have undertaken, but certainly some report indicating what their work has been, what the issues they have tended to see that may be recurring, and therefore that in itself will help as we go forward to tighten up, as it were, the legislation. And I think that this is a good start, Madam Deputy President. I think while it is not a perfect piece of legislation, I think various senators have clearly identified some issues to which we can further examine. It nevertheless is the kind of start that we needed to have. And to be frank, I don't think that I have sensed in this debate, or even in the last debate, that there was any objection to the bill per se, other than recognizing that, there were certain areas which needed to be tightened up on. And so I am happy to see, as I said, that having had that initial discussion and debate, that certain changes have been made, and I would wish that as we move ahead, that we will continue to improve on this bit of legislation. And with those few words, Madam Deputy President, I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Nichols. We pause for the return of the President.
Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I'm obliged to you. I could not start my contribution to this debate without paying homage to the work of the Integrity Group, Integrity Barbados, who have been championing this piece of legislation and the whole suite to which the Honorable Leader of the Senate referred in her second reading speech of this bill. When I joined the chamber last March, I was immediately greeted in my email inbox with a plethora of information, which to my mind settled what I thought was a number of legal issues that were being paraded as significant barriers to why this bill could not be passed by this chamber or the other place. And I really think that the work that they have done as an institution, as an NGO, is to the credit of Barbados, and they must also bear some responsibility for the high ranking of transparency that we as a country enjoy. Because when an NGO is able to do the kind of lobbying work that they have done, and the educational work they have done, and meeting with parliamentarians, sharing information, it really ranks very high in my books, and I think that they should be fully applauded. Sir, Barbados is not the first country in the Caribbean that is establishing an integrity commission. And I think some of the senators who spoke have indicated that there are challenges that these commissions have throughout the region and even indeed throughout the world. Even in my research, the United Kingdom, even the present cabinet of the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, is having challenges with the reporting requirements by ministers. So this is not something that can, in any event, require the postponement of this bill's passage, so that there will be challenges. So in 1987, some 36 years ago, I believe, Trinidad passed the Integrity and Public Life Bill. And that bill has gone through a number of iterations. And I want to commend the government's approach to this bill. But I do believe that we need to strengthen the institutional framework for the Integrity Commission by taking it even a notch up. And that is by putting it fully on a constitutional plane. And I say so because when I do look at the example of the Trinidadian legislation, the Integrity Commission was established as an institution of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, as opposed to what we are doing here, establishing the Integrity Commission as a statutory corporation, as a body corporate with the status of a statutory corporation incorporated under Section 21 of the Interpretation Act. So that the issues that we think might cramp the ability of the Commission to do its work can be, in my view, ameliorated by having the institution itself being what is properly called a fourth branch institution. Not an institution that is dependent on the executive for the distribution of financial resources, because I see in the legislation that there is no specific legislative requirement to fund the commission. And I say that against the backdrop that even where there are institutions, fourth branch institutions in the Caribbean, like human rights commissions in Guyana and Jamaica and so forth, you get the view that these commissions are not even properly funded, even though they are established by the Constitution. And I would like to think that as we are going through the exercise of parliamentary reform and the exercise of constitutional reform, that we can have that discussion very soon as to what do we do with those institutions of the executive that are not properly part of the cabinet, but that are still important for the functioning of democracy in Barbados. Therefore, it is my humble submission, Mr. President, that we ought to consider how do we strengthen the fourth branch institutions of the state and put them in a place where Parliament will be required by law, by the Constitution, to keep them properly funded. By law, to ensure that those institutions are almost fully independent and are accountable to a part of the executive that is itself not controlled by the cabinet or ministers of government. And I believe that the proper place for that is the institution of the office of the president of Barbados. That the fourth branch institutions should have a role, and they must feel that they are not to be interfered with, or they don't have to peep over their shoulder by any actions of the executive. We hear our judges speak about the purse strings being controlled by the executive and how simple administrative things that would make their lives as judicial officers function better are being constrained by not being able to access resources coming out of the Ministry of Finance or getting requests made, processed in time by the Cabinet Office. And they are complaining that these things impact upon the independence of the judiciary. So as a country where we don't have a large amount of resources, we still need to make sure that the institutions that we create are sustainable, they're independent, impartial, and have sufficient autonomy to carry out their important constitutional functions. And I believe that we need to look at having the office of the president being the central repository of where those reports go to. Those reports should be laid in Parliament, and that the law established by the Constitution should require Parliament to act, given the budgetary constraints, which is always a matter now of discretion within the discretion of the executive, the cabinet, and the government to determine how much resources. But certainly, the reports of institutions such as the Integrity Commission should not just be a report being filed and no one within the context of the state having any responsibility to act on these reports. And so why is that important? We speak about a democracy. We like to say that we are a democracy. But the democracy requires the working of different branches of the state in lockstep. And we might need to have the conversation whether we want to have the separate individual branches of government being a check on each other. Now, I've heard honorable senators speak about the public criticisms made by members of the legislature in other countries about the functioning of the Integrity Commission. I am myself not disturbed by the comments because I have also read some of those articles, and in many of those instances, the charges are that the commission itself has been politicized by the way in which it has dismissed certain claims by partisans on one side and how are actively going after partisans on another. Now, the editorials in those countries might abhor the treatment or the language being used against these commissions. But I certainly don't understand the working of democracy that we can have institutions of government that are not accountable to anyone or that are not susceptible to any criticism whatsoever. And if we move to a situation where we have these institutions not being able to properly account for the work that they're doing, and that they have no, and there's supposed to be no criticism, because, you know, this is a society like Barbados, we like to say it very quickly, you ain't had a right saying. That is a favorite pastime in Barbados, you ain't had a right saying. So we don't have the ability now to say, well, this commission is not acting fairly. How is it that John Brown, when he was minister, there was this scandal, and they were investigating this scandal, and all of a sudden the investigation has been terminated? Not a word. No justification. But something similar is going on, and they're going with full gusto. Is it because there's a political taint? No, you cannot reasonably expect people in a society not to comment, or persons who feel affected by these, what they call injudicious discretions being exercised, to comment on them. And therefore, I feel that while the legislature should have a responsible role in commenting on the activities of all functionaries within government across all of the branches, I don't condone the nature of some of the political attacks which appear to be very vicious in some Caribbean countries. So, but let us not feel that whenever institutions are being criticized for the decisions that they made, that somebody's trying to interfere with their independence, because you cannot have, I'm not a fan of the United States of America's political structure, but I like the idea behind its operations, that every branch of the state is responsible and has a mission to be a check on the other. There's no branch that is free from any criticism of the other branches, and that is how a mature democracy it was theorized as in practical workings of it. So that there is a lot of merit, Mr. President, in the view of giving this commission the status of the constitutional imprimatur, to give it that ability to exercise out with the mercy of the Ministry of Finance, or to whatever puny resources can be squeezed out at any particular time. The government must have a constitutional responsibility to keep these institutions funded and operationalized. If we do not do so, you will find, Mr. President, that in a time to come, you will have a government where they don't think that this is a priority. And you know, we live in a country, sir, where we heard that simple things that are being done could not be done because the government couldn't afford it. And if there is no constitutional imperative for the Integrity Commission to be funded and operationalized, or taken seriously in terms of the reports that they give and investigations that they conduct, you might very well find that the disinterest by the government might be condoned by the electorate at a point in time, much to the detriment of all the work that we are putting in. These are things that we need to ponder. We have not had any real or meaningful conversation as to the structure and the build of our state and the importance of what I call the fourth branch institutions. Take them out of the realm of the executive, they still have to function. They're not legislative, they're not judicial, they're not cabinet, but they still function at the level of the executive, but they need sufficient autonomy in order to be able to discharge their functions. So that is my first observation as to what would strengthen the institution of the commission and answer to a certain extent some of the concerns raised by my colleagues in here today. So there has been much concern, and I've been asked by the Honorable Leader of the Senate to address the issue as to why there's a differential in the treatment of the judges. So I begin by making the point that our Constitution at present requires certain office holders mentioned in the Constitution to be treated in a particular way. Section 112 of the Barbados Constitution, sir, provides for the allocation of resources to pay the salaries of the judges, the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Auditor General, and members of various commissions and so forth. The salary and allowances payable and the terms of service of those officers mentioned in Section 112 of the Barbados Constitution cannot be altered to their disadvantage while they're acting in office. That is what the Constitution of Barbados says. And the reason why government would have determined not to include the judges in the beginning was because there is settled law that any interference with the terms and conditions of those office holders tramples on significant constitutional principle, the separation of powers. It is not written into the text of the Constitution by undergirds it. And this has been litigated throughout the Caribbean in a number of cases, particularly in Trinidad and Tobago. And I was reading a case only last night in the matter of the Integrity of Public Life Act 2000 as amended, because Trinidad has amended their legislation, Trinidad and Tobago has amended their legislation on a number of occasions between the Integrity Commission and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm going to look at the appearances of the eminent senior counsel in this case. I'm not going to call the names, but one who is now of blessed memory that I knew very well. This is a star-studded lineup of all various interest groups. And the thing about this first instance decision, it has not been appealed up the chain, but the rich jurisprudence from this case, I have no doubt informed the perspective as to why a different treatment was given to these office holders. And it's important, sir, to go through that rationale so that we can, at some stage, have a sensible public debate, because I've heard that we are creating different classes of judges and that we have one law for the Medes and one for the Persians, and that kind of debate has taken up. You can't interfere with the terms and conditions of the DPP, the Auditor General, or the judges while they're in office. And the reason why, one of the very distinguished professors to whom Senator Dr. Hines referred, inquired of me as to why it is necessary for this piece of legislation to alter the Constitution of Barbados. And in fact, so I should say the answer to that question is because future office holders will have to come under the scrutiny of this legislation. And we are altering the Constitution of Barbados to make sure that they have to comply with the Integrity of Public Life Bill in the future. And as Senator Nurse, Honorable Senator Nurse indicated, over a period of time, when they retire or leave the service, this issue will become less and less of a problem. But the government, sir, is not intending to create two classes of judges or to excuse the DPP or the Auditor General from any scrutiny. But it is important that we recognize that it has been the case. Altering the terms and conditions of service to their disadvantage would be in breach of Section 112. And this is not to say that the code that is part of this legislation is not a good thing and that you don't want judges and the DPP and the Auditor General to be subject to a code of integrity. That is not the point. The point is that the Act would require them to do certain things. And in absence of doing, it creates the power to discipline them in a manner that is not already set out for disciplining those office holders in the Constitution. And that is important. Alteration of the terms under which the judges previously served has been held in the Trinidadian case to which I referred to operate to their disadvantage, and the Act that purports to control and exercise disciplinary functions over them prescribes a mechanism other than what is already settled in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. So that is the reasoning why the government has made this particular distinction. And you will see, sir, from the body of the bill, that those persons, for the time being, make the reference here, because I think one of the honorable senators made this point. In relation to the declaration of financial affairs by specified persons in public life under Clause 11 of the bill, sir, a specified person in public life who is listed in the first schedule reports and files a declaration to the Commission, while a person in Part 2, which would be a person appointed to the position of judge, DPP, and Auditor General after the appointed date, would have to file those with the President, right? And members of the Commission have to file those with the President. Again, the dichotomy is created not to differentiate on a prejudicial basis, but to preserve that line of authority with their appointing authority, because these persons are appointed by the President at that level, and they're given particular constitutional protection. So that there's nothing nefarious in relation to how these people are being treated in the legislation whatsoever. And sir, it is important to scotch that particular red herring. Another issue, sir, that has come to the public's attention is the issue of blind trust. Sir, I will be the first to admit, and I think Madam Deputy President would tell you, if she is being honest about her days at university, trust is not the easiest subject for anybody to do. And I see some of the law students winking at me because I am not making any statement at all about the person who teaches the law of trust right now, at all. But it is not the easiest concept. And one of the things you learn about English law, especially land law and trust and equity and those things, the English have a way of using words that are assigned to their exact dictionary meaning, unless context indicates otherwise. But oftentimes are not words that people understand in the pejorative sense. So when we speak about blind trust, the first thing that somebody not understanding the principles of trust law will think that a blind trust is something wrong. A blind trust is something nefarious. That you're putting it in there to hide it so nobody will see it. Not understanding the concept of a blind trust. Senator Boyce and I sat in the same class with Professor Owusu. It wasn't on Friday, Senator Boyce. Those are not beach days. And it is a simple principle. There are three parties to a trust. There's the settler, there's the setica trust, what we call the beneficiary, and there is, the beneficiary, the settler, and the trustee. Because the person who creates the trust doesn't always have to be the trustee. The trustee is the person who manages the trust. Sometimes the settler could be the beneficiary of that trust. But there are three relationships there established in law that are very important. And what the blind trust does is to say, a person in public life with certain assets, if you own businesses that will do business with government, you need to set up a trust where your asset base is managed by a trustee. And you have no say at all, as Paul King Douglas would say, that the lady say, in how that trust is managed, how the portfolio of those assets are shuffled, are disposed of, how other assets are acquired. The settler, the owner of the trust, well, I shouldn't say the owner because that is misleading, because the owner essentially will be the beneficiaries in the future. The person who's established the trust has no ability at all to call the trustee and say how much money the trust got him. At all. Cannot speak to the trustee. The trustee has total control as if the trustee were the settler. So that is why it's blind, because the person who establishes the trust, who is in public life, he can come out to public life, or he or she could come out to public life and find, well, there's only $100,000 there for you. We sell everything because we had to make some financial decisions to maintain the integrity of the fund and so forth. And we made some losses, but can't do a thing. That is why it's blind, because you cannot see what is happening. You cannot raise the veil, so to speak. You can't go to the court and say, well, I suspect that there's some looming ominous financial signals on the horizon, and I therefore want the court to help me, because the trustee is not cooperating with me, giving me information. Can't get it. That is a blind trust. But you have people in the society, sir, who have no clue about law, but speak authoritatively about things. They remind me of that fable where the fellow wanted to prove to the world that he was big and strong, and he buried a bag of flour in the ground, and he stand up and he puff at that sun, and he said, well, I'm powerful, I'm the biggest, strongest man in the world, and all the people in the village bow down to him as king. That's what we have going on parading in the country. The late Right Excellent Eric Barrow referred to them as attorneys at loss. Aesop fables. That's a fable, Senator Mario. and that is what we are hearing as a big criticism. No, truth is, sir, that even with blind trust, they have proven to be useful in some jurisdictions, and they've proven to be some kind of black holes. Because there is no legal device that can legislate morality or any form of conduct. None. In fact, if you check out any of the transparency institutions, NGOs, you'll see that right now there are 4 cabinet ministers in the United Kingdom whose declarations as to their blind trust have fallen into gray areas. And where they have a system of established financial trustees doing these things, and for many, many years, there are still several ministers, including the present Prime Minister, who's having issues with these things. That, sir, to my mind, cannot be a reasonable justification for us not to pass this important piece of legislation. Sir, there are, in my view, the issue has been raised legitimately about gifts. Sir, you know, everybody knows when somebody gives something. And we know when somebody gives you something, especially if you're an adult. In fact, sir, I suspect most children will not take things from strangers if they are a certain age. Most children reasonably would suspect or treat with circumspection a stranger coming with the Hansel and Gretel approach and throwing the breadcrumbs on the trail. Let us not get confused, sir. A gift is a gift. We know when there's a certain gentleman from Trinidad and Tobago who seemed to make a resurrection in political life. We all saw the video when he told everybody, look, there's something here for you. y'all want to be pious? No, it's not a time to be pious. Some people took up the thing on the table, others did not. I understand the fellow from Barbados, he didn't take anything from the table because he didn't get his in a meeting. He was sensible enough to get his outside. But the point is that we know what is a gift from what is a quid pro quo. So when somebody comes and gives any one of us in here something that we cannot, and you know the funny thing is, I heard Senator Boyce talking about the forms, and I can get to that. You go in the bank, you maintain an account in the bank nowadays, you cannot tell the bank you're filling out the information, or they will give you your Georgie bundle and you got to go along and leave the place. The banks are demanding of us more intrusive information than this, and it goes beyond spouse and children. And nobody ain't complaining. Right? Nobody ain't complaining. So that when the legislation says that if you get a gift, you need to report it if it is above $2,500. I don't know nobody that can give me one that's more than $2,500. Never get one of this in my life. But this is not an onerous piece of legislation coming to Barbados. And if I could just go quickly, and I see you giving me the signal to wrap up. Sir, your identification section, the name of the declarant, position held, office of the declarant, the positions that you've held from beginning of your work life to where you're at present, same information about your spouse, details of your income, that of your spouse, income from trade and profession, income from property, income, investment income, dividend income, gains and profits. It is a lot, but don't give the impression that, as my colleague Senator Boyce said, you got to create an educational program to get people to fill out. This is when you go to fill out these forms in the bank, you do so without any complaint. This is not an onerous imposition of the people in public life. And I hope that we have the good sense to pass this legislation, but also to keep this bill, when it becomes law, in view constantly before us, so that we can strengthen the integrity of the Integrity Commission. Sir, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. You're speaking, Mr. Mayor? Senator Maynard.
Mr. President, I thank you. I was awaiting a little piece of information, but it shall not be available, but I will start. Mr. President, a lot of time has passed since this bill last appeared in this House. It has become gray, and people have been waiting. But I think Senator Malalu this morning asked, why is it necessary? And I think that the explanatory memorandum lays out clearly for anyone who can read and understand why it is necessary. But Mr. President, we cannot expect to address the issues of corruption purely within this legislation. It requires lots of other pieces of legislation, and Senator Cummins this morning laid out quite extensively the various pieces of legislation which have been passed and revised to make it an almost complete document. But this country has in place legislation to deal with problems which arise, sir, that don't come into the public domain. And Senator Brathwaite called today for greater prominence, sir, in legislation that deals with political campaign financing. And it's a subject that no one wants to talk about. It's a subject that no political party would want to bring to the fore. Mr. President, if you look around at what happens during political campaigns and you see the published information about the cost of such campaigns, we know that it could not be done for such sums. Because if you host 10 people at your house, the costs are exorbitant. And some of the costs that are posted are totally unrealistic. And therefore, one has to ask, if there's a public official who is responsible for such information, what powers and scrutiny do they exert? So we need, Mr. President, to get realistic and alter the legislation that will allow persons to truly declare what they have spent, and, Mr. President, their sources. It's the only fair thing to do. But Mr. President, some time ago, there was a big slogan called Drain the Swamp. This legislation appears, by its extent, to wish to bring a level of scrutiny that will produce a better Barbados. It will produce a better Barbados, sir, not in a quiet way if we do what we say we're going to do, but in a very public way. And as Senator Cummins said, the people asked for it and it is being delivered. So I congratulate the government on delivering it. The only question, Mr. President, is will they enforce it? We have had stories about all the things that have been offered, legislation passed, and when the time came for funding of the various bodies, the funding has not been provided, or not adequate funding, so they really cannot do their jobs. But Mr. President, I wish to speak to the truth, and I've had to listen since the 5th of August 2020 to a repeated, and it cannot be unparliamentary, a repeated mistake where various persons in high office and other people have been constantly saying that this bill, the bill at the time when it did not pass, was shot down in the Senate, and blaming the Senate as a whole for not passing that bill. But Mr. President, the documents, the meetings of the Parliament will show that when the Senate was closed at 5 p.m. on that day, the vote was taken, and every senator in the chamber was named and voted. And because it was a constitutional motion, it required 14 votes, 2/3 majority, and there were only 12 members in the Senate. You cannot, and I was never good at maths, you cannot get 14 from 12. So to say that it was shot down in the Senate was at least, sir, a big mistake. Senator Boyd said that the key to political success is to keep repeating the same thing. Well, he's now saying that the Prime Minister said it, and he's repeating it. It is true. If you keep telling people the same thing all the time, and they don't check for themselves, they'll believe it. But the minutes of this chamber are a fact. And the minutes, sir, are available for anyone to see. But, sir, I am concerned about, not about the broad net which this bill casts, but the seemingly lack of knowledge by the persons to be affected by this bill. Mr. President, I was asked welcome, Senator Tears. I was asked by a chairman of a state-owned enterprise, what does the bill mean for that person? And that surprised me, because I believe that by this late time, all persons affected or potentially affected by this legislation when it passes, and I have no doubt it's going to pass today, that they would have been suitably informed, they would be aware, and they knew what they would have to do, Mr. President. But it appears not to be the case. And the notion that we can go back and now educate persons about what they have to do, I think is a bad thing. Because there are people who serve, who might want or wish their private matters to remain private. And I believe there was adequate time to really have an educational campaign at every level, within the government also, to have people be aware of what they're required to do. I don't have many comments to make on the content of the bill, Mr. President, but I note that it requires one to declare assets, both local and foreign. And I find that very interesting, particularly, Mr. President, the requirement to deliver up information about one's foreign assets. And Mr. President, when one considers that one has to declare the assets of your spouse and your dependent children, I am sure that the reason why this form takes up 30 pages of the document is because each person will file a pretty extensive document. And we will have to have tremendous manpower to properly scrutinize all of it. And I hope that some of the things that Senator Boyce pointed out could happen will not happen. Now, it is interesting, Mr. President, that the legislation provides for confidentiality, and it also, in a very interesting way, the confidentiality extends beyond the persons who have access. So if someone, for some reason, give a person not entitled information, the person who receives the information could potentially face sanction. So it is not enough to say it fell off a truck. You now have to show that you refuse to have it and it's forced upon you. And that's a very interesting position, Mr. President. It speaks to the seriousness with which the government takes the matter of confidentiality. So you just can't have it and assume because you have it, it is okay. You can be sanctioned for having it. Now, being not a lawyer, Mr. President, I know that currently all public servants can be sanctioned under the Public Service Act for breaches of various types. And I wondered, I had hoped that before I got to speak, someone would have explained how or whether this will supersede the Public Service Act in some way, and whether, if there's a breach, under which act will a public servant, sir, be sanctioned. But Mr. President, my colleagues, the government senators who spoke, and I'm sure there'll be more speaking, and all the independents so far have, I think, widely debated the contents, and I think I would like to certainly congratulate the Integrity Commission and its members for staying firm and not, the group, sorry, staying firm and not letting things die. It is easy, sir, when you fought a long battle and you appear to have lost the battle, to stop. And it takes tremendous reserve. It takes a toll on you. By the end of the day, you have to fight on, and I hope when this day ends, sir, that this bill will pass and that this country, sir, will be able to show its face in all the right places, sir, and be proud that we're doing the right thing. I thank you, sir.
Maynard. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. And I assume...
As just indicate, I've given Senator Tate permission to make her presentation from a seated position.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have come this evening because I have some questions that, even if they're not answered, I think they should be on the record because of how important this piece of legislation is. I don't propose to spend a lot of time breaking it apart. I think that today's debate, most of the honorable senators who spoke did just that. But even so, I have some questions. Now, Mr. President, let me go on the record and say there is absolutely no doubt that this type of legislation is required in an environment where governance is considered of paramount importance to the country. So that's not my issue with the legislation. There is also need for certain persons to be accountable to the people of Barbados. That's not my issue. What I am concerned about is that there are a large number of persons who will be directly impacted by this legislation, who I am satisfied by my own personal queries are totally unaware that the legislation applies to them and by extension will affect them. I am sure that a number of senators would have made reference to the second schedule to the bill, particularly at part 1. We haven't spent a lot of time on part 3 of the second schedule, nor have we spent a lot of time in heads of department as described in the public service legislation. But my concern is that with a legislation that has the type of penalties outlined therein, if the government is going to follow on from Dr. Brathwaite, Senator a lot of persons are going to be exposed to some penalties that frankly I have never seen in legislation at this level. I shouldn't say never. It's not usual to get figures that high, sir. $50,000, $100,000. That's unusual. I'm not suggesting that it's not necessary, but it is unusual. And it is because of that that I would have thought that in as much as this bill would have been raised in 2020, and we're bringing it back in February, I think it was the first reading, or it was, something happened in February 2023. We are debating it today. I would have thought that we would have had the same type of educational thrust and public thrust in the same vein that we have been having with, for example, the Constitutional Reform Committee or the Parliamentary Reform Committee. I see that there's a meeting as early as tomorrow at the Barbados Workers Union location. So notwithstanding whatever would have been done in leading up to the bill being brought to the Senate back in 2020, we have a precedent, we have a way of doing things in recent times that was established that seemed to be working. The government has been doing this thing called Parish Speaks, where the Prime Minister and the particular representative is going into the constituencies and she's engaging on a one-on-one level with members of the constituency. People are coming up, speaking into the microphone. And yes, I would know because I watch CBC, so I see it. People don't watch CBC, but I watch CBC. And the Prime Minister, people make their complaints. The Prime Minister has stakeholders and persons related to whatever is going on there so they can answer people one-on-one. And my concern, yes, there was a joint select committee for the integrity and public life legislation. I was on it. But the setting was the Senate during work hours. So I said back then, and I say again now, that the average public servant is not going to come in this environment to learn anything or ask anything. Apart from that, was the person going to get time from work? Is the person going to come? You can't come in these chambers in a pair of jeans and a cap. Whereas in a Barbados Workers Union hall or a school hall, you could sit down in the back in a pair of jeans and a cap. Nobody knows you're there, but you are present, you are learning, you're getting information. Mr. President, we have legislation that can seriously impact the lives, families, homes, because of the fact that one person is a public person, falls into the category of the schedule, and because of that is called upon to give information, declare assets, liabilities. But by virtue of your marriage to this person, you are not a public servant, but because you are married to this person, you have to declare too. Now, all is well if you are happily married. But if you are not happily married, more work for me. I do family law. So we have that issue. And sir, then we have the children. And I'm not sure if the dependent children would be as critical, but there are persons who live happily in a house and don't know nothing about the other person's finances. I find that out when I'm doing family matters, and you do the statement of financial circumstances. That's one of the documents that has to be submitted when you're doing a family matter, and both sides have to submit. And it is not unusual for a party to say, wait a minute, what is that about? What? Or, what happened that he ain't put in so and so and so and so, because I know he got shares in so and so and so and so. This needed to, you have to make sure that the people to whom this applies are aware that it applies to them. And then, Senator Thompson, we have the situation where, yes, I call you because I want your attention. The singles who are heading to marriage. My good God Almighty. No, I'm not about to make a proposal. I am saying those who are getting ready to get married and you do not have this bill, you're fine. But now, in addition to everything else you're talking about, you have to say to this person, yeah, hun, you're gonna have to declare your assets and liabilities. I'm not saying that that is not a requirement depending on who you are in the schedule. But you have to know in order to know. And I believe that there has been a deficiency in the communications that ought to have gone out to the persons who would be directly impacted by this legislation. So we have, Mr. President, and I made it a promise that this time around, I'm going to spend some time getting some information on the record. The second schedule, which speaks to specified persons in public life who have to make these declarations, Mr. President. Yes, we've been hearing a lot about the members of the House of Assembly and the Senate, members of the Cabinet, permanent secretaries. But they're heads of department within the public service and holders of public offices in the same grade as that of such heads of department. I don't even know what that means. Then you have chairpersons of the state-owned enterprises listed in Part 3. I'm going to be dealing with them. Then we have chief executive officers, general managers, and other executive heads of the state-owned enterprises listed in Part 3. Now, that other executive heads, it always concerns me when you have legislation with these vague terms that you don't know who it's supposed to apply to. But because it's a new bill, it ought not to be vague. And I've been listening during the day of people talking about it's not perfect. It's not going to deal with everything. We can amend. Every time I hear a non-lawyer talk about amendment, I cringe. Because an amendment in our world is a big thing, especially if by the time you get it in black and white, there's a new amendment. It's one thing to talk about amendment for updating purposes. It is another thing to talk about amendment because you didn't take the time to get it right, or you did it in a hurry, or you did not consider things that were as bright as the day. I say again, you ought not to be having vagueness. It's not what we do. The other category of persons is the magistrates, and you have senior officers of the commission. Now, Mr. President, when I looked at my public service legislation, and that would be the Public Service Amendment Act 2010-1. I do not know if there has been amendments since then, I don't think so. But in this legislation, in Section 2, subsection A, head of department means a person listed as the head of a department specified in Part 2 of the 8th schedule. Okay, so we're going to turn to the 8th schedule, sir. Sir, there are 50 heads of department. Persons whose administrative head is a head of department for the purposes of this act. This is Part 2. Director of Analytical Services, Director of Barbados Drug Service, the Director of the Bureau of Gender Affairs, Chief Supply Officer of the Central Purchasing Department, Coordinator of the Children's Development Center, the Director of the Coastal Zone Management Unit, the Chief Community Development Officer of the Community Development Department. We have the Chief Archivist in there. We have the Director of the Department of Emergency Management. We have the Chief Electoral Officer, Registrar of Cooperative Department, Registrar of Cooperative Affairs. Controller of Customs Department, Director of Data Processing. That's about 15. We have the Principal of Erdeston College. We have the Principal of the Government Industrial Schools. We have the Chief Media Source Officer of the Media Resource Department, the Commissioner of Land Tax, the Chief Labor Officer, the Chief Immigration Officer, the Chief Information Officer, and the Chief Electrical Officer of the Electrical Engineering Department. We have the Director of the National HIV/AIDS Commission, the Director of the National Heritage Department, the Ombudsman, the Principal of the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic, the Manager of the School Meals Department, and we have principals of secondary schools, of which I believe there are 21. We have the Supervisor of Insurance and Pensions, which no longer exists, the Chief Telecommunications Officer, the Director of Youth Affairs, the Chief Welfare Officer. Now, to this, you have to add a spouse. And then if you have dependent children, you have to add that. So on a count, without putting in the 21 principals, this is 55. If you add the 21 principals, that's 76, multiplied by 3. You are at some figure that is over 200. Y'all want me to calculate that too? No, Mr. President, this is not a joke, because you realize I am calling this category of persons, and I have not called I haven't called members of Parliament, Senate, Cabinet, or any of those persons that were listed before the heads of department. I do not see anything about primary school teachers. I'm not sure how come the principals of secondary schools have to account, but not them. But I don't understand how the public service works generally. Then we have Mr. President. So those are persons who fall into part 1 of the second schedule, specified persons in public life. And I can bet you that the majority of persons that I just called out, and I didn't call out all of them, are unaware that this legislation applies to them. Then you have the chairpersons of the state-owned enterprises. Well, Mr. President, that number, according to the schedule, finishes at 53. We have Air Transport Licensing Authority. We have the Barbados Community College Barbados Defense Force, Barbados National Oil Company Limited, Barbados National Standards Institute. Mr. President, we have Caves of Barbados, Child Care Board, Community Legal Services, Enterprise Growth Fund, Fair Trading Commission, Kensington Oval Management, Hotels and Resorts. I don't see Gymnasium Limited here. I was surprised about that. As far as I know, it's a state-owned enterprise that is governed by a board of directors. So I don't know if that's an omission or there's a reason why Gymnasium Limited is not listed here as a state-owned enterprise. Of course, we have the National Culture Foundation, the National Sports Council. We have Resolution Life Assurance Company, Mr. President, and New Life Investment Company. We have the Sanitation Service Authority, Mr. President, but the one that had me the most excellent. We have Southern Meats, Inc., listed here. Southern Meats, Inc. The Technical and Vocational Education and Training Council, Transport Board, and Urban Development Commission. According to the bill, these persons also have to declare and name their assets and so on. And Mr. President, we're talking and everybody's talking about money, but this declaration calls for coin collection and jewelry. Some people, there's not going to be enough paper, Mr. President, not enough. Mr. President, and then there's some on the other side with the amount of assets they have in land. They're going to have their own department to store their assets and record their assets that go beyond the shores of Barbados, I'm told. So I'm wondering, sir, if it wouldn't have been prudent to ensure, because I am certain that if you pay attention to these schedules, there are some names and some persons that it would not have occurred to you would fall into the category, especially if you don't deal with the public service on a regular basis, and if they were not being educated. And the government, this matter first came up in 2020. We are now in 2023. There was ample time to do better in informing persons that they have the potential of facing 50,000 up penalties. First thing first, if and when the bill is proclaimed, you have 90 days to submit your information. If you are fortunate enough, like Senator Malalu, that you have an accountant that can pull it together, you are good. If you do not have an accountant, you have an issue. Senator Boyce talked about needing a lesson in trying to understand some of the requests that are being made. And it's not a joke, because if you are going to have a commission that is serious about the job that they're going to be doing, you're going to have people who are paying attention to deadlines and requirements. That's what we're doing. We're trying to get legislation that puts a structure in place to ensure that there's integrity in public life. But is it realistic? And my question is, you have public servants included in this legislation, but you have the Public Service Act that deals with their discipline, and a large portion of it, I find, overlaps in terms of the type of offenses. So my question, Mr. President, is, if a public servant is found guilty of an offense that could fall either under the Public Service Act or the Integrity in Public Life Act, which legislation, under which legislation would the person be charged? Because under the Public Service Act, you could be sent home for telling lies. There's provision for that. So including them in the Integrity in Public Life legislation, I would like somebody to explain that to me, considering that, to my mind, the public service legislation actually is more stringent as it relates to the responsibilities of a public servant than the Integrity in Public Life legislation. That might explain why the commission needs to have access to you 5 years after you are in public life, because it's going to take that kind of time to do an investigation, because where are you getting the staff from? Even if we do what Senator Nichols, suggested, and have dedicated staff, monies, all of that, how are you managing this? I just referred to 70-something heads of department and 50-something state-owned enterprises. We have not dealt with the 21 senators. We have not dealt with the 30 MPs. Multiply everybody by 3 except me and Dr. Driggs. And where are we? In terms of getting the information, assessing the information, and more importantly, Mr. President, where are we storing this information? Because you want me to give you my information. Where are you putting it? Because the Queen Elizabeth Hospital got hacked with people's information. So what are we doing to ensure that our information is going to be safe? What are we doing about it, Mr. President? We have reference in the Public Service Act about misconduct of a serious nature. We have the Integrity in Public Life saying, well, if you don't tell people what's going on, you can be guilty of an offense, liable on conviction to a fine of $100,000 or imprisonment for 2 years. And, Mr. President, there is a lovely proposed section, as it is a clause, that makes reference to a person who, without reasonable cause, fails to file a declaration that he's required to file, etc., etc. Where he fails to comply with an order made under subsection 3, within the specified period, the offense shall be deemed to be a continuing offense, and the specified person in public life shall be liable to a further fine. So you already get fined $50,000. You are liable to a further fine of $3,000 for each day on which the offense continues. That's brilliant if you're trying to catch a thief. No problem, Mr. President. I don't have a problem with somebody who is disobeying an order of the commission. My issue is you have to tell people that this is about to happen. They need to know. Hopefully it acts as a, incentive not to engage in behavior that will put them before the commission. A deterrent is a good word. Thank you, Senator Boyce. But, Mr. President, this is not a poo-poo piece of legislation. This is not legislation. You know, sometimes we get, poo-poo is not a good word. My apologies, Mr. President. I can use poo-poo. Senator Thompson says I can use poo-poo. I'm going down the road with poo-poo. But this is not a joke. You know how sometimes we come across legislation, you will hear that somebody was charged $48, and you know that that legislation is 3,000 years old. This is new. The government is clearly not playing. But you can't do this and don't tell people and assume that they know because it was held in the Senate. That's not real, because there are public servants who don't have a clue. They do not know that this is happening. And the government owes it to ensure that people know so that you encourage compliance. So the integrity group puts things in the paper. I see them, but I read the paper. I don't know what the younger people and the older people are doing with the paper. I get looked at like I'm strange because I still read a newspaper. I'm not talking to you. I'm not doing a voice note, no. Mr. President, so that you have to ensure that your public, who is going to be affected, and public servants tend to be of a certain age bracket. You have to give them the opportunity to understand. And I do not ascribe to passing the legislation and then educating for two reasons. One, you already have people on the defensive because they feel as if you did something behind their back, pushing it down their throat. But secondly, if having passed it, you go to the people and legitimately you discover there's an issue, there's another amendment. Mr. President, I'm still waiting for the national insurance amendments prior to the one that was done last week that took place between 2010 and now, that I still can't get. We still do not have access to the laws of Barbados because they're not up to date. I'm not sure of the status of the Law Review Commission, but I understand there's an issue in terms of one person in two jobs. I don't know if that's a fact. I was told so by a reliable person. I'm not trying to put the person who is in the center of that in anything, but the reality is there's no law review as it stands happening at the level that is required because of the amount of legislation that is coming from the government. When we pass this legislation, we have to know what's going on. It's not happening far and wide enough that you have it in a consolidated index so you could go somewhere and find the legislation. You have to hope that you have the type of clerk of parliament that we have that can pull it together for us so that we can get it. But everybody doesn't have that ability. So I've heard of stories where senior lawyers have gone into the Court of Appeal and argued a point, and the Court of Appeal graciously waited for that person to finish to say, that has been repealed. That's serious. We have to be able to keep up. It is not about anybody wanting anybody to go slow. We want it to be efficient. We want it to be effective. We need the legislation to be available for review and for research and for access. So there's that, Mr. President. The government needs to tell its constituents what it's doing before the legislation is passed. I am surprised that you're not hearing from the unions. I'm surprised that in the other place where every public servant is supposed to be represented, I don't recall hearing any questions. Or, let's hold on this. And the thing is, the government, like an employer, I always tell clients, when you are an employer and you fire somebody and you don't have all the paperwork together, that's wrong. Because you knew, and they didn't, that they were being fired. So they shouldn't have to come back to you for anything. You done, give them their stuff, their check, their papers, their whatever, their contract of employment, their certificate of whatever, let them go. Likewise, if the government knew they needed this passed now, they had from 2020 to 2023 to educate the public servants. But we hear about it, and then if you dare to question, you're getting the sense that you're hearing words like, use your common sense and vote for the bill. Or, it came in here twice, and let's talk about that twice. The first time it came, it went to the vote when they didn't have the numbers. The independent and opposition senators exercised their right to leave the chambers because they thought that they were at risk. There was a person in the chamber that caused them to believe that they were at risk, and it was all related to COVID. They exercised their right. This nonsense about blaming the independent and opposition senators for the failure of the bill. When the bill was put to the vote, when you did not have 14 people and you needed the 14 people, is patently dishonest. It's patently dishonest. There were persons in the chamber who had illnesses that they were fearful of their lives. It is nobody's business what's going on with persons' medical condition. If they exercise their right to walk out, the government shouldn't have put it to the vote. So the government lost the vote for themselves. And it made you feel like they didn't want it to pass, but they wanted to blame it on the opposition and the independent senators. Flawed state of affairs, Mr. President. Likewise, this time around, you tell us February, you rush it along and you want it done. But when we get into committee and there's suggestions for amendment, let's see what's gonna happen. Let's see, because committee in here, like, is a dirty word. The reality is, as far as I'm aware with this independent side, there's no opposition. I find that the submissions made by the persons on the independent side are used to enhance whatever is happening. You don't find this side having an issue with what the government is bringing, and when they do, they say and they give you solutions. Whether you choose to use them is a matter for you. But to suggest that it would be the fault of the independent senators because they say, this bill isn't ready, there's nothing wrong with the concept, but it needs more work, then that becomes a national abusing, again, as Senator Nurse talked about it, unfair. Governance needs to be done properly. Legislation needs to be drafted properly. Persons need to be aware how their lives are going to be affected. This bill has a purpose. I don't know, and I don't feel that it is ready simply because those who need to know don't. I am forever obliged to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tate. Thank you. Senator Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought we'd already passed whistle-type legislation a while ago, but let me get directly into the actual bill itself. Mr. President, we've had a lot of conversation during the course of the day. We've said a lot, and I'm going to exercise a significant amount of restraint in what I will say. So, Mr. President, let me get into why we are here. We are here to make a determination on whether or not the government of Barbados will be in a position with the support of the independent senators to pass legislation that the country has called for on integrity. That is the only reason we're here today. I think all of us have jobs to do, offices to run, families to support, things that we could be doing other than having this particular conversation. But we are here today, Mr. President, for one reason and one reason only. Now, let me start to deal with some of these substantive things aside from the dog whistles that have gone out. Let me start to deal with the substantive points, Mr. President. Now, first and foremost, Mr. President, because we've become accustomed to this, you know, anytime we have Senate.
I want you to raise Senator Maynard.
Mr. President, raising a point of order. Mr. President, the only animal that I know that is signaled by a dog whistle is a dog. And I find the language, sir, rather unparliamentary, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It may be colloquial, but it's not unparliamentary. Dog whistle in modern parlance is used not related to animals at all, but in relation to general signals that are saying. So it is colloquial, but not unparliamentary. It would be up to Senator Cummins if she wanted to structure it in a more formal way, but it is not unparliamentary in modern context. Continue, Senator Cummins.
Absolutely. So, Mr. President, let's go. We have a number of things that were raised over the course of today, and on behalf of the government of Barbados, I would wish to be able to respond to them. Senator Malaluyu spoke earlier, and he spoke about the importance of the Code of Conduct as part of the schedule, Mr. President, and we are supportive of that. We then went on to the need to capture the private sector paying the bribe. We have established that there's an entire section within the prevention of corruption legislation that we spoke about earlier, and I want to take a moment to deal with that, Mr. President. While in 2003 we signed the prevention of corruption legislation for the United Nations, we in this honorable chamber, Mr. President, and in the other place, debated and passed the legislation against corruption. We've also ratified that legislation, Mr. President, and it was proclaimed in 2021 and effected into law. I want to make that a matter of record. Mr. President, I also want to go into a couple of things I can share if you wish. I believe that the clerks will be in possession of the signature at the time of the only person in this country who can sign a proclamation entering a law into effect. I'm sure that the clerks have access to that as well. Now, Mr. President, I want to go into the points raised by Senator Hines. Fair points, but I want to share a couple of things. I'm not sure if I have the right computer. Mr. President, there was a select committee. I sat on that select committee. Many of the persons, or including some of the persons of whom Senator Hines spoke, they sat on the Integrity Group of Barbados and other groups that submitted submissions to the Select Committee. And so we drew not on their publications or their writing, but on their submissions to the groups that presented to the Select Committee. Some of the persons who Senator Hines referred to in her own submission, I sat in committees with them where they made their submissions on the elements that they wanted to see in the bill. But Mr. President, I am not going to say that this is perfect legislation or imperfect legislation. I'm not going to. What I am going to say is that there are multiple views. The report of the various submissions from the members of the committee who submitted and made presentations, both oral and written, is over 568 pages long. It is not one person's submission. 568 pages of written submissions, clause by clause, section by section, for the entire draft of the document. And if we want to talk about participatory democracy, I would wish to make it clear, Mr. President, that a government that convened a select committee, entertained written and oral submissions, then drew in the custodians of law and legislative reform in the persons of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and then in the person of the Attorney General who chaired the Joint Select Committee, would not therefore now be acting democratically to have a single individual make a series of amendments to a draft that has been extensively consulted on, Mr. President. The report is there on the parliamentary website. It is free for all to see. You are welcome to see. And in the minutes of that report, Mr. President, you will see the submissions that were made. In my opening, Mr. President, I spoke about the excellent presentations made by a number of persons, and I wanted to commend Sir David Simmons as a retired Chief Justice. But I want to pause for a moment to recognize someone who is no longer with us, who also paid stellar service to this process. Lady Beverly Waldron. She also was one of the persons, as an attorney and as a member of one of the groups making submissions, spent a lot of time on this legislation. And I want to take just that moment to honor her and to honor her contribution to this legislation. Mr. President, I want, since we are reading from the script that we all have, I want to take a minute to read some of the persons who submitted their commentary. Mr. President, we had presentations made from persons including, but not limited to, Solutions Barbados, headed by Granville Phillips III, I believe, Mr. Philip Osborne, Integrity Group of Barbados, that is still here with us today, ICAB, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Barbados, The Institute, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, and this is UNODC, and if you are familiar with their work, they have done extensive work on the Corruption Convention as well, and they gave clause-by-clause submissions. MESA, Men's Educational Support Association, and Mr. Sam Lewis, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Democratic Labour Party, the New Kingdom, Barbados New Kingdom Alliance, United Progressive Party, Mr. Neville Graves, the Financial Intelligence Unit, all experts in their own right. And I want to pause for a moment on the Financial Intelligence Unit, Mr. President. When we talk about the role of the DPP, the role of the police, the role of all of those persons, this is critical, Mr. President, because when you're dealing with financial crimes and the proceeds of crime, those are not matters that go just to any regular officer. It has a specified skill set that is required. And I'm sure we've heard the Honorable Attorney General speak about the fact that in a small society, everybody wants to be comfortable and talk about wizzying on a rum shop. I believe Senator Roberts Odo spoke about her being a child in a rum shop and a church. And if you're talking on a rum shop steps, half of the time everybody wizzying or who take what, who did what, who went where with whom, who got what from whom. But let a financial intelligence unit or any of the entities with responsibility for investigations ask any of those persons what they know. Well, you know, I ain't so sure. I hear so, but I ain't know. The police can only prosecute what we share with them in writing. You ask them to make a written submission attesting to what you saw. And it's not the police all the time, either, in any event, Mr. President. And it is the reason why we had to bring in a specialized group of people from outside of the country, from the UK, under the Office of the Attorney General, to begin the process of investigations. So when we talk about culture, when we talk about wanting to have a culture that is anti-corruption, let that begin with me. Let that begin with my willingness not only to not participate in corruption, but also to share what I know. And when asked as part of an investigation to share what I have seen and what I know, the wizzying on a rum shop isn't going to be a part of the investigation. It cannot suffice. So let us talk about some of the real issues that actually present themselves when in a Barbadian context, people do not want to be associated with an investigation because I still got to live here. I still got to have my children going to school here. Let us start with some of those culture changes, Mr. President, but this government isn't concerned about those things to the extent that we are confident that we can make changes over time. We can train people, we can build capacity, and that work, I am certain, under the Office of the Attorney General and all of the associated entities under the Prime Minister's office has already begun. Now, Mr. President, the submission by Dr. Chelson Bradford was a thoughtful one, and I really did appreciate, as I always do, his commentaries. He raised a number of issues, including the importance of freedom of information, and I want to attribute things that are said to those who said them, and so Senator Kevin Boyce, he spoke, Mr. President, about the Fourth Estate, even though he attempted to attribute it to a third party, but he spoke about the importance of the Fourth Estate. I think it was Senator John Rogers. I am sorry. You see, this is why we're talking about third parties. Senator Rogers attributed it to Senator Nichols, but in actual fact, Senator Rogers spoke about the Fourth Estate. Freedom of information. This is a government that has given the commitment to working towards having freedom of information legislation. That still remains the case. But the caution of Senator Rogers was important. Mr. President, we were in here last week, and I had in my opening statement on the NIS reform to speak about why we were here the week before and to respond to a news story. But that news story didn't start on TikTok. That news story didn't start on social media. That news story started on a radio program with a moderator who attempted to treat the radio like his personal social media account. Dr. Hines was present, so don't look in her direction. She was here on that occasion. So when you talk about freedom of information, we also have to talk about responsibilities. And that became a whole story. So responsibility of the Fourth Estate for accurate representation. And what was problematic for me, Mr. President, is that the media called me, Before I left in here, they messaged me but it suited certain elements to carry a sensational story rather than to carry what I confirmed was the representation of what we were actually doing. So we have to be careful sometimes with what we do with the information available to us. We can choose to carry it or not to carry it. So we have to take responsibility, each of us. Now, Mr. President, I want to go into a couple of things. I want to use some legislation here for a minute. Mr. President, Schedule 2 has gotten a lot of attention. Several senators spoke about what was contained in the second schedule of this bill. Mr. President, this second schedule doesn't correlate directly to anything other than the first and the second schedule of the Public Finance Management Act. If you were to look at the Public Finance Management Act, you would see listed in the first schedule a list of state-owned enterprises, and in the second schedule of the Public Finance Management Act, a list of commercial state-owned enterprises. And what you have captured in the second schedule of the Integrity Bill is a summary amalgamation of a number of entities captured under those two schedules. But we are having them linked to something completely unrelated, Mr. President. I want to make it clear as well that this is an administration that came to office in 2018 and went to the public to have a conversation about what to do with certain state-owned enterprises. The Gymnasium Limited has not existed for a long time, no. A long time, no, Mr. President. The board was collapsed. I remember there were persons who many of us would have known on the board, and they were no longer there and have not been there for some time. If we in here aren't following, I don't know what's going to happen on the outside.
On a point of order, Mr. President, it was me that made the comment about Gymnasium Limited, and I said, I don't know why it's not on the list, I'm not sure. I'm not following up on the government. I used to be on Gymnasium Limited, I didn't see it, and I was asking, so to suggest I'm not following when I did ask a question is, what's the word? It would be expected, but Mr. President, on a point of order, I'm objecting to I'm not keeping up, or if you're not following. I asked a question, I made a statement. I don't see it on the list. I don't know if it's supposed to be on the list or if it was an omission. So to attack when I'm making that statement is flawed.
Senator Cummings, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. No, thank you very much, Mr. President. No, if you were to look at what was listed in the 2019 Public Finance Management Act, Mr. President, there are a number of entities that you would have seen listed there that are no longer there because they no longer are in existence. And that is the simple explanation for what is captured at Schedule 2. I would not want, Mr. President, because we had this happen where excellent submissions were made by members of the Honorable Senate. We have great presentations, substantive issues being raised. It happened last in the estimates where at the very end, you have this sensational thing that goes out into and it overwhelms the discussion of substance that has taken place throughout the entire day. I would not want to go down, again, that road. So, Mr. President, Mr. President, there are two things that I do want to raise here in closing, because I'm not spending a whole lot more time on this. I took a moment while I was listening to the commentary on public officials being included. I spent a lot of time when I opened this presentation earlier today, Mr. President, this morning, just after 11 a.m. I spent a lot of time going through who is covered under the Public Finance Management Act, why they're covered under the Public Finance Management Act, what roles they play as accounting officers, the access to the purse, and therefore why public officials of all these categories are included. Mr. President, in the submission of October to the Select Committee, there was a submission that was made, and I want to draw attention to it deliberately. That submission, Mr. President, said this. A Mr. Orlando Marvel. He spoke Mr. Orlando Marvel, this is a matter of public record, it is in the report. He said, former teacher, diplomat, and lecturer at the University of the West Indies introduced himself. He informed, now deceased, he informed that at the request of a previous administration, he worked on a suite of integrity legislation, and which work was left hanging or blocked in some circumstances by senior public officials for over a period of 10 years. So when Senator John King takes a piece of paper and dramatically tears it up to say, this thing we first merry-go-round at this thing, this has been knocking about for long in multiple incarnations. He went on, Mr. President, to make a number of recommendations which are included in the bill or in different pieces of legislation. Mr. President, this is the moment that we have to make some decisions as to whether or not Barbados will finally have integrity legislation. It is a moment we will make a decision, and since it is a constitutional motion, it is not one of those occasions where we will say the yes, we will say yea or nay. All of our votes will be recorded by name on the record by the clerks of Parliament today. Today is that kind of day. So we will show ourselves approved as to what we agree to or not agree to in the record. And in the same way that I am able, and we are all able, to go back into the records of Parliament and to go back into Hansard and into various reports to see what happened in this place and in the other place on historic days, today will be no different. My vote will be yes in favor of this legislation. Every member on this side will have a vote as well. And I am certain that they will make sure that their names are recorded in history. And I can only ask that all honorable members make the decision that they would wish to have recorded next to their name on the matter before this honorable chamber, which is a vote for or against Barbados in 2023 having an integrity bill voted into law. With these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that they do not leave the chair and the Honorable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chairman, I'm seeking permission to call the bill in parts and clauses without prejudice to any senator who might want to debate any of the clauses.
Permission so granted.
Thank you. Part 1, clauses 1 and 2.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 1, Clauses 1 and 2 stand part.
The question is that Part 1. If I could finish. Part 1, Clauses 1 and 2 do now stand part. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no.
Madam Chair?
The chair recognizes Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like some clarification on clause 2, specifically the definition of a person exercising public function means, and go down to part D of that section. It says, a person exercising public function means D, any other person having mentioned a specified person in public life, a public officer, and a member, chief executive officer, et cetera, But D then goes into any other person who holds a legislative, executive, administrative, or judicial office in the government of Barbados, whether appointed or elected, permanent or temporary, or paid or unpaid, except a person who's appointed to the office listed in paragraph 1A, and it goes on. My question, Madam Chair, is in what circumstance would there be an unpaid person, and how do we clarify that in legislation? Given that this person is also subject to offenses in further clauses in the legislation. If I could get some clarification on who would be an unpaid person and what would that definition, who would that apply to? I'm a little confused there. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols.
There are people who serve public office that take no remuneration at all. People who, I know, persons who serve as chairman of government school boards for many years, not taking a cent in remuneration. And therefore, it will refer to that. This is a broad provision, yes, but it must be able to cover persons who take the responsibility but volunteer not to accept any payment. It is nothing, there's no magic about it.
Madam Chair, I somewhat accept that explanation to an extent, but I will yield on that point.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 and 2 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 3 to 10.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that part 2, clauses 3 through 10 stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 3 through 10 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The chair recognizes Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to return to clause 8 relating to annual reports. We did have some discussion about where the reports go, whether they should indeed go to the Prime Minister. 8, annual reports. 8.1. And there was even a suggestion from the government side that perhaps reports should go elsewhere, to the President, if I recall correctly. I'm seeking clarity and perhaps suggesting that we may want to reconsider having these reports go to the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The report of the commission is slated, in fact, not just to be sent to the Prime Minister, but also to be laid in Parliament. So they are coming from the Prime Minister. They comes directly over to Parliament. Both houses of Parliament will see those reports, as you always do, as is the case with general oversight. I hope that answers the honourable senator's question.
Chair recognizes Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was quite clear to me. It was just that what I'm voicing is actual disagreement, that is where it should go first. All right. Thank you for that further clarification from somewhere. I would therefore like to move an amendment. Can I? To remove the Prime Minister and instead insert the President.
Senator Dr. Hines is proposing that the clause before the chamber should be amended to remove being sent to the Prime Minister. That's correct. We would therefore need to have a seconder for this proposal in order for the amendment to carry, and then we would vote on the amendment, on the proposal to amend.
Madam Chair, I'd like to second the motion.
The clerks will finesse the language, and then we will vote on the matter of the amendment. So am I understanding Dr. Hines' proposal as seconded is that it would come only to Parliament?
No.
Only and directly?
She's proposing that.
So the chamber will now vote first on the amendment that is before us. The amendment as proposed is that the language which in the draft, in the bill before the chamber, sending the report to the Prime Minister, that the words the Prime Minister would be removed and would be substituted, the words the President would be substituted. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So all honorable senators in favor of the amendment in favor of the proposal that the legislation should be amended to send the reports to the President and not to the Prime Minister. All those honorable senators in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say no. No. The noes have it. The question, therefore, is that Part 2, clauses 3 to 10, as originally framed, do now stand part. All those in favor of the original language, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Do you want to vote?
Part 3, clauses. Madam Chair, can we get some? Thanks. Part 3, clauses 11 to 17.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 11 through 17 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 11 through 17 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The chair recognizes Senator Malalu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this was debated earlier, 16, Clause 16, Section 2, question was raised as to why non-conformity for the judges, DPP, Auditor General, and Commission members would not be published, which was the effect of Clause 2 in so doing. And I have not been able to figure out why, since then, we would not publish people who are even more important than other ones who are non-compliant. And therefore, in following what has gone on to try and make this as quick as possible, what I would like to do, and I have no idea what will happen, is that I would like to propose an amendment to remove item 16.2 such that the persons covered in subsection 1A, part 2 of the second schedule, would face the same publication as everyone else would have. And that would be my amendment, to remove clause 16.2. It may or may not be second. Over to you.
I'll second.
Yeah, before you second it, I have to find out where you seconded. So help me here, Senator Malalu. Yes, no, but 16.2 should be deleted, and there's a two-part to your proposal. The part, yes, there is that because you're saying then that the language at section 16.1.
For clarity,
No,
Madam Chair.
the persons identified.
No.
Be subject to, go on.
My amendment that I am proposing.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to.
Is that section 16.2 be deleted.
Full stop.
Full stop, nothing more.
Okay. And now there seems to be no end of seconders.
I actually have a question, Madam Chair, on the proposed amendment. And we heard some discussion during the debate from Senator Nichols about the protection of judges under the Constitution. My question is whether the publication of these persons, as stated in 16, so if they're treated in the same way as those in 16.1 A and B, would be any kind of violation of the Constitution? That is the question.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ma'am, the requirement for judges, the DPP, and the Auditor General to file, the existing office holders to file these declarations does not exist in the law. That is the purpose of exempting them from here. So to delete that doesn't make sense in the circumstances. And the reason I am not sure Senator Malalu was present when I proffered the submission to this chamber was that in the framing of this legislation, the government accepted the advice that it received following judicial decisions that under section 112 of the Barbados Constitution, which specifies that certain monies that should be allocated for the payment of salaries and allowances, and that these terms and conditions of their service should not be changed to their detriment during the time they hold office, so as not to put the legislation in a constitutional quagmire. Locked up in the courts, it was decided to exempt the existing office holders from the date of the passage of this legislation. So this subsection in the clause 16.2 is consistent with that reasoning. And I therefore ask that Senator Malalu, on reflection, withdraws because I don't want him to go on record. I understand why he's saying that everybody should be published for, names should be published when they fail to make declarations. But the existing bill which we are considering does not require them. In my interpretation, right? It does not so require. So this clause only seeks to make that clear because the publication for failure to file a declaration, Section 16 speaks to that, whereas Section 15 creates the obligation. Sorry, not 15, I think is, Section 11 creates that obligation to file a declaration, right? And they are exempted because they are listed in the second schedule. And only those officers who are appointed to those offices after this act comes into force. So it's by way of operation of law. That is why it is so. But I would suggest that I would voice in my objection to the deletion of this clause because it would run foul of the legislative intent, which is to keep everything above par when Section 112 of the Constitution is taken into consideration. Because it would have the effect of altering the terms and conditions of officers specified in the Constitution, whose terms and conditions of service during their tenure should not be altered to their disadvantage.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. It seems that there are a number of people who are very anxious to speak, and they're all leaning forward in their seats. I will recognize Senators Malalou, Rogers, and Hines. Yes, I did see you, Senator, in that order. Senator Andrew Malalou, you have the floor. Senator.
I thank the Honourable Senator for his clarification. That's not my understanding of it, but I'm happy to be corrected. My understanding of this is that for those persons covered in Part 2 of the second schedule, at such time as they are covered, whenever that happens, which would be new appointees, if they are in breach of 16(1), they would not be published. If I am incorrect in my understanding of that clause, I would be happy to withdraw the amendment. If I am correct in my understanding of it, then I would wish the amendment to be proposed.
Senator Reverend Cannon Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Just a correction, or in addition to something Senator Nichols would have said. Under Clause 11, subsection 3B, persons listed in Part 2 of the second schedule, which would be the judges of the court, the Auditor General, the DPP, and members of the Commission, are to file a declaration, but to the President. What is missing in the legislation currently, and what we're questioning, is Section 16 speaks directly to those under Part 1 of Schedule 2, who make their declarations to the Commission. So naturally, subsection 2 of Clause 16 is correct, because naturally people under Schedule 2 do not file to the Commission. The question is, shouldn't people who file to the President, if they do not file, if they fail to declare, shouldn't they face the same penalties as the persons who file under Part 1 of Schedule 2? I think that's where the omission in the legislation is.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Christina Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question also is whether the publication that persons did not file changes their terms and conditions, because they have to file. This is the judges, etc., that would be coming in new. So if it is that they have to file, how or why, if someone could explain, would failure to publish be a change in their terms and conditions? And I would further suggest then, so that what Senator Malalou is saying is more consistent with 16.1, is that perhaps what we're talking about in 16.1 is not just a person who is required to file a declaration with the Commission, but basically a person who is required to file a declaration. Period, right? Because on the one hand, we have those in Part 1 filing their declaration to the Commission, but those in Part 2 filing their declaration to the President. And I believe the concern, the actual concern around this is that there may be some individuals who don't get shamed for not filing their declarations. And I am not certain whether that is the intent of the legislation. I hope that makes sense.
Madam Chair, having ventilated this matter, it is not my desire to hold up in any way the passing of this legislation. I would be personally satisfied if there was a commitment on the part of the Leader of Government Business to report back to the Senate within a period of 3 months as to how, after the legislation has been passed, if it is successful, as to the intent and the potential modification of this so that this legislation is not delayed. With those words, I will withdraw my proposed amendment.
The chair thanks Senator Malaloux for his congeniality and for his putting before the chamber a workable proposal. I hope that the Leader of Government Business is amenable to the compromise and the olive leaf being offered. Wonderful. The question is, Part 3, beg your pardon, clauses 11 through 17 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 18 through 22.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 18 through 22 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 18 through 22 do now stand part. The chair recognizes Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm doing multiple things at once. I want to draw the Chamber's attention to Clause 19, subclause 2. 19, subclause 2. Where is it? I'm just looking for it, Madam Chair. My apologies. It speaks to the record of statements of registrable interests, etc. And Part 2 says, every member of the House of Assembly and of the Senate shall notify the Commission of any change which occurs in his interests or those of his spouse or children within 6 weeks of the change. Madam Chair, there are offenses in relation to that clause that also have some very hefty fines. And my proposal to the chamber is that the 6 weeks be changed to 90 days. Because if we're saying that the change is the individual, their spouse, which they may not become aware of at the time, or even their dependent, 90 days I think is a reasonable time for the person to make the change, or to let the commission know that there's a change in their registrable interests. And Madam Chair, just for the benefit of the chamber, I am asking that the clause now read through the amendment, that it says and states, every member of the House of Assembly and of the Senate shall notify the Commission of any change which occurs in his interests or those of his spouse or children within 90 days of the change, Madam Chair.
Does the proposal have a seconder?
I second the proposal.
The proposal is seconded by Senator Dr. Christina Hines. The proposal before the chamber on which honorable senators are now being invited to vote, can we have some order, please? Are now being invited to vote, relate to clause 19.2. It currently reads, every member of the House of Assembly and of the Senate shall notify the commission of any change which occurs in his interests or those of his spouse or children within 6 weeks of the change. It is being proposed, and it has been seconded, that the clause 19.2 should be amended to read as follows. Every member of the House of Assembly and of the Senate shall notify the commission of any change which occurs in his interests or those of his spouse or children within 90 days of the change. All those in favor of the amendment to 19.2, changing the period from 6 weeks to 90 days, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I
I'm
heard
asking
you.
for-
I was just
oh,
in
okay.
shock. A divide has been called.
Senator Cummings.
No.
Senator the Most Honorable
No.
Walcott. Senator Dr. Chantal Maronite.
No.
Senator Crystal Haynes.
Doctor? No.
Dr. Haynes, sorry. Senator John King.
No.
Senator Paris.
No.
Senator
No.
Senator Haywood. Senator Shanika Roberts Odom.
No.
Senator Andrele Boyce.
No.
Senator Gregory Nichols.
No.
Senator Lyndall Nurse. Use the mic, please.
Yes.
Senator Christopher Maynard.
Yes.
Senator Monique Tick.
Yes.
Senator Kevin Boyce.
Aye.
Yes.
Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers.
Yes.
Senator Andrew Malalo.
Abstain.
Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
Yes.
Senator Dr. the Honorable Charleston Braffett.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Dan. Madam Chair, the results of the division, 10 honorable senators voted against the amendment. 8 honorable senators voted in favor. There was 1 abstention. The amendment fails.
The question is, the amendment has failed. The question therefore is that Part 4, clauses 18 through 22 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 23 to 24.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 23 to 24 do now stand part.
The question is that Clause 5, Part 5, Clauses 23 to 24 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Senator Tate.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I was wondering, this section makes reference to gifts. In particular, there's a reference to an official gift and a personal gift. I believe that because of the content of these two clauses, it warrants definition in clause 2 to be safe and to avoid persons not knowing, and then they're spending a lot of time having to go before the commission to get clarity as to whether this is a gift that falls within the confines of the legislation. So I would submit that there ought to have been a definition, certainly for the official gift, and I would dare say personal gift as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That is an observation. You recognize that. You are not asking the chamber to do anything. That is an observation, and we're happy to have your observation. But so the question is
Madam
Part
Chair,
5,
thanks
Clause
for the
23
clarity
to
and the
24.
reminder. Ma'am, I would like to add, I am suggesting that it be done. I am not going to offer the definition, but I would like an undertaking that that would be addressed at some point because, say again, the similar undertaking that was given to Senator Malalu, it would make the legislation make more sense. It would make it more concise. It would make it more efficient. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your
That
comments.
has indeed moved from the realm of observation to specific requests, which the government would have to indicate whether they are going to entertain or not. The leader of government business.
We have no difficulty.
The question, therefore, is the government has indicated that it will give the same undertaking to Senator Tate as it has to Senator Malalu, and this matter will then engage our attention at a future date. In the circumstances, the question is that Part 5, Clauses 24, 23, and 24 do now stand part. All those in favor, please say aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have Senator Tate.
I'm just trying to say thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, we acknowledge your capacity to be disarmingly charming on occasion.
Madam Chair, Part 6, Clauses 25 through 30.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 25 through 30 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, Clauses 25 through 30 do now stand part, but the chair recognizes Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Clause 26, I would just like clarification as to whether 26 in general, whether in terms of this duty to report for contravention of the act, these, I don't even know if this is making sense now. Anyway, I'll go ahead. These disclosures will be monitored by the Disclosure Monitoring Authority and are also governed by the Whistleblowers Protection Act. Clarification.
The chair recognizes Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're having a very robust committee this evening. I would like some clarification. It was brought up in the debate earlier regarding clause 25(3), subclause 3 and 4, and I don't think I've been given a sufficient explanation as to the question that I'm about to ask. And that is, whether or not I have the right now in committee to ask the question, given the aside that I just heard. Madam Chair, I speak to you solely in this matter. Does the Public Service Act supersede the Integrity and Public Life Act, or vice versa, if a public officer is charged with the offense that can apply to both pieces of legislation, given that the Public Service Act already has a series of penalties applied to it that are specified, whereas in this act, Madam Chair, it says where the commission determines that a person has contravened the code of conduct, and the PSA also has its own code of conduct, Madam Chair, it may include in its report any recommendations as to punishment or disciplinary measures that it considers appropriate. So that is very vague and broad, Madam Chair. So I just want to know if then Act Clause 25(4), it says subsection 1 does not derogate from the obligations, of the obligations of a public officer under the Code of Conduct and Ethics established by Section 11 of the Public Service Act. Madam Chair, I'm obliged.
The chair recognizes Senator Gregory Nichols.
Madam Chairman, through you, I will say that thanks to Senator Dritch for the clarification, but the subsection 4 actually answers the question which is posed to the chair, that the subsection 1 does not derogate from the obligations of a public officer under the Code of Ethics established by Section 11 of the Public Service Act. Does not derogate from those obligations under that act, so that they can stand together. And therefore, the obligations that exist under the Code of Ethics, under the Public Service Act, are not interfered with by the passage of this provision, this clause in the bill today. So it doesn't take away from the requirements to abide by the Code of Ethics under the Public Service Act. So that is, your answer is made clear in subsection 4. That is what the phrase shall not derogate from means.
Madam Chair, I thank
The chair recognizes Senator Drapes.
Madam Chair, I thank Senator Nichols for the explanation, and not being a lawyer, I then ask a second question. Therefore, if that is the case, which I assumed, then a person in the public service can be charged twice for the same offense. Is it double jeopardy, Madam Chair?
The chair recognizes Senator Nichols.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. A very good question. The code under the Public Service Act is a code of ethics which sets a standard by which public officers are to behave. It is not the code of discipline, which is a separate code under the Public Service Act which prescribes punishment for infringement of provisions of the Code of Ethics. So it's not a case of double jeopardy in this particular sense. The code under this bill, as prescribed, the Code of Conduct, has penalties attached to it, but the Code of Ethics does not prescribe a disciplinary procedure. There's a separate code of discipline in the Public Service Act which sets out the regime for disciplinary actions for serious and minor misconduct. So it is just a code of ethics which prescribes the standards of behavior by which public officers are to aspire to. So there's no double jeopardy.
Is the senator satisfied?
Madam Chair, I am, and I'm sure a lot of other public servants who would have had that question are now satisfied given the explanation by Senator Nichols. I thank you, Chair.
Well, with that satisfaction and relief, we hear from Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that Senator Drake is satisfied, however, I am not. So I am still awaiting the response as to whether these persons who are required to report that they know or suspect that another person has engaged in these acts, if these persons are protected by the whistleblower legislation. The Whistleblowers Protection Act. Protection of Whistleblowers Act,
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to say that legislation is always read as a collective, and so all of the relevant pieces of legislation will be taken together, and in this instance, the whistleblower protection will be applicable if so suited in the instance that you are referring to, where you have a specific question of a person reporting an instance of integrity or breach or corruption.
Thank you. Thank you. Were you calling on me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm now satisfied.
And I'm happy. Question therefore is that Part 6, clauses 25 through 30 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 31 through 40.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 31 through 40 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 31 through 40 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, would you please say no? The ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 41 through 49.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 41 through 49 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 41 through 49 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 50 through 58.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 9, clauses 50, Part 9, clauses 50 through 58 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 50 through 58 do now stand part. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
First schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill.
The question is that the first schedule be the first schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill.
The chair recognizes. The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill, but the chair recognizes Senator Crystal Drake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given that during the debate, we heard the calls for legislation to do with campaign financing, and that is one of the areas that is clearly lacking in our legislative architecture. I'd like to make an amendment to the second schedule to the bill. Madam Chair, I'd like that in part 1, under specified persons in public life, we add an item 9 and an item 10. Madam Chair, and I'm pulling these proposed amendments from the legislation, Integrity in Public Life from St. Kitts. List 9, or item 9 rather, Madam Chair, would read, chairpersons and executive members of political parties, and item 10, declared candidates for political parties. Those are my 2 proposed amendments under part 1 of the schedule, second schedule.
Declared candidates and chairpersons of political parties.
Item number 9 would be chairpersons and executive members of political parties. Item number 10 would be declared candidates for political parties so that they're incorporated into specified persons in public life.
Thank you. So, honorable senators, again, you are being invited to consider an amendment. I'm sorry, is there a seconder?
Madam Chair, I move to second the proposed amendment.
Having been seconded by Senator Dr. Christina Hines, there is now a proposed amendment to the second scheduled, which relates to specified persons in public life at part 1 of the second schedule. The proposal is that 2 categories of persons be added to this list, which now has 8 categories of persons. That category 9 should be chairpersons and executive members of political parties. And the 10th category of persons would be declared candidates of political parties. Senator Gregory Nichols.
Madam Chairman, I would like to ask the honourable senator who made the proposal, and we all appreciate the context in which she has made it, and to reflect. First of all, our laws at present do not recognize political parties as an entity within the law, at present. And secondly, which is perhaps my major problem with the proposal, which I support the substance of, it would be difficult to place in the schedule of a bill an entity or legal person that does not exist in law, or that is not even mentioned in the substantive legislation, so that you're trying to regulate the behavior of an entity by the schedule, but there's nothing substantive in the legislation. So therefore, while the call for campaign finance reform is a call that has not fallen on deaf ears, it is not the proper place to place that in the schedule to the substantive act, which does not deal with, define, or recognize as a legal person a political party, which does not exist in our law at the present stage. So this is not the appropriate place for such an amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just so that I am understanding then what is being said in response to the amendment, is that we've brought a piece of legislation here to the Parliament of Barbados dealing with integrity in public life, where otherwise, in no other piece of legislation, political parties are not acknowledged in legislation. Is that correct?
We are saying that the concept of a political party is not an entity known to the law of Barbados. It is not a concept known to the law of Barbados.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And probably that's where I have my challenge, because then, to me, then we're putting a cart before the horse kind of situation, but that's not for committee.
No, it is not.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
You can give me that officially. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a query on this because although I understand that we perhaps have not, or obviously I'm not an attorney at law, but there is a mention in our Constitution of the right to join political parties. So clearly, the Constitution can mention political parties. Yes, certainly. So my
There's a
question
mention.
is, my question, and we know that they exist because we hear about them in here all the time. So my question is, does this mean that they cannot be covered because we do not have a definition and a suite of legislation covering political parties? That is just a question.
The chair recognizes Senator Gregory Nichols.
Ma'am, there is a distinction between an entity and a legal person. So that while the Constitution makes reference under the freedom of association to the right to join trade unions and political parties, they are not recognized in law as legal persons in the sense that they can liability or rights or obligations of that legal person in law can be attached. And as I suggested, we can flag that as something that we can deal with later. But it will be uncomfortable and cumbersome and actually wrong to establish obligations in a schedule when that legal personality has not been established in law. For example, this act establishes the commission as a legal entity by making it a body corporate under the Interpretation Act. So the commission is being established as a legal person in law, so that political parties are not defined in the Constitution, but we understand the civic and political rights that ensue from membership thereof. But at the same time, the political party as a legal person that can be sued in its name and can sue and can contract or what's not, does not presently exist in our existing law. So therefore, to tack it on here in the schedule would be cumbersome and does not make sense and creates obligations for an entity that does not yet exist in law as a legal person.
Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Drake.
Madam Chair, with that explanation and commitment that I'm hearing from Senator Nichols, that these issues...
He cannot give you...
A
For now,
future-
satisfy yourself with the explanation.
Future commitment that we will at some point in time come back to these issues that I have raised in relation to political parties, Madam Chair. I withdraw my amendment, my proposed amendment, Madam Chair.
So the question is that part 9, clauses 50 to 58, beg your pardon? Yeah, so sorry, yeah. So the question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. Will all those in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Third schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Fourth schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill.
The question is that the fourth schedule be now the schedule to the bill. Well, fourth. Didn't I say fourth? Yes, the fourth schedule be the fourth schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Will those against please say no? The ayes have it. Yeah.
Fifth schedule.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the fifth schedule be the fifth schedule to the bill.
Question is that the fifth schedule be now the fifth schedule to the bill. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Report.
Chair recognizes Senator Cummins.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. Will all honorable senators, yeah, I'm ready to, no, sorry. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? And those against, please say no.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move at this time that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The next the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the
Integrity in Public Life Act 2023. There you go.
That this bill do not pass and be cited as the Integrity in Public Life Act 2023.
Miss. The question?
Colleagues, as you know, this bill requires not a voice vote, individual vote, to ensure that we have the constitutional majority required. So the question that the bill be now passed and be cited as the Integrity in Public Life Act 2023 will be done with the clerk calling individually and members recording their vote. Over to you, Mr. Eastman.
Mr. President, you still have to put the question. You have to put the question, and then it will.
Put the question. The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Integrity in Public Life Act 2023, which it did. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
Mr. President, as you explained, this is done in accordance with Section 492 of the Constitution, which requires a two-thirds vote and therefore a voice vote. Let's bring it back, please. Senator Cummins.
Aye.
Senator the Most Honorable
Aye.
Mr. Walker. Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Crystal Haynes.
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye.
Senator Patricia Parrish.
Aye.
Senator Lorenzo Hayward.
Aye.
Senator Shanika Roberts Odle.
Aye.
Senator Andrele Boyce.
Aye.
Senator Gregory Nichols.
Aye.
Her Honor, Senator Elizabeth Thompson.
Aye.
Senator Lyndall Nurse.
Aye.
Senator Christopher Maynard.
Aye.
Senator Ms. Monique Tate.
No.
Senator Kevin Boyce.
Aye.
Senator Miss Crystal Driggs.
Aye.
Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers.
Aye.
Senator Andrew Malolo.
Aye.
Senator Dr. Christina Hines.
Aye.
Senator Dr. the Honorable Chelston Braffett.
Aye.
Mr. President, the results of the division, 19 honorable senators voted in favor of the bill. 1 honorable senator voted against. The two-thirds threshold for the passage of this bill has been met.
The bill is therefore now passed and so cited. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I raised perhaps first to express the appreciation of the government of Barbados for all honorable senators in the chamber today. It has been a robust debate. Even in committee, we had robust discussion, extensive discussion, and I think that is perhaps a testimony, if to nothing else, the importance of this bill to the national political landscape of this country. I want to give the assurance on behalf of the government also that we have also heard the concerns and the various recommendations that have been made, even in committee. There is, as we know, a constitutional reform commission, there's a parliamentary reform commission, and many of those things perhaps may be better suited in additional pieces of legislation as opposed to being treated to in this particular body of work, but that is ongoing work of governance and governance reform. We as a government have demonstrated, I believe, that we are committed to that reform process. That does not end today. It will continue for as long as we are in service to the people of Barbados. And with those few words, Mr. President, I want to congratulate us on the passage of giving Barbados, finally, integrity legislation, which will now be subjected to extensive communication support, as was raised as well, and it will be proclaimed only after we are ready to bring it into effect. And with those few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that the sitting of the Senate be adjourned sine die.
Before I put the question, I'll invite Her Honor Senator Thompson to remind us all of the upcoming engagement with the Parliamentary Reform Commission. Senator Thompson.
Being delighted to have just participated in a vote on integrity in this country. And to inform the chamber, sir, that, remind them first of all that in May of this year, a Parliamentary Reform Commission was sworn in by His Excellency, the Acting Governor General, and that our terms of reference relate to matters pertaining to the Parliament of Barbados, the representation therein. The PRC has started its work and is issuing invitations for individuals to come and meet with us directly. We are proposing to meet with honorable senators at some stage, and an invitation will come. But invitations are going out to a wide number of national organizations, from political parties to BARP, to CSOs, to service organizations, and a wide number of interests, because it is our hope, really, to have as many Barbadians as possible come and address either in person or making oral submissions, or to make written submissions to the Parliamentary Reform Commission, which can be done to our address here at Parliament. If you want to write directly and mail it or drop it off, they should be sent to the clerk here at Parliament, Parliamentary Reform Commission, or prc@parliamentbarbados.com. That is the email address, and I'll repeat it, prc@parliamentbarbados.com. We also propose a series of town hall meetings across the island. The first town hall meeting, sir, takes place tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock at the Barbados Workers Union's headquarters, Solidarity House, at 7 o'clock in the evening. We thought that we should start with a public education session. And in that regard, we have 3 distinguished Barbadian speakers. Dr. George Bell, who is a renowned political scientist in Barbados, who is proposing to speak on the topic, the public perception of the utility of parliamentary reform. In other words, should we have parliamentary reform at all? Mr. Robert Bobby Morris, a distinguished trade unionist, who will speak on the issue of high points in parliamentary and constitutional development. And Mr. Peter Wickham, a well-known political pollster across the Caribbean, who will speak on the composition of Parliament, the rights and privileges of prime ministers and members of Parliament in a democratic republic. This, sir, is a matter, these are matters which have engaged the public attention only recently. Really, there have been questions on what should be the remuneration of parliamentarians. There have been questions about pension rights and whether or not they should or should not be entitled to pensions, what scale of pension, what scale of remuneration, what package of benefits, if at all, should be given to former prime ministers. But these are not the only issues. There are questions as to whether we should or should not have a unicameral or bicameral legislature. How can we make the parliament more representative and broaden the number of interests? For instance, in the Senate, should we have representation from bodies representing people like the persons with disabilities? Should we have youth parliamentarians? Should we have quotas for female parliamentarians? A wide range of questions and issues have been thrown up, some which will be controversial, others which will not be. We have already had a suggestion coming from here about the benefit of hybrid hearings, and other related matters. One of the questions that has been repeatedly put is in situations where one political party gets all the votes, should there be mechanisms for allowing the other political parties or the other political parties with the largest number of votes to also be represented in some way? Should we continue with the first past the post system, or should we have proportional representation? So these are only some of the issues that have been raised. To date, we have been addressed by political scientist Dr. Deveron Bruce, and we have been had meetings with the Thorne Hinkson and Blackman commissions and others. The chairman, as you know, is Sir Richard Cheltenham, and the deputy chair, Sir Roy Trotman. And I want, therefore, to invite all members to encourage your networks to attend the first public meeting tomorrow evening, and indeed the following ones. They will all be streamed, but we would also wish to have you in person if at all you can make it. So this is an opportunity, Mr. President, for which I thank you, to just spread the word to the chamber and to the wider public about what the PRC is doing, and to urge the involvement of members here and all Barbadians. At independence, we had no opportunity for input on what our form of governance should be. We took the Westminster system, but there are now new models out there. We ourselves could evolve a model that is uniquely Barbadian, on which others might be inclined to borrow or to follow. And therefore, this is an opportunity for citizens to have their say. Those who want to do so anonymously can, but those who want to come in person and listen or make their contributions are really welcome to do so. With that, Mr. President, I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. The question is that this honorable the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The things the ayes have it. Sitting stands adjourned.